the gravy, please.
Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The guys join us right after top of the next hour. So about an hour from now, Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're listening live, it's Wednesday, the 25th, and that means today at noon Central, it is the weekly Bible study with Rick. So if that is part of your weekly routine, make sure that you remember that today, noon Central. And then it'll also be after that put out on social media as a reminder, the links to the podcast, all that kind of cool stuff. But that is at noon Central today, the weekly Bible study with Rick. And it is a good one. You don't want to miss it. All right, so as we continue, we got a lot to discuss. The Good Time Gang all settling in. Bubba is here. Then Rick and Adler will join us a little bit, and then they'll get on air with us in about an hour from now. So let's bring everybody in. To my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's happening? What's happening?
Tired.
I know.
Oh, Pooh Bear sleepy?
I got in bed late.
Huh?
Oh, no.
Bed late for me.
Did you get out in it?
I did. My son-in-law coaches basketball at Mumford. Now, they live in Pleasant Valley now.
Right.
Chandler, that's her husband.
Right.
And Pace, my grandson, and we got a new grandbaby on the way.
Okay.
So, anyway, Mumford played Pleasant Valley last night.
Ooh.
And I live, not even a mile from school. So we're going to go to the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew it was going to run me late, even though, thank goodness, I didn't have a lot of travel time.
No, you didn't.
But let me just say this. If you're a small child and you don't like a loud buzzer noise, basketball game's not where you want to go. Because I've never really paid the buzzer that much attention. They use the buzzer a lot.
They do.
And he hated it.
A lot of substitutions.
He did?
Subs, all kinds of stuff.
And the quarter.
Yes.
Did you find yourself off in the
In
little
the
open
timeout.
area by the bleachers playing with him or stuff? Or
No, he didn't want. He wouldn't do any of that. He
didn't.
buried
Okay.
his head in his mother and was terrified of the buzzer.
Well, there you go. What a great night.
Yeah. Every time it went off, it was like it was the first time. It is loud, and they'll hold it a little longer.
Oh, they will.
And then they'll double it sometimes.
Yeah.
I never paid that much attention to the buzzer till I had to last night.
Yeah.
So he was pretty much traumatized for 4 quarters. But
I paid attention to it when I was dropping buckets back in the day.
Back in the day. I tell you.
But anyway, the game. I mean, it was fun. I like watch high school basketball and all that. And but I thought we were going to get to play.
Yeah.
But he wasn't. He wasn't
too
happy
good
about that buzzer.
How about when you realized real early, hey, he didn't like that?
Oh, the minute we walked in.
And we got us a while.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how little things like that we never even think of will bother kids?
Oh, yeah. He didn't like it at all.
And it's just everybody's so different.
I know.
I mean, now at that age, I could get it.
He didn't like it at the opening of the game, and he didn't like the one at the end of the game.
He didn't.
And all in between. And again, because I was concentrating on it, a lot of buzzers go on.
All right, so was there an effort to talk him out of it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't none.
It's
But
okay.
That's
Look,
what
it's
little
just
kids
a little.
are.
Look,
One
this is
trip to
what's
the
happening.
concession stand.
No, he didn't want no part of none of that.
You tried to explain what was happening and the reason why they were doing it.
Well, he's a little young.
I know, but I'm just saying you could point. See, when you
I don't
hear that
think he would.
noise, this guy right here, he's going to get up and run in.
Okay. He's not even 2. Look, it's because they're subbing.
Yeah.
They're putting players in.
No, I didn't not use the word sub.
Yeah. But anyway, so I was up.
So it was a
late.
long night.
But I still enjoyed being there. I mean, I hate he was traumatized,
Right.
but we need to expose him to it so we get used to it.
Now, was this multiple games or just one?
Well, we came in. The girls had about another half left.
Okay,
And then
a little early.
the varsity played.
Right. You wish you hadn't been so early.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's okay.
Well, hey, you know
But I
what
enjoyed
though?
the game.
On the back end, you were so close to home.
Oh, that's the only reason I went.
Now, let me ask you a question. Did Riley have to take him all the way back to school and come
he
back
worked
home?
out a deal.
Ooh, I was about to say.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Hey, well done,
Because he
Riley.
normally drives the bus, but he worked out a deal where he didn't have to do that. Because I was thinking, man, that'd be terrible.
Oh, yeah, when you pass your
That's a
neighborhood.
pretty good ride.
It's like, wow, so I'm minutes from home right
yeah,
now.
I just saw my driveway.
You just pass right by it and come back.
No.
Oh,
man,
my goodness.
But yeah, it was fun. I haven't been to a basketball game, high school game in a long time.
Right. But I understand being out of your routine, getting home a little bit later, getting in bed later.
I didn't get in bed. It was 10 o'clock.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Huh? 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
You out partying?
Tell you what, I'm going to take a nap this afternoon.
Well, it's kind of crazy how Leo and Jack, my 2 dogs, act. They're you talking about opposites. Leo doesn't give a rip about weather. Jack has turned into some sensitive. I'm going to hunker down and act strange. And we knew what was coming because the forecast, although not severe where we were, it was going to call for lots of wind and, maybe some thunderstorms and all that kind of stuff. Further south in the state of Alabama and the Florida Panhandle and all that, I know that a lot of folks were looking at some severe weather. But where we live, it was not going to be the case. But we did know that with the wind comes a little bit of noise, and there was a little bit of clapping, some thunder, and it was in the middle of the night, and we knew what was going to happen with Jack. So we started out early through recommendations from this audience, which is the greatest audience ever. Y'all can scare us sometimes when we bring a medical condition to the show, but other than that, y'all are pretty good. We gave him some calming treats to see if that would help a little bit. And about 1:30, he woke us up. And I was up and down the rest of the night, so we're going to have to figure out something else. So I didn't sleep well at all. Didn't sleep well at all.
Kept you up, huh?
Pretty much. Wow, it's one of those things where
can you just lock him outside?
Well, I mean, then he's out. I'm like you. What you just said. Now, Terry's not going for that, and that's my problem, because he's got a perfectly safe area that he could be at outside. But Terry's not she's not going for it, because he looks at you like with these big eyes, like he's having a panic, like he's freaking out, and so.
But
anyway,
he doesn't like the thunder, but he just climbs up under the car and won't come out.
Yeah, okay.
That pretty much covers. He's in the garage. He's out from under the car, but when a storm comes, he goes under the car. Right. So
now the dogs go out when there's no weather or severe weather, but if it's that, Terry's not going to have them outside at all. So anyway, I didn't. It was one of those things too. When you wake up and you think you went back to sleep, but you're not sure because you were up and down. And the power went off twice. And kudos to Alabama Power, because as I was pulling out the yard, I saw trucks all over the place. They've been out in it all night.
Oh, that wind was blowing.
Yeah, and but
wind and lightning.
It was quick. But when the power goes off and then comes back on, there's a lot of things that reset.
Sure.
We got refrigerators beeping. Everything has got to reset and make a little bit of noise, let you know it's back on. And so,
was it off for like an extended time or just a quickie?
It was not that bad, to be honest with you. I would say maybe minutes, but it went off a couple of times throughout the night. It was about 45 minutes in between. So they were great getting it back on. But my goodness.
Speaking of utilities,
I
got a question for you two when we come back. Something happened yesterday, and I want to know. I wanted to call somebody, but I didn't, because I know y'all get on to me about calling people.
Okay.
Were you reporting something?
I felt like I needed to report something, and I didn't do it, but it was because of you two.
Who, the watchdog?
I even talked somebody out of calling because of you two.
Because of us?
Yes.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
Inflation's everywhere. We see it at the pump, the grocery store, heck, even going out on date night. That's why we like using Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you can worry less about inflation because you get cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app. Use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's 25 cents or more back on every gallon using the promo code BUBBA25, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before you're out of warranty vehicles in the shop, costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please.
All right, we're rolling back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's the kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy, and Greg Burgess and Michael Helms are here. That completes the Good Time Gang. Adler joins us after top of the hour, as well as Rick and Bubba. So we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, live today, noon Central, is the Bible study with Rick. All right, so as we went to break, we were discussing just our nights last night. And Helmsy, I know you haven't called 911 this first quarter of the year. Normally you do that per quarter. And so you said that you had the urge to do something similar to that?
Well,
or something?
I felt like I needed to call somebody yesterday, and I didn't because of the way you two influenced me on that front.
Okay.
Well, you overdo it.
You talking about our common sense?
So yesterday we had practice, and I started smelling what I thought was gas, like natural gas.
Oh, nobody ripping one.
No. Greg, see, that's funny because I said that to a couple of the players. That was their reaction, what you just did.
Okay, there you go.
They didn't say it quite like you said it. It was a little different.
Right. Well, they were all fair.
But it was funny.
Same
and I said, no. The gas company. I said, do y'all not smell that?
Can I ask you a question? I know, speak English, but some of your international players, do you find yourself having to talk slower to make sure they understand you?
2 of them.
2 of them, okay.
And 2 of them speak faster English than I do.
Okay.
But
I was just wondering how you were communicating all this to them.
Well,
I smell gas.
No, it's not like that.
Yeah. Okay.
They're not Indians.
All right. Well, I didn't know.
You're not Tondo.
Right.
Natural gas.
I
smell.
One of them brought it up, and an American, and I said, yeah, I smell it too. And he said, should we call somebody? And I said, I'm pretty sure. And my first thought was, yeah, we should call somebody, but I didn't say that out loud. My second thought came in that I can't call the gas company. Greg and Speedy will make fun of me.
I'm sure they have a maintenance.
So
department?
I said, I think we have technology these days that allows them to know that there's probably a leak or something.
Probably not.
That's just what I said.
That's
I didn't
what you
know.
came up with.
You're probably incorrect.
Well, then Coach DeSanto got there and he goes, hey, I said, you smell that? And he goes, I do. And I said, he goes, I feel like we need to call somebody. And I was like, don't worry about it. They got technology at hand.
What are you talking about?
Now I'm saying it with confidence, like I know.
Well, if that's the case, why is nobody there?
No, they got technology that alerts them when there's more. I didn't even know what I was saying.
So are you the meter on the team on who to call?
Evidently, I'm the natural gas.
Look, you overdo it calling stuff, but this thing on this technology that you've somehow invented.
And I was like, they got a reader that lets them. They've been alerted. I even went this far. I'm like, when servers go down and we get messages, same thing with that. They get a gas leak, they get a message out there.
I don't know if they're quite
gracious.
Well, then about an hour later, I continue to smell it, and I'm thinking they don't know. Like they don't know this is. There's a leak.
Is
somewhere.
it constant, or is it coming and going?
The wind was blowing a ton yesterday and swirling, and so it was one of those things where you wouldn't have it all the time come into your area, but then like 30 minutes later it'd show back up, and you'd be like, oh, it's still there.
Right.
Well, when we wrapped up practice, a bunch of trucks pulled up.
Practice.
And I said, see, technology let them know. I said that,
slow.
Which was not probably it. Probably somebody actually called and told them that, hey, there's some gas smell out here. Y'all got a leak somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know that 911 was who to call, but probably the UAV maintenance office would probably be the one.
Well, maybe I just called the gas. I would have called the gas company.
You would have.
And said, I'm standing out here on the UAB tennis courts, and I smell a leak. That's what I would have said.
Passed it off to somebody.
I would have just probably passed it off to the UAB.
And you know what they would have probably said to me? Yeah. Oh, we know that. We got alert that hit us.
Technology.
Yep, we got technology, and an alert hit us about 10 minutes ago.
We'll
That's probably what would have happened.
I mean, these smart meters are smart, but I don't know.
But I'm gun shy on calling now because of
you're blaming us for
overdo
that. Yeah, you do.
You two were the first 2 people I thought of yesterday when this started coming up.
Well, I'm going to go this far. I'm 56. I've never called 911, not one time.
Knock on wood or something.
No, I'm just saying that's why. But you've called several times a year.
Y'all say once a quarter. It's usually twice a year. Like I mean, if somebody has a wreck, I feel like I need to report it.
Yeah.
If I see,
a wreck's one thing, but I mean,
now I did see that one guy walking down the middle of the interstate that time, and I called that. That was a dangerous situation.
Now, I think you called that.
Worried
guy
about
that was
him for
texting.
days. I don't know if he made it.
I think I don't forget what year it was. I called 911 one time. We were behind somebody on the interstate, and they were going slow, and they were like swerving through lanes where nobody could even get around them.
Yeah.
And I think I couldn't tell if they were having some type of medical event or they were drunk or what. But just let them know, hey, here's kind of where we are around what mile marker, and we got a problem.
And my name's Speedy. If you need anything.
No. I know Helmsy normally calls y'all, but this is Speedy with the show this time. I love how you did think of us. But
I did. That's the first thing I thought of.
I think, look, bud, I think that there can be a little bit of hypersensitivity at times on when to call, but then I think on the other end of the spectrum, it's ignoring things. Fall somewhere in the middle, buddy.
I wasn't ignoring it.
You weren't?
No, I had them having technology to let them know.
It took them a while.
I love how he claims he used data.
I was saying
how
this.
if they have a problem,
I will
with,
say
like
this.
the internet or something like that.
If they don't have technology, they should. We're in 2023.
We're in 2023.
I'm sure they got a little better technology than they had 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Not sure how precise it is.
When I passed the power trucks coming in today, Greg, I thought of you, but I know it's been a long time since you were doing that kind of work, but I thought about the guys that were in charge of that and
Especially
the process they go through. Yeah,
God.
and I know at one point, didn't you graduate to you were the guy that went out and surveyed the issue?
I don't know if I graduated, but yeah.
Well, I say promoted or worked your way up to that level.
Yeah, the first guy that shows up.
What's that guy called? Or
local
lady?
lineman.
A local lineman.
Used to be called Troubleman years ago, but they call him local.
You go out and assess the situation so you know who to call in.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about
that.
Or
you can fix it yourself. On
really?
If it's something you can fix yourself, you just fix it. Now, if you got a pole laying on the ground, you're in trouble.
Yeah. I remember you telling me the days where you would come in from a long day and lay your head down, all of a sudden that phone would go back up. You back up.
They'd wake you right back up.
And then here you go. I thought about that.
Somebody got woke up all through this night.
It was a rainy mess, and there was a couple of trucks out, and so they've been up. And I understand, they're out working, making a living, but that's some nasty conditions.
Sleeping. Yeah, the rain. I hated the rain. God.
Now, did you have to just report it, or were you one that called and woke them up to say, "Come on"?
No.
Okay.
No.
You just reported it to
Yeah, they had people that did.
Well, at least you weren't the guy that wakes them up.
No,
that would be tough.
No.
Hello. Hey, man.
I was the one on the other end of the line getting woke up.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you know a lot about gas and the gas company, don't email me. Just go straight to Helmsy.
Yeah,
Helmsy at rickandbubba.com.
I'd just like to know
the danger he probably put the team in.
Yeah, I'd like to know the technology that y'all actually have, so I'll know in the future what to do.
All right. And if you work at UAB, just shoot them over the number to call in the future. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, I that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews, what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, 25 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number if you'd like to join in on the conversation. There'll be unscreened phone calls, but that's always an option for you. A lot of news of the day. Of course, we're leaving a lot of that for the guys. There's some interesting stuff out today, though, that I'll make sure I mention to the Good Time Gang. But Helmsy, you said, and I saw some coming through, the questions from the audience continue to showcase themselves this hour of the show each day, and we appreciate it. That's y'all's way of helping produce. I mean, and y'all have got some interesting questions for us, and
it really
got
is.
some today.
I
Makes
like
you kind of
these.
think.
I like these from Andrew.
Yeah.
First of all, let me ask you this from Terry. I don't know if this is yeah. I think this is a
wife call.
Huh? No,
Okay.
no.
This is pterodactyl.
This is Terry in West Virginia, and I really can't answer this for her, but she wanted to know: are there any new podcast? Because you two have been in that true crime and stuff like that
I've got
world.
faded on it.
This is a Greg question here.
So I can't answer because if it's not tennis related here, I can't really.
I faded on it. I had a bunch of different ones going.
Yeah, there was a time
she's
where
wanting
it's
a new
like
podcast
up and
to listen
vanished
to.
and all that. It's kind of in that genre that you were talking about, and I don't know.
I like a good Dixie Mafia theme in the red clay. That's a good one.
Okay. Well, there
anything,
you go.
but anything else
Something like that. I may be
she
saying
I don't.
podcast wise she could listen to.
Give me a minute.
he
I
could
could check with some friends that's all about it, and maybe get back
That's
to
okay,
her.
buddy.
But I don't know myself.
don't have to
Besides what we've talked about in the past.
Yeah, I used to.
You
There
know?
was a time when we were, but I haven't really.
Boy, that up and vanished. I was all about.
That was a good
trying
one.
to figure out who did it.
They ever go to trial?
The Latin. I don't know. I kind of. There was a follow-up podcast on that about the trial, and I just didn't give it much. I don't know what happened.
I know, we kind of.
All right, Andrew's going to make us think here from I think it's Medina, Tennessee. If you could do anything illegal, without getting caught, what would you do?
Rob a bank.
Yeah.
That was my first thought.
I couldn't get it out.
I mean,
That was my first thought when I read this.
Because for
yesterday.
some reason, and it's horrible to do that. I don't feel that bad about robbing a bank as I would other crimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
Right.
I'm wrong.
Right.
But not get caught. Absolutely.
Not get caught, or is
Yeah.
it that it's okay?
If you could do anything illegal without getting caught, what would you
Without
do?
rob
getting
a bank
caught.
all day.
Yeah, that was my first thought too.
Is that or go streaking?
Okay, you want to take your clothes off and steal money? That's good.
I was joking.
What if you were the naked bank robber?
And I want to rob it.
That was your thing.
And I want to rob it. I don't want to walk in with a gun and get it. But I want to somehow sneak in, like dig up through the vault.
Yeah.
I want one of those kind, or some kind of trick.
Isn't there
where
some
we tricked them? I don't want to come in with a gun and scare everybody.
Is it Netflix? There's a new series out or something about this, where they steal all the money. This bank, this heist.
Yeah, like I want to somehow like get it out of the back.
I like
of that
a good
Brinks
heist
truck.
a movie.
Yeah,
or show.
that's what I want to heist. I don't want to go in with a mask on.
Right, go on. If you do what I say, it'll be all right.
I think you'd be one of those that hands the teller a note. That's happened a lot.
A nervous note shaking.
Right now, didn't give me some
I don't want
paper
that.
bag full of money.
All right.
Give me the money in the drawers.
Your drawers.
The drawers.
Oh, okay. I thought you said give him money in your drawers.
Well, you got to get it out of there somehow.
If someone gave you an envelope, this was going to be tricky and tough. If someone gave you an envelope with your death date inside of it, would you open it?
I would not.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Really?
I would not.
I think I would open mine.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Does it say how, or does it just say the date?
Just the date.
What
You're not going to
sicko
know how.
sent that?
Huh? This is Andrew still.
Sorry, Andrew.
Andrew's got some good.
It's a weird one.
That's not
Greg,
about that one.
Hey, Andrew, sorry, Greg just called you sicko.
Well, I wouldn't open it. Would you? Would you?
I think I would. I'd be tempted to for sure. I
You
think I
wish you
would.
hadn't.
I kind of want to know.
You'd have wished you hadn't. Unless it was like a date that was way far off.
What if it was the date?
Well, it was like the next day.
Yeah, no, I was thinking it was the day you opened it. You're like,
Even
wow.
better.
See, y'all wouldn't open it, huh? All right.
No.
What time period would you like to travel to?
Let me time out.
Time travel, and I don't really want to put stipulations on this. You can come back after 6 months. This is not like you're leaving and never coming back.
I like to go back to the 80s.
but
Because I would say something like 1883 or 1923, but then you see how awful everybody died and how it was really cool time, But boy,
I've experienced
the advancements
the 80s.
and the things you die of.
The
it's
20s.
Pretty miserable.
I want to experience
The
something I
roaring-
haven't experienced, so I would go back, before I was even a thought.
Yeah.
I don't know what time period that would be, but
1800s.
1800, late 1800s intrigued me.
Yeah. In 1920s,
Yeah.
Cranking it up.
Yeah.
The roaring 20s.
Yeah, the Roaring 20s.
I don't know.
All right. I love this next question from Andrew. The sicko, as Greg calls him.
Mm-hmm.
If you could have picked your own first name, what would it be?
Wow. I don't have.
Oh, my
that's
goodness.
a tough one.
I'd like for you to be a Charlie.
Charlie?
Yeah. Yeah.
Charlie Burgess?
Yeah.
Charlie Burgess.
Boy, that's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
I've never thought about that.
And you wouldn't hurt any feeling. Like, you're not hurting your parents' feelings because of the name they gave. It has nothing to do with it. It is, hey, you are able to choose your first name.
Buck.
Yeah, I was thinking Hank. Buck and Hank.
Buck Burgess.
I'd call you BB.
Yep.
And you would go, really?
I don't know. I just said Hank. I was thinking Hank.
Yeah. I'm going with Buck.
Buck.
That was my great grandfather's name.
Okay. All right.
Sure was.
I'll go with Jack.
I like Jack. I like Jack Wilburn.
Look at old Jack.
Hey, there's J-Dub.
Jack's your pal.
Well, look at Buck. Buck's a DA.
What about you, Helms?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Spencer.
You pulled that off 1883. Of course, he is a B.
He is.
BA.
He is.
Goodness gracious. I don't know. I really don't.
Attaboy. Just want to participate.
Well, no. Now listen.
You look like a Kyle.
I like
Hey, Kyle.
I like Harry Helms.
I've always.
Harry.
Do you know my dad wanted to name? I've told y'all this. You know what my dad wanted to name me?
No.
Like, fought my mom about this. Happy Helms. Like, this is a true story. I'm not making
you
this
better
up.
thank your mother for winning.
Yes.
Thank
He
you,
wanted.
Mom.
He wanted to name me Happy.
Not a nickname.
No, my real name, Happy Helms. Like, that's a serious, true
Oh,
statement, true story. I've always liked. Y'all make fun of it. I don't even want to go there,
Here
but
you
it
go.
wasn't before. I like the name Leighton, and I tried to name Braden after Leighton Hewitt, the tennis player from Australia.
Okay, you got
and Amanda wouldn't allow it.
You got problems.
Amanda wouldn't allow it.
Never
Pull
mind.
back on tennis a little bit.
Go back to Happy.
It does go back to show you how long this has been.
I like
But
Happy.
I tried to tell
I do
her
too. Let's
that
stick with that.
Leighton Hewitt Helms would be a great name for Braden, and I got shot down, and I tried it several times. I'm like, that's an awesome name. Leighton Hewitt Helms, that's awesome. And so I even tell Braden sometimes, I said, I tried to name you after a tennis player, and your mom wouldn't let me. But my dad tried to name me Happy, so what am I talking about?
I like Happy. I'm going with Happy.
Yeah, I think y'all change it to that.
All right, so we got
Buck, Happy,
Jack.
All right, so I'm getting this question a lot. People are wanting to know what's on my mic stand.
Where?
Right there on my mic stand.
Oh yeah, the little
side.
rainbow ball.
I guess I should get it. And so
it's one of those little squishy
when you
balls.
see it in
Stress
the
ball.
big show, it is a Rick and Bubba stress ball that looks like a beach ball. Does that make sense?
When
Did
did
I
we get
explain that
that?
right? I don't know. And that was another thing I was going to ask y'all. Is that's a really good stress ball? Was that a 25th anniversary tour thing we did?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
Because that's a really good stress ball, and it looks good. The logo looks good on it.
I don't remember where those came from.
Or did somebody just give it to us?
That's what I'm thinking.
And we didn't sell them. They were never in the store.
I think it was something like that.
Yeah, it's bad. I can't remember.
What do you think, Jack?
No, my dad.
Let's
said,
start. Let's
he
for
said,
the kickoff
"Son, I don't
hour."
know if you know this or not, and I do. I remember. I couldn't remember his middle name, but he said that I had a great granddad, which is his granddaddy's first name was Jack. His name was Jack Clark Wilburn.
Jack Clark Wilburn or Daniel Boone.
There is
Or
one.
Davy Crockett. Which one is it?
It's Daniel Boone.
Okay, you're kin of Daniel Boone. So you could have went by that too.
Isn't it funny how J and C is part of the Wilburns a lot? You got John Calvin and Jack Clark.
Yeah, three of them. Jack Clark.
There's one more
you look
question.
Kind of like a Jack and a Clark. Jack Clark.
Really?
Well, if you went by Jack Clark.
Oh yeah, you look like a jackass.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
It's an animal.
It's an animal.
Oh, so now you use
It
his
is an
line.
animal.
It is an animal.
I will never.
That's what I was
apologize for
thinking
that.
about.
Yeah,
I will
I'm
never
sure it was.
apologize.
I was
sure
thinking
it
about
was.
the animal.
Absolutely.
Do y'all like to talk? There's one more question on here, and I avoid it because we've
When I
talked
see
about
those
things.
animals, I think of you.
See, I'm trying to get
A lot
you
of people
away from calling him that again.
Okay,
trying to help you, Jack.
I did think about it.
Jack, I'm trying to help you.
Okay, they smell
Okay.
too.
We don't really talk about bucket lists much,
No, you do.
and there was
I've pretty much done
what
all
are
of
the three? That's me too. Top 3 things on your bucket list. I don't really have a bucket
I'd
list.
like
Maybe
to-
I should have a bucket list.
I'd like to ride in one of the military jets. You've already done that, Speedy.
Yeah, I have.
What else?
I know Helms of yours has to do with tennis. All of them.
Well, I guess I need to open up my letter that tells me my death date to see how much time I have
That's
on
true.
my bucket
That's
list.
true.
Well,
you may
yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't
Bucket list. I would love.
I need to do a
I would
bucket
love
list.
to travel
Yeah,
to
places
different
like-
places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get to Montana and places like that.
Yeah. Oh,
I was
yeah.
thinking like
we were talking
Europe.
about Montana last night. And we're wrapping up 1923, and hey, wow, that's some beauty right there. But I mean, have you ever seen like Norway and all these these beautiful beautiful mountains and everything?
Scandinavian countries.
Oh yeah, I'd love to go to Israel. Never been to Hawaii.
I'd go 3 seconds on a bull named Fu Manchu.
Yeah. Well, you've done that. You've gone three
No,
seconds.
I wasn't on there 3 seconds.
I think you.
was
What
on
if
there a
if you
second.
go real fast?
Hey.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, like
Buck-
you're rushing the quarterback.
Buck, Jack, what do y'all think if what if we had a team
What, Happy?
building exercise where we come up with a bucket list?
Just a local bucket list?
No,
Like we just
no.
do something.
This is
we're
like-
traveling
I've driven a
somewhere.
race car
whatever
around
you want to.
Talladega Speedway 3 times.
Yeah, we've done that. We've done a lot of the go fast and
I know.
and all that and heights and
All that we wanted to anyway. There's some of that stuff I don't want to touch.
I want to go to Montana so bad.
Yeah.
Well, buddy, you're one flight away. That's easy. You can do that
Oh,
next.
it's
You can
very
do that in 2
entertaining.
weeks.
Yeah. I think we gotta. Yeah. We gotta figure it out. I told Terry that.
You're
but
in
we
a
gotta figure it
really
out.
good spot to start doing those things.
Yeah, we gotta give it a little bit longer, but we're close.
Yeah.
I have a buddy that lives up in that area. We could just go see him.
You ain't got nobody
I
in
do.
Montana.
I do.
I ain't even got a buddy.
Yeah.
Jack, Buck's been fun.
All right.
Yeah. All right, Happy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, That sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day, you do that and the weight can fall off, but A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA.
All right, we are rolling back. It's the kickoff hour. Everybody ready to go for the next hour. That's the main show. And we thank all of you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. This portion of the show is sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. Are you prepared for the unexpected? It's tough to answer because you don't really know, because you don't know the cost of what's the unexpected, right? But you try to be prepared. But facts are, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicle is in the shop costing you thousands. If that unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready to shell out maybe thousands of dollars? 3, 5, 9,000? You just don't know. You wouldn't have to worry about it, though, when it comes to repair bills if you had a plan through carshield.com/Bubba. Their administrators will have your back as they understand your car is more than just getting you from point A to point B, you know, traveling, going to work, everyday life, picking up the kids, whatever the case. You need a car, and they're daily essentials. They really are. So carshield.com/Bubba offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and a rental car eligibility. So call carshield.com/Bubba now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll be prepared for the unexpected at that point. The number again is 1-800-451-7776, 800-451-7776. You can also find a link to carshield.com/Bubba at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors if you'd rather go that way. Last night was the routine, and that was, hey, are you ready to go for a walk? And we tried to catch it before dark. I don't like walking at dark. There's a couple of areas we go. It's just easier to walk before it gets dark, and we had that opportunity. And so then the discussion is from Terry, how cold is it? Do I need do I need a jacket or a sweatshirt or something like that?
The wind was in play.
Then I have to pull up, even though she just came in from work, I help her out, but it's pull up the forecast, go step outside, get a get an idea of what the temperature is, and then we get dialed in on what we're wearing. For some reason yesterday she doubled up. She went sweatshirt and jacket. Don't understand that, but you know what? She's cold natured.
It was chilly.
Yeah, it was. A little wind will hurt your feelings.
It'll get you.
And so we're rounding the corner, and I don't think I was. I think I wore. I probably should have had more on. I was feeling a little bit chilly, but we're getting going, right? We're getting going. We're getting around the corner, and she had her sleeves pulled down to where it was covering her hands, right? So her fingers don't get all cold and all that. And I said, oh boy, are your ears cold? And she said, no, but my face is freezing.
Oh.
And I said, your face is freezing, but your ears aren't cold? She said, no, those are two different things. And I said, well. Kinda, and this is us walking.
Well, it depends on how big your ears are.
Thank you, Greg. But I think she's got standard size ears. But I'm like, well, honey, I guess those are different, but they're kind of on the same head. You know what I mean? So now, if you had your ears covered, if you had a toboggan on or something like that, and your face was cold, I understand. But you don't have either on, but your face is freezing, but your ears aren't. And she said, no, my ears aren't cold, but my face is freezing.
That's the first thing that gets cold with me is my ears.
Yeah, you don't want ears and toes and
ears and toes
and all that. That's miserable, especially honey.
Yeah, normally both, I think.
I put them together. I put them together.
Cold, my ears are too.
I've never
Unless I
had
have something on them.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had my face cold and my ears not be cold.
There you go. That's
never.
What I was trying to explain to her.
It usually starts with my ears.
Now, big-eared people, obviously.
Well, that may be my issue too.
Right. Well, that was the latest discussion. The one last week I told you that I asked her if she forgot about something. She said, no, I just didn't think about it. And I was like, well, isn't that forgetting? She said, no, I just didn't think about it.
Interesting creatures. Interesting creatures, these females.
Yeah. And
so how you look at it.
Yeah, so that kind of took about a quarter of the mile, and then I changed the subject because I was getting nowhere. But I thought the face, ear, that was kind of all together.
What if you said my nose is cold but my face isn't?
Oh, wait,
that'd
right.
be weird.
Yeah. A little bit.
I've had that kind of. Your nose is real cold.
We got after it though. We did the big hill. That's always the discussion. We get to the base of the hill, and you can go left or you can go right. But if you look dead ahead, it's there. It is.
Did you kick it in, run that?
We tried, but not much talking during the hill because we're all having to just get up the hill, and it's one of those where you're leaning over your toes to get up it. You know.
Yeah, those are good ones.
But anyway, that was just a discussion.
I never really thought of
cold
that.
face.
I think
or
my ears and face
part of your
they
face.
travel together.
Yeah, kind of.
When it comes to weather.
Right. There's one story I didn't get to that I'd love to. There's been a study on adults, how long they could go without their phone or TV, and how many hours that took. We'll try to see if we can't get that on the docket for tomorrow if the big show doesn't handle it. But they're always coming out with these weird flavored beers and drinks and stuff like that. Hormel has introduced new chili cheese brew.
I don't even.
Does that
I
not
can't
sound
even
disgusting?
imagine what that would taste like.
It's arriving just in time
Chili
for the Super
cheese
Bowl.
in any drink form.
Yeah, Hormel today launched the first chili cheese brew in partnership with another brewing company. It's inspired by the brand's signature chili cheese dip.
Well,
the limited edition and everything is going to be out by the Super Bowl. But it's a corn chip flavored. Modest Brew Company added a mix of their cheddar cheese powder, and it brings the flavor of the Hormel chili cheese dip to the brew.
That's got to be gross.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good, does it?
No, we get these weird combos we try to do with beer.
Yeah, this started yesterday, or actually last night. I think 7 Central 4-packs are available at HormelChiliCheesebrew.com for $24 while supplies last. And,
you got you a couple of those?
I did not, but I did. I will tell you this: I did think of us for the discussion of chili cheese.
Talk about bitter beer face.
Yeah. There's just some things I don't like. For St. Patrick's Day, you turning things green.
Yeah, even though it doesn't affect the taste, it's the presentation.
I think we're pretty consistent as a show and as a staff on we don't like y'all messing with drinks and stuff. It's not
if
just
you got something working, leave it alone.
It's not just brew or anything. It's anything. Just I just give me my drink.
Yeah.
Let's not change colors, flavors, and all that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Works out. Other times you're the group, the outfield, and somebody says we want more songs, and they're like, "This is all we got."
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I don't know if and
your love's all we got.
I hadn't heard an interview with the writers or whatever. It could be that they knew how this was going to. The response was going to be so great that they were going to keep asking for more seasons, and they had this factored in. I don't know. I know they're adding a lot more characters. I think there was 2 or 3 other people hired on to.
Will you watch season 3? Let's get to the chase.
Yes,
no doubt.
I will start out watching,
and I'll probably watch.
Do I need to catch up and watch season 2? Binge watch it?
You got to watch season 1. You didn't even.
No,
watch
I saw it.
All complete. You're done.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
When I didn't know what was in that, upside down world that was killing deer and all that, You drug a deer in there one time. Remember whatever that thing was?
I might have checked out before the deer. I couldn't take it. I couldn't keep going.
But I do remember.
It's weird.
Let me ask you this. I saw at the beginning of season 2, and I think we can talk about it now. Enough time's gone by. If you're going to watch it.
Look, I'll tell you about a movie that's come out this weekend.
The kid that kept seeing the visions kept seeing a giant spider like in a thunderstorm.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So what happened with that? Was it a giant spider that came and ate
that? Was the kid that was originally taken in the first one, right?
Right.
He kept having these weird flashbacks.
Right, it was in his brain. Yeah.
So what happened? Did they have a giant spider?
Here's this weird little girl. Who's this weird little girl that got hit out in a cabin somewhere?
Oh, no, yeah, she's a good character.
Yeah,
that's 11.
That's about the time I dialed it back.
Is that her name? 11?
Yeah, that was her number.
Have we seen 10?
No. Well, there was another one. They're in this lab, and they got telekinesis and all that.
Here we go.
They were escapees from a lab experiment, is that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, kind of joined forces.
What about the giant spider he kept seeing outside the arcade?
I saw the giant spider. What was it?
Was it a giant spider or not?
Yeah,
Did it eat the tail?
I forgot. How about this? I've already forgot what it was.
I'm trying to be vague for those.
I can't remember. I might as well watch season 2. If you haven't seen,
hit a note with everybody.
If you haven't seen season 1 and 2 of Stranger Things, that's on you.
Yeah, it's been out
there. Yeah, it's been out there a while. You can say whatever you want.
I've forgotten, by the way. It's free reign in here.
It's not a spider. It's not an actual gigantic spider.
It looked like one in the vision.
It does.
Yeah,
it does.
Every now and then he'd look and go, and it'd be weird.
Yeah, he'd be frozen.
Like this is how I feel when Thor goes out to the planets. I'd like to see him stay on Earth.
Yeah.
Little Will.
Almost like he's going into a seizure. It'd be,
vision.
I'll just say I don't want to spoil anything.
You can't spoil it. I mean, what are you going to say next? Grant won the war? I mean, come on. We know this is old history.
So good.
Huh?
That's good.
The spider
remind
is
me,
still around.
Yeah.
That's all I'll
At the
say
end, you
about
get
that.
that last shot of
Greg,
it. Right?
come on.
Is it
Greg.
aliens?
I can't remember.
Well, just wreck everything, Greg.
So it's
Just
always in the distance in the thunderstorm, but it never comes and eats anybody.
still around.
If it's just going to stay in the thunderstorm, what do I care about it?
Well, they keep thinking they're defeating it, and
They keep trying to close that gate.
Yeah.
What was it
That's
that
right.
was getting everything?
Is it a
before?
portal?
It's some kind of portal
went
gate.
out-
the upside down world.
Yep.
And it comes out of like 80s video games?
It comes out of Pac-Man. Yes, Pac-Man's mouth shoots it out.
No,
They kept
Didn't
they
they walk
kept
into an
falling
arcade?
into it in the hall in the school, didn't
Well,
they?
no, they kept. There's a.
Why were
it was
in the
like a power
arcade?
plant or something. They were doing weird tests and all
yeah,
that.
it was like a government agency was trying to like weaponize
Oh,
it
yeah.
or do, that kind of thing.
But they didn't know what it was, right?
Where are kids 1 through 10?
Kids want to. Well, there's that one part where 11 goes goth for a second because
Yes.
she runs into her other buddy.
friend,
Yeah,
I don't know if she
yeah.
was 12 or 10.
Right.
It took me a really
Her
long
other
time to
buddy.
figure out what her other buddy's talent was. By
Now,
the way.
five, now,
story. I'll
now
give you
five
that.
of
I'll give
them,
you that.
five
Side
of them
story.
ran away and tried to go to medical school, right?
Yes,
they did. From Troy.
They did from Troy. And
Are you going to
Alabama.
watch season 3?
I'll watch season 3. Season 1 was definitely better than 2, and if 3 is not as good, maybe I won't be as excited about 4.
I should have never tried to jump in on 2. That was a huge mistake.
Season 1.
Oh, I can't believe you did that.
I
it
need to
was
go back and
frustrating.
watch them both because I can't remember any.
Yeah.
I kept saying this to everybody who'd already watched it. Who's this?
That's Goth 11.
Well, everybody got real tired of me real quick.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour is underway. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, better known as Jack, Buck, and Happy, have given you the kickoff hour. That's behind us. Hopefully you grabbed that as part of your daily Rick and Bubba experience. Eddie Van Adler joins us. He's ready. The YouTube experience. He's got an active day today. The live show, he'll also archive that for you. He'll archive a best of hour for you that you also can catch on Blaze TV and catch on our podcast archives as well. But today, the Wednesday Bible study returns too as we continue to walk through the Revelation. Today, Jesus' letter that Paul was to write down to the church at Smyrna. We'll talk about that in the Revelation today, live at noon Central Time on our YouTube channel. If you subscribe to the YouTube channel, you should have gotten an alert when this show went live today. You'll get an alert when the Bible study goes live. You get alerts when new content arrives. All you have to do is subscribe. It also helps us when you subscribe for potential sponsors going forward to keep funding what we all do here. That's also very helpful for us. So it doesn't cost you anything to do that, but it does get you some alerts so you get a reminder. Oh, I forgot the show's on, or I forgot that's on. So you can do that at rickandbubba.com. Very simple. Just go to our YouTube channel and just subscribe. We've got everybody in here who we met. Oh, there he is, the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Pull up a chair and stay a while. Rick and Bubba's on the air.
Yeah. If you're driving, just take your right hand or your left hand on your steering wheel. Let's go with the beat. 10 and 2. There's a party going on right here. Cool in the Gang.
Cool
Celebration.
in the Gang. Saw them in concert at Six Flags.
Yeah.
Awesome show.
Well,
they did a great job. I hate I did not get to see them more. They were
I know.
good.
I know. And it's really...
Cool was not the lead singer.
No.
He was the bass player.
Yeah.
JT was the lead singer.
Yeah, sure enough. There you go. And I think they still put together some version of themselves out there.
Sure. Yeah, I think JT died.
Did he? Did he go on in?
So, but I'm sure there's a version out there. There's a version of most every band still.
Oh,
out there.
yes. Well,
once you have a name, you got to go with it.
Well, Greg brings it up. Foreigner has no original members, except the few times when Mick plays with them, which is not even the whole tour.
He still owns it, but he'll show up a couple times a year.
Yeah. All right, so Bubba,
I saw them when they still had original members.
They're good. I did too. They were excellent.
And I saw the lead singer. What was his name?
Lou Graham.
Lou Graham. Now he had an oxygen tube on, but he was singing.
All right, Rick, you and I saw him in their prime.
Yes, we did, and we're in the video that was yesterday.
Yeah, they shot it.
That's always that'll show up one day in the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. What Foreigner video were Rick and Greg in? So make a note of that. It was the video for that was yesterday. Also, when you think about seeing these bands and all the things that they put out and all the different music, did you ever, Bubba, at all, and only you, I think, would take this journey. I can already feel Greg's negativity on it. But did you like any of Lou Graham's solo work?
Midnight Blue went back.
I'm not even know if I know any of Lou Graham.
You probably know the song Midnight Blue. when it was when it came out. It got
just got a great voice.
There was a
little poppy
singer,
for me. Little poppy.
There it is.
Right.
There was another singer who did more R&B, and his name was he Lou Graham too?
I know what you're talking about.
The one that sung "One in a Million."
Yeah, that was
what's his
something
name?
Graham. That was
what is his name?
It ain't Lou.
Jeff Graham, maybe. It's a different
You're
Graham.
thinking about Jeffrey Osborne.
I don't think it was Jeff Graham.
It was something Graham, but you're right. But I can't remember
look
his name.
that up now. It's gonna bother me the rest of the day.
1 in a Million.
Larry Graham.
Larry Graham. Thank you.
Oh, old man Graham's boy.
Yeah. One.
Old Larry.
Oh, that was a good song.
Oh, life had compassion and sent to me a stroke of love. Call you 1 in a million, you.
And he was in a lot of bands too.
LTD, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, this is our little music segment.
Yeah,
we really crank it out here. How about it? If you miss behind the music, just listen to this. It's all very sad. Speaking of music, sad life.
Oh no.
I watched the documentary last night because he just went on David Crosby.
Yeah, he's had a lot going on.
That's a sad individual.
Well, we have a lot to cover today. In case you missed it yesterday, Mike Pence found some documents at his classified documents at his house. We have a story out today that Jimmy Carter carried some classified documents off. So apparently, everybody here needs to go check their closet for classified documents because they're popping up like mushrooms. Well, I think we have a document problem.
I think so.
By the way, I've got to go to the farm today. I'll text you if I find any at Camp 1 in a million, you. So anyway,
I'm really, of course, it's your business, your place, but I'm really pulling that Camp House makes it. I was impressed at how nice Camp House was because I hadn't been there in years.
Well, nice may be a bit of a stretch. You can say
Rick,
nice compared to some places you and I've stayed
nice, in. Real nice.
Yeah, not Dream Ranch nice. But I mean,
there's no very few that can compare to that.
I tell people about when they ask me about some of the places we stayed.
Oh, Bubba.
The time we stayed in the metal building that was attached to the house. Now, I don't mean a barn like we have now. I mean like the Sears and Roebuck building that was just tin.
That you put your lawnmower in.
That had no bottom.
Right. Yeah.
And we had a bunk in there, and you could literally see the gap between the house and that building.
Yeah.
I could see outside, and it was 14 degrees that night.
I couldn't believe it.
And we slept in that.
Well, there were markers.
And you remember there was somebody else in a bunk that we couldn't bring them to life. We tried joking and laughing. And
I thought they were dead.
Yeah, it was kind of like that the story that Alfred Hitchcock had called The Upper Berth.
Yes.
You know, and it's like, it was scary.
Yeah, we kept thinking, is this guy alive? And then he'd move, make a noise, but he would not interact with us, and he was just man on the bunk, and he never seemed to. And that was, you have markers in your life that say, I've got a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's one for me and Bubba when we probably had the balance of our obsession with deer hunting was a little off because we literally would pack our cars, and y'all were no better.
No.
And if anybody invited us anywhere, no matter the distance or the day,
right,
we would go, and no matter the conditions.
Oh no.
And we were there for a good cause.
I'm just not that guy anymore.
Right.
It was a good cause, and we were there, but it was, I think, probably the worst sleeping arrangement I'd ever had for the weather given.
Well, you know how I am about mice, and we could hear them.
Yeah, it was.
I don't
like rats, and I don't like mice. And so, all right, we'll come back. A lot of you saw yesterday. We do have an update on Bubba, which is good. We'll share that with you. A Rick and Bubba Classic may appear on the program today that has deep Rick and Bubba history. Deep history. Your phone calls. We'll chat with you today. A lot of stories. We mentioned a couple of the headlines. We'll jump into those too.
And do you have any documents you need to confess?
Right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, sir.
Speedy's accumulated a list of movies that children of the 80s like, but their kids don't.
Correct. And this was emailed to us. I think we all have it. See, Cannonball Run.
I didn't like that.
I love Cannonball Run, the original.
When I was a kid. I haven't seen it as an adult.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have Sammy Davis and Dean Martin as priest.
Oh, my gosh.
trying
What's better than
to
that?
evade the law to get to win the race. That's pretty good.
That says weekend at Bernie's.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
But it was funny, Rick.
But we're talking about we sit down with our kids and we think it's going to slay them.
Well, I think in my mind, all of these are still funny. I'm loving those so far. See, I'd watch either one of those right now.
The point he's making in the email, correct me if I'm wrong, because I want to make sure I got this right, is the kids of the 80s enjoyed these. The kids now do not.
Yeah,
correct.
They're
that's
saying,
the way
we
he
can't
set it
say
up.
what we're.
we know we love them.
We know.
But
yeah.
we may
I'm
not
just confirming,
but we
that
may
I
not
love
love them now.
It's a test, and I'm confirming.
Or you still like them because that kid in you sees them, but your kids are going, why did you think this was good?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
just make
It's a
sure
list
I'm
of
not-
movies kids don't like that a child of the 80s does.
Yes.
So
Right.
current kids don't really.
Princess Bride was tanked with my family. Funny Farm tanked.
Love Funny Farm.
And I was just like, of course, I found out Funny Farm was
Hey,
a
pal.
little dicier. than I thought.
Yes,
a lot
it
of
is.
movies are dicey, Rick.
Hey,
Yeah.
pal, where's Rosebud?
Right.
Let's continue.
Weird Science, Top Gun, Caddyshack, Strange Brew, The Fish That Saved
Hang
Pittsburgh.
on just a minute.
Everybody
You're
likes
running
Top
through-
Gun.
Hey, hold on a minute.
That's just the
Everybody
list.
loves Weird Science.
You mean-
Kelly LeBrock during her heyday? Come on.
You think there's kids?
was a good
wait a
show.
minute. There's kids today that
and a British accent, #1.
we show our kids today Top Gun and they don't like it.
Oh,
Who
mine
doesn't
love
like
it.
Top Gun?
I gotta admit, I was playing it one day and Braden walked in. He's like, "What's this?" He didn't care nothing for it.
Really?
Yeah.
So I haven't done that one yet. I don't think
And
I
it was a cool
the opening
scene, too.
scene of Top Gun when they're on the aircraft carriers is awesome.
You know what I
Well,
think?
you think it is?
You know, I think what might be part of it is that
ringing.
the technology
something
and
on
the from the 70s and 80s and movies that we grew up and
You're
we
right.
were watching.
They're all over this.
I mean, they at the time they were
special
so
effects
well
not as
made,
good.
but now
Yeah.
the special effects. I mean, you feel like you're in the airplane,
know.
and now it's like, yeah, what's this thing?
The flight scenes and all that in Top Gun, guys, watch them again. They're not as good as you
They
think.
look better than that cartoon crap you have now.
And then,
Thank you, Greg.
Well, there's that.
That's what it's
What, I'm
standing
going
for
to
the
slam the
80s.
brakes on and they'll fly right by?
Oh, I thought it was excellent.
And then there's the volleyball scene in Top Gun. That's a lot gayer than you remember.
Yeah,
So,
that
I
that
mean,
hand, that
things aren't-
five that
Right.
slider and I
Not that
spent.
there's
It's not
anything
as
wrong
cool
with
as
that,
we
And you know
thought
what I
it was.
hated too? I mean,
Yeah,
they're in
it's not.
California, they're on the beach, and he puts this heavy leather jacket on. It had to be hot.
And he's all sweaty. He puts the leather
Yeah.
jacket on.
I'm like, what? Why are you doing that?
Oh, I thought when $6 Million Man fought Bigfoot or Sasquatch, whoever it was, I thought that was the coolest thing ever. Tried to show my boys, and I was like, this is awful. What is it?
That is
all
awful.
Keith
Speedy,
Speedy,
that is awful.
That's real bad.
$22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. So, Bubba, you put it out on social media yesterday, and we mentioned yesterday, big day for testing and scans and blood work, and, praise God, all good news.
Yeah, it was, and I appreciate the listeners who email and ask about it. We try to keep you updated. I don't try to, bleed on everybody with it, so to speak, the old DJ term, bleeding on the audience. But we got good report, good CAT scan, good blood work, and as the doctor's term, we remain in full remission. So we will take that on face value. It's good news. Thank you for your prayers, your thoughts. Yep. I would say I'm very happy about that. But I walk out of that waiting room with a lot of people who have not had good news.
That's right.
And I feel for them, and I would ask you to keep praying for those folks that are battling every day with whatever treatment they're going through, because it affects so many people and pretty much will affect every family at some point in time. So.
Yep. So it was, and Bubba and I were having that conversation, and you remember we talked about it way back when, and thankfully it was a lot of you heard that, and we were prompted to talk about how everybody doesn't always get the earthly celebration story, and and God is who He is in both of those, but we also don't want to refuse to be thankful, because that can be bad too.
Absolutely.
So anyway,
we take it at face value.
That's right.
And as I tell people, they'll ask me how I'm doing, and it's kind of become my catchphrase. My answer for that is, I said, I don't know what next month holds. I don't know what next year holds, but today I'm okay.
Well, I think, and to get to that place, that peaceful place, this actually will find its way into today's Bible study, because I mean, we've studied it and we're familiar with it, but it ties in today, the church at Smyrna. However you see these 7 letters to the churches, where you see them as these were churches that existed in that time, and that's who Jesus was talking about, or you think they represent a church's state at any time, anywhere. A church could be be going through what those are going through at any given time, and then, of course, the prophetic view of it, that these represent the ages of the church. However you see it, today it'll be about persecution. And one of the things that is cross-referenced is you go back, and it really is an example. This has been around for a long time. So Peter and James, the brother of John, they both get put into jail, and so they kill James. Okay, he doesn't come out. Well, Peter is supposed to be next. Okay, I mean he's faithful. When they go to check on him, now God lets him out. He gives him a miraculous escape. Not James. Okay, James is martyred right then, and Peter will be martyred later, but not then.
Not his time.
But when they go in there, Peter, not knowing what God's going to do, guess how they found him? Asleep, sleeping between 2 guards. He was at perfect peace.
Mm-hmm.
I may be just like James today, or God may let me out, but I know what my relationship should be with my Lord and Savior, and it is I'm serving Him. He may bring me out of this jail today, or I may be martyred just like James. But he was so unconcerned, and he was not anxious. He wasn't panicky. They go to possibly martyr him, and he's asleep in between the 2 guards. And that's kind of the way we're supposed to live.
Yeah.
And, in that case.
I share that ability now.
Right. But in that case, James got your time is over, and Peter got you'll get a little longer.
Well,
but do you think one was more favored by God than the other? I mean, they both were redeemed.
As I was talking with you and Speedy, and I think anybody that knows me, I don't live my life like I think I'm going to get a bad report.
Right. Absolutely.
But I am, when you're sitting there, it's right now I'm in surveillance mode, they call it, and every 90 days we have to go through this. So it's kind of like a speed bump.
Mm-hmm.
You see it, you got to slow down, you got to go over it, you got to take your time, and then you can speed back up again. But I am so thankful not only for the doctors, but there's so many people that work with them and their assistants and the nurses and the scientists and people who are developing all of this technology that we're spinning off, much of it out of the space program, that we can do the things we do now. It's just amazing. And the chemotherapy has come so far since my dad had to go through all that. And some of it has gone so far they don't even call it chemotherapy anymore. They call it something else, immunotherapy.
Okay.
And, you know, I'm just thankful for those people and the work they do every day. It is thankless, and they show up day after day, and they knock it out, you know.
Yep, you're right.
So we appreciate you folks. We really do.
Yeah, and there's just all of you that do the
I feel
things.
like Coach Burgess telling them what a good job
What a
they're
great
doing,
job.
you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I say, Dad is still coaching like that everywhere, Greg and I. And go with him.
Still encouraging, right?
Right. Let me tell you, he leaves behind him a path of encouragement. I mean, he's coaching everywhere we go.
That's great.
And confusion.
Yeah, you're right. Well, to a certain extent.
A little bit of confusion.
That's right. Yeah, I love seeing people who've been motivated but can't quite figure out who this person is and if they're supposed to know him. But it doesn't bother Dad at all. So anyway, that is a good news report, and we celebrate in that. And again, I hope you hear the gratitude that comes from us as you guys have prayed us through so many things in our past and in our present. And we know that you're there for us in however long a future God allows.
Yep,
you know?
absolutely.
And,
Thank you
yeah.
all. You all play a big part in that. You may not know it, but I know it.
Yeah. We don't take that for granted.
No,
it's we've been given many wonderful things by a gracious God, and you, the audience, is definitely one of those. And you have been a powerful gift, and at times, you know, you're a test. But most of the time, you are absolutely a gift.
And Betty is such a trooper through all this. You know, Betty will just be sitting there and start laughing about something, and I go, "What are you laughing about?" She said, "Well, I just thought about something," and she'll take. I mean, she's such she's always in such a good mood, and I appreciate that.
Oh, I love it.
She's good to have in your corner, you know.
Well, let me tell you what you don't need in your life, especially if you're going through difficulty, are Debbie Downers.
No.
Mr. or Mrs. Negativity. Those people, and you wonder why people don't like to be around you.
Yeah.
You know? Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Eagles.
Well, did you have a good time last night?
Well, I will tell you this.
Got your shirt on for the concert?
Put my concert shirt on. Hey, the whole Burgess gang got one. I will tell you.
They like them.
First, yes, they
sounding good, buddy.
Greg sounding
I
good
don't
over
know. That's back. I don't know.
Greg, is that from sleeping on the couch?
I guess so.
Because Helmsley claims there's something up here to get you.
There is.
Yeah,
there is. I'm telling you.
We got some kind of
it's
mold.
Killing us, guys.
There's a mold issue somewhere. We've never found it. It's probably who would have thought all the things we've experienced down here there'd be anything growing. Yeah. But anyway, I will say this with zero hesitation, and I've really thought about it because. I have my dad who has always loved the Eagles and introduced us to the Eagles when we were born.
Oh, yeah.
And my dad, very hip as far as music goes.
Yeah, people don't believe that when we say it, but I remember when we got above the Disney records, when you start getting real music.
Yeah.
And he went out and bought us all the records and brought them in. It was the Allman Brothers, the Doobie Brothers, the
Grand
Funk.
Oh, my God.
Greg, just write down your comments. I'll read them.
Greg, also, the audience has already responded, and we got to laughing so hard last night as a family. It was good to see you playing the drums with the Eagles.
Well, that explains my voice.
When Don Henley would step out from behind the kit, Greg would sit down. And we got to the point where the guy looked so much like Greg, we got to laughing and crying because I started picturing that really
So
big.
here's what that means. He's got bad hair.
Yeah.
That means that. I get it.
So I'll send this. Who could I send this to for us to put it up and see it? I don't have the Pep's cell number, but
shoot it to me.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Because I took a picture of the guy. Now, keep in mind what we're saying. when you're in this kind of lighting, whatever, I'm sure if the guy was in this light standing next to Greg, they wouldn't resemble that much.
But at a concert, 60 yards away, lights coming and going and all that, a strong resemblance.
I thought it was just us, and then I got emails to down the way and going, I didn't know Greg played the drums.
See, I really didn't get what they were talking about.
I didn't either.
Explained it.
Well, you know, the Eagles have been around 46 years. And so they're you know, Vince Gill is the new. He said, "Hey, it's weird to be the new guy in the band when you're 61." But anyway, so you know, Glenn Fry passed, so they have his son, who's only 25, Deacon Fry, and Vince Gill. The two of them combined to fill the Glenn Fry void.
Talk to me about Deacon.
He's good. I mean, he's young, very, very young compared to. I mean, I'm with.
Well, it looks like a bunch of granddads in here,
right?
Yeah.
And
there's the boy with him.
He, you know, I couldn't tell much about his guitar playing because it was mainly rhythm stuff. But
same thing as dad.
He sang.
Does he look like his dad?
Yeah.
Because in the picture he doesn't with the long hair.
Well,
but I guess when Glenn Fry had long hair.
If you take Glenn
go
Fry,
back to the old
if you
days,
take, see, this is the thing we have to do with our kids.
See, I'm thinking Smuggler's Blues forward, and you know.
Yeah, what do they? Yeah, how about Greg? What do they look
I
like?
like Smugglers.
Greg, when you want to know what your kids, if they look like or you're not, look at yourself at their age and them at their age.
Right.
Yeah, because really 25 people don't look like 70-year-olds.
Right.
They do.
Not often.
Yeah,
But they do. I feel sorry for them.
But his look, if you look at his dad when he was young, if they both would do the same facial hair at the same time, I bet there's a lot of similarity. But anyway, he sings.
I still can't get over, of all of them, and you look at them and you look how they've aged. Glenn Fry was not the one I thought would go first.
I know. What was it? Kidney problems or something? I can't remember what it was. But
I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Seemed like he was taking medicine for a lot of stuff, and that had a effect on one of his organs or something.
Yeah, but his son sings some of the catalog. Vince Gill sings the other part of the catalog. I couldn't really figure out the rhyme or reason of how they assigned. I guess I don't know enough musically to know maybe the Vince Gill stuff you would think just obviously would be things that were maybe in a higher key.
Right.
That I didn't think the boy could handle. I don't know. But anyway, it was very, 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 very good. I will say this with zero reservation because I had my dad who loved the Eagles. I had my mom who likes the Eagles. I had Sherry who appreciates the Eagles, but you know doesn't know all the history but knows the songs. And then you have two teenage boys that you would think, you know, because they've been to all the hip concerts and stuff like that. And everybody agreed from beginning to end, if you have any appreciation for music whatsoever, regardless of your musical taste, they are in a class of their own.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just not many bands from top to bottom that can even be in their league from talent. And the fact that, like what you were just listening to then, they're not just singing, here's some chords and here's some guy singing. Their harmonies, their backgrounds, their oohs, their ahs, they just put on concert. Hey! 35 minutes past the hour. We were just talking about the recession that the current administration won't call a recession. But we all know this every time we go. Two things I know, because I got paperwork on both. I know how much things cost at the grocery store compared to what they cost before this happened. And I also get reports every month on how my retirement plan's doing. I see those two with my own eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
And I can tell you, neither one of them are really bringing an awful lot of joy. So
try buying some eggs.
Right. Oh my goodness. Did you? Babylon Bee. I've got a headline I'm going to share with you. Babylon Bee has been on a roll lately, and I'm going to share one that's going to absolutely slay you today. on a story that we didn't really want to cover because I kept thinking, well, it can't be true, but apparently it is true, and we'll get into that coming up here in a little bit. But anyway, I do want to point you talking about trying to protect yourself from what is going on economically, and you need to go to learbubba.com. You know, that was a great statement made that back in 2008, there were people who kept their joyful Betty Bussey attitude. And if you really looked into it, the reason why these people were not panicking when 2008 happened, because they had gold. But right now, the stock market has dropped 24% since last year. And again, the people with gold just continue to smile. Here's where gold is right now. Opportunity is knocking to invest in gold. There are experts, one of them from CNBC just said it the other day, that says that gold likely could go up 100% to $4,000 an ounce this year. Kevin Demerit, the founder of Lear Capital, said during the recession of 2008, it shot up 50%. That gives you an idea of what a biggie this is. But the thing that kind of has everybody a little bit perplexed but peaceful is the prices of gold right now are pretty low. So it is a time, what do we always want to do? Buy low and sell high.
Yep.
So learbubba.com is the choice that we trust. Go get a free wealth protection investor's guide, and you could receive up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on the value of your purchase. Just simply go to learbubba.com, or you can call them 1-800-707-4575. That's learbubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so this Nancy Pelosi story that we really have been sitting on because there's so much fake news now.
And it's so bizarre.
And we don't want to be like the left and go off half-cocked and say things about people that cannot be confirmed.
Not us.
Yeah.
Well, won't happen
well,
here.
Let me say, we've tried to do better about that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's a more true statement. Pelosi, you remember when her husband was attacked in the home and how weird that is? And we never have really gotten to that. So I started seeing these stories that she had an exorcism at her house. Now, she claims to be Catholic. Is that correct?
I think that would
She's not a very
probably
good one,
fall in
based on
line.
the things
well,
that she
yeah,
does.
She doesn't follow some of the tenets there, obviously.
So I think that whatever the parish was in her area, the official Catholic Church came out and said, we weren't called into Nancy Pelosi's house to do an exorcism. So I left it alone. I thought, well, there it is again.
Yeah.
We're throwing stuff out about people. It's not true.
Right.
Well, then now sources have come back and said, oh, she didn't get anything officially from the parish, or the Catholic Church didn't officially endorse this, but she had one. She brought in her own person. And then we've checked again today, and apparently that is true, that she brought some sort of priest in to perform an exorcism on her house. Now, Babylon B, not missing an opportunity, has a picture of her with a MAGA hat on now and says, after priest exorcises all demons from her home, Pelosi becomes a Republican. Now, if you don't think that's funny, I don't even care if you're a staunch progressive Democrat, whatever. That's funny.
Yeah.
So apparently this did happen. And Alexandra Pelosi, the daughter of Nancy Pelosi, told the New York Times that her mother called priests to perform an exorcism of the house over Thanksgiving. This was just weeks after her father allegedly, David DePapa, was that the guy's name? Allegedly attacked Paul Pelosi with a hammer. So Nancy Pelosi, her daughter said, felt guilty that her husband was injured by a man who was looking for her, and said it weighed heavy on her soul, and it broke her. And over Thanksgiving, she had priests coming, trying to have an exorcism of the house and having prayer services. So apparently that did happen. I'm going to tell you what. I'm so confused by the left right now. You get Damar Hamlin on the field in cardiac arrest, and they're praying all over the place.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
You get your husband attacked in your own home, suddenly you're praying and bringing priests in, and then a hockey player takes a stand for Jesus, and y'all dog him. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with y'all. Y'all are real hard to follow right now. I can't. There doesn't seem to be a consistency. Here's how it looks. You only run to God when you're afraid.
I think
that's how it
pretty
looks.
much it.
And other than that, you blaspheme.
Yep, that's it.
I think they have a friend. It's called Convenient Jesus.
Right. Oh, buddy, isn't that true? Oh, Convenient Jesus is being tossed around a lot out there right now. So that's remember, that's really Convenient Jesus is his new name. Just before that was called Hippie Jesus.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't know. Adler?
Just talking about Pelosi, just in general, you know how we talk about how these politicians, they make, $150,000 a year, yet they're worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
Yep.
The DOJ has officially opened up a lawsuit against Google to break up its ad technology monopoly. Nancy Pelosi sold $3 million worth of Google stock just 4 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we wonder how they get so rich. It's because they know what's going on.
Well, and didn't she? And I may be wrong, but wasn't she outspoken when they were saying they needed to crack down on Congress members being able to trade stock based on inside information they were getting? And she was one of them that blocked that and said no, they're responsible. And but she's done this and made tons of money. I know her husband has invested money. When some of the, I think it was in the battery technology right before they said they were going to outlaw the combustion engine, by 2035.
Right.
So it seems like the Pelosi's always seem to just be ahead of the market there just a little bit, doesn't it?
Here's them actually asking her about that, and this is a classic clip. Because this has been a item of contention with Pelosi for quite a while. But here is a reporter asking her and her reaction, if you guys want it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I think we have to go now. One more, he said. Yes, sir.
Over the course of your career, has your husband ever made a stock purchase or sale based on information he's received from you?
What are you saying?
Over the course of your career, has your husband ever made a stock purchase or sale based on information you've received from you?
No, absolutely not. Okay.
Okay. You take the last question.
That was believable.
So
the
question was
that press person, whoever her handler was right there, fired that day.
Yeah. So you said one more, huh?
And if you couldn't hear, the press asked her, "Has your husband ever made money, on stock tips that he got from you?" And she said, "Absolutely not." Well, I mean, look at the track record, like Adler had mentioned. It's awful strange. When regulations coming down on the oil company, they dump oil stocks. When something else is coming, they're always about 2 weeks ahead of the market.
Well, perfect example. Yeah, perfect example. Dan Moultrie came yesterday. Something we can never forget after we're done with this trivia question. So he brought with him biscuits that had sausage and cheese on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
So if those biscuits came in, okay, and you looked and you started looking at it going, it looks like there's about 4 missing. And you found out that Bubba and I had actually met Moultrie out in the parking lot before y'all ever got to see him. You'd have to question us. I mean, you'd have to think, it's possible they knew that these biscuits were here before anybody else because they got them some before the rest of us had a shot at it.
Right.
I mean, wouldn't you think that? Wouldn't you come talk to us about it?
Yeah, well, even yesterday there was one missing when he got here, and Dan admitted on the way here he got into it.
Well, you know why? He had access to information we didn't have.
Yep.
But
Lots of cookies were missing.
By the way, before we go to the break, I must give you one more Babylon Bee. You talking about the eggs, okay? This is so good. Forbes magazine, the world's richest man. Man with Taylor Swift tickets and a dozen eggs tops Forbes' wealthiest list.
That's good.
I wish I could just go to the office at the Bee and hang out. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back. The number to be part of the show, you know it, 866-WE-BE-BIG. A Rick and Bubba classic out there today, an opportunity for you. Be paying attention for that. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Action. Yeah. I mean, everything you're hearing.
How was the mix?
Fantastic.
Good.
Everything you're listening to, they've said, let's not do this unless it's going to be perfect. Which then makes it weird because the star of the show is Joe Walsh, who would be the least perfect one of the bunch.
I know.
It's like the others, all their singing's going to be perfect, everything's going to be perfect.
Yeah.
And
as far as a singer out of all of them.
Yeah. But he is the star of the show.
He's just got that.
Well, I said it to Sharon, she agreed. I said, everybody up here, musicians and singers and songwriters, he's a rock star.
Yeah.
And she said, well, that's the difference right there. I mean, he's the showman. I mean,
You're right.
the others are just going to walk out there and they're going to sing for you and they're going to strum and they're going to do their harmonies and they're going to say thank you very much. But Joe Walsh is going to talk to the audience. He's going to goof off. He's going to jump up and down. He's going to play guitar.
Wear a funny hat.
He's going to wear play guitar solos that will just go on and just. Would you have ever thought? I told Bubba this. Would you ever thought of a catalog of a band with so many individual stars that when they said, okay, we all got stuff we did together. So we'll delve that out evenly. But when we start getting to people's catalogs away from the Eagles, that Don
Henley has a lot.
That Joe Walsh was the biggest catalog you heard.
Yeah, and that's surprising. You would have thought Don Henley.
Oh, they did. They did James Gang stuff. Walk Away, Funk 49.
Now that would
two incredible arrangements of those two songs.
I love that.
But I mean, Don Henley.
Did Joe talk about his? Did Joe Walsh talk about his ham station at all? Or?
He did not. I did tell Dad about that though, as you asked me to. I'll talk about the trip and how it all went, taking Mom and Dad 77 and 76.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to hear
They're
that.
still rocking though, Rick.
I'm telling you, they loved every second of it. By the way, there wasn't a minute of it they didn't like.
How about that?
You know why? Because everybody was good, except one thing. But we'll be back. Let's go to put it away before I can remember it. How about this? David Copperfield. Now, Speedy, you were in a David Copperfield illusion.
How cool
He
is
sawed
that?
Speedy in half.
Yeah.
Was that it?
That was the one we made your hair disappear.
Yes, and still gone.
Couldn't bring it back.
So when was this? It's
Rick.
much longer ago than I think.
Don't ask me that.
Long time.
Yeah.
Y'all don't. It's hard to
more
imagine
than
how
10
quick
years.
time's getting away. Prince died 2 years ago tomorrow. Isn't that
Did
wild?
you see that story about him?
Oh, yes. There's more details.
We
It's
can
really
work
bad.
that in.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
So anyway, David Copperfield. Of course, when I
Did he die?
first saw this story, I thought it was a story about George H. Bush. But anyway,
Watch it.
But
He is still his favorite magician.
Yeah. So anyway, David Copperfield,
No doubt.
is undoubtedly in a lawsuit involving an illusion that he did,
Which is this
Same
is
one?
the exact same one.
Trick gone bad, Rick.
And this is where somebody he pulled up out of the audience, or he had them part of the show as far as predetermined who was going to be a part of it. They were part of the group that disappeared, and then they
Just like you were.
show up in the back of the auditorium. Okay, and then it freaks everybody out. They're like, "Wait a minute! I see you on stage. How are you back there?" And apparently, in the moving from the stage to the back, you normally get off stage and then go kind of some secret way. It's either through the halls or around the back or to the side, sometimes outside and back in the front. You're trying to get to the back of the auditorium, and sometimes, and in my case, it was really dark. They had you covered, so you really couldn't see what was going on either. And this guy fell when they were moving him because he couldn't see, and there was some like construction or something like that.
He claims nobody gave him instructions on what to do. They were
Right.
just like, come on.
Would you agree with that?
And he slipped and fell. I can see how he did it. I can tell you that.
The reason why this is such a big deal, obviously, anytime there's a lawsuit, it's a big deal. Now, he was involved in 2013, so it's been a while before it's made it to court. It's called Lucky Number 13. Is that what they called it when you went?
I can't remember the name.
But anyway, he's David Copperfield, so they can take the case and find out whether he was negligent or not. They're saying you're going to have to reveal to us how you do it.
Yep.
So now the illusion is going to be revealed. You already know how they do it.
Yeah.
And you had to sign something saying you never say, right?
Yeah, I didn't have to sign anything. He just pulled us into a private room and basically said, "Hey, this is my livelihood. Out of respect, I'd like for you to please keep this secret." And basically just said, for the integrity of the show and other markets and stuff, just please don't be out talking about this. He kind of gave us a heartfelt please.
So nothing's going to happen to you then. So tell us what happened.
Well, that's what happened. I don't really know. We were sitting up on stage.
What was it called?
Well, let me ask you this. What is the trick? You're on
Lucky
stage,
13.
they cover you up.
Yeah,
and then you appear in the back. What's so hard about that?
Right. You're on.
I would have said, you know what? They ran through a tunnel somewhere and came in the back.
Now you got to understand,
bigger
I'm
than
not.
that, Greg.
I'm not in the audience, so I can't see what it looks like. I can just see and
But it
feel
looks
what
like
I
y'all
was
are still
going
there,
through.
I
Yes,
guess.
yeah. So we're up there, and it's like the.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Da-da-na, da-da-na-na. All right, so we are back, and we'll run down some stories for you today again. So apparently, classified documents now becoming the new story. Now Mike Pence discovered classified documents in Indiana home. Pence seems to have handled it a little bit differently than everybody else, meaning he found a box and then brought it in, right?
Again, I go back to things that we should be able to agree upon. Democrat, Republican, progressive, conservative, whatever. I think, and Rick, I started with the call for, is it okay for presidents to play golf or not? Because that became political.
Yeah, remember that.
Let's revisit documents, classified documents, how we're handling them, who has access to them, where and how these things are ending up, and fix the problem, and have a set of rules, and everybody will be punished accordingly. Trump, Pence, Biden, whoever. Because I promise you, if it was a ranking file type person who had clearance from, say, lovely Huntsville, Alabama, and they ended up with these in their home, they would be fired, stripped of their security clearance, prosecuted, lose their job, and might go to jail.
Right.
So if that would happen to a rank and file member from Huntsville, Alabama, if that happened to them, then the same should be true of Trump, Biden, Pence, Jimmy Carter, whoever. We've got to agree and quit making these things political. But there's obvious a problem with the way we're handling classified documents, because we get email from people who have security clearance all the time.
Right.
And they tell us they have to go into a special room that has been set up for this. It has initials with it, and I don't remember what they are. Some of you are yelling at the radio right now. It's like spiff or something. And red lights are on, and you go in and you do whatever you need to do with it, and you leave them there, and you exit, and you're checked, and you don't have them. So why are these other people carrying documents home and to work and all this stuff? Are they being packed up accidentally when they leave? Which I think is what happened to Pence. But we got to be sure this is not happening, because if this is continually happening, we don't have classified documents. We just got documents that a few people have and some don't.
Well, also, unlike some of the others that have been found with Biden and Trump, Mike Pence himself informed the National Archives that a small number of potential, now I'd underline that, classified documents were found in 2 small boxes, and another 2 boxes contained copies of vice presidential papers, and the National Archives then informed the FBI, and they're following the standard procedure, and then those that need to be contacted, the House Oversight Committee confirmed that was the case, and that Pence had notified I guess the chairman of the Republican Party as well, and then, or the chairman of the Oversight Committee, and then Pence reached out to everyone involved and said he is cooperating fully. Former President Trump said that Mike Pence is an honest man, and even though he did keep him from retaining the Oval Office. But no, I'm just kidding. So Pence was like, well, good, thank you. I needed that. Needed that kind of attitude about me back when you threw me under the bus. But anyway, so you're right. And then on video 3, Attorney General Merrick Garland is asked, are we treating, to Bubba's point and the point we've made all along, Democrats and Republicans differently? And here is the response.
He's largely silent on the issue.
I don't know why he's quiet on that. I can't even hear him. Can you? I mean,
that was quite a response.
Here we go.
Ensure that we adhere to the rule of law. These mean, among other things, that we do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans, different rules for the powerful or the powerless, different rules for the rich or for the poor. We apply the facts and the law in each case in a neutral, nonpartisan manner. That is what we always do, and that is what we do in the matters that you're referring to.
Good. Boy, he sounded confident. That was nervous, Merrick. I mean, he had a little, we treat everybody the same. I mean, it was like, remember Nervous Gump? That's what it sounded like.
Really, yeah.
I mean, I felt confident about that, didn't you? I thought,
your point, rule of law.
It's like he memorized what he was supposed to say, and he was trying to,
Did they?
Is he a quarter goat boy?
I was about to say, did they ask the Attorney General or Goat Boy? I mean, what kind of? I mean, that
got document.
What in the world? Yeah. Was can I hear that again? I mean, that has to be one of the most unimpressive Go ahead and hit play.
They ensure that we adhere to the rule of law. These mean, among other things, that we do not have different rules for Democrats or Republicans, different rules for the powerful or the powerless, different rules for the rich or for the poor. We apply the facts and the law in each case in a neutral, nonpartisan manner. That is what we always do, and that is what we do in the matters that you're referring to.
Okay. It's almost like towards the end, he didn't even believe what he was saying.
You ever see somebody that's lying so bad and insincere that toward the end they're not even buying it?
That's crap.
It's like he faded off. Y'all know why I'm saying this, and I need to say this. And
what is it about a goat that's funny?
Oh, goats are hilarious.
They're
How
really
would you
funny.
did goat yoga? Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, where they jump on them.
Yeah, I really wish. I wish we had that on the rug. I wish a goat was on your back right now on the rug.
When we had Jim Brewer here, that was hilarious.
Oh,
when I first saw Goat Boy on Saturday Night Live, I could not breathe.
I thought it was very bizarre.
How about
I could
this?
not breathe when he would interview people.
Can I tell y'all?
Right in the middle of it.
Can I tell you something? I saw him do a bit the other day. You know how people send you stuff all the time. And he apparently is a New York Mets fan, and he was doing a bit about the difference of being a Mets fan and a Yankees fan.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And he does a bit on How in the World Did We Miss Aaron Judge?
Yeah.
And he completely loses it. He's like, Mets, you live your whole life in New York feeling like you're a second-class citizen.
Right.
And he got to go. You know when a fan like loves their team so much, and it's like you when you talk about the Vikings and they get so disgusted with them, and for a moment it's all therapy and we just happen to be sitting around listening.
Right.
He starts doing that, and he does an impression about how basically Aaron Judge, once you spot him, it looked like he was part of the Nephilim or something.
Yeah, right.
And he's walking around like holding a bat like it's a toothpick. He goes, how we miss this guy? And he goes, but if you're a Mets fan, you never will get Aaron Judge. And he's never. And it was it's pretty funny. So yeah, because he's actually gone completely clean. I think in all his acts now are.
Yeah.
So and I know we had him.
He'll still throw a little goat in there.
I actually played his.
Yeah.
During the Christmas break, I played his bit when he came and joined us, and he talked about the Sears prank when he called, was it Gaddafi or whatever, and claimed that he was playing a joke on somebody else. This is back when he started his work at Sears before he became a comedian, and he's a funny storyteller. Very funny.
Rick, that first time, I think Tom Hanks was the special guest on Saturday Night Live,
You are
and he's
right.
interviewing when they do the intro. That they tried to come up with a perfect talk show host, and they mixed a goat and a talk show host, and it came. And when he's interviewing him, and when they cut back to him the second time, he's over there taking milk off of and
one of those bottles.
And I mean, just going to town on it, and the look on Tom Hanks' face, like, what have I got into here?
Yes.
Golly, that was good.
And he told us a story about when he pitched it to the writers.
They looked at him like he was nuts.
What? Go for it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I knew it was just a matter of time. Manscaped now sells beard products. I have been waiting on this. I have been excited about this because we love the Manscaped products, with the shampoo and the conditioners and the trimmer. And now, and they sent me one of their Beard Hedger Pro Kits. Hey, guys, bearded dudes, you got to get this. If you need a beard trim to a fresh shave, the technology behind the Beard Hedger Pro Kit allows you and me to shape our beard however we want it. And Manscaped products, they are so good and so superior to the other attempts at products out there. These are made by men for men. And right now at manscaped.com, use our code RICK20, that's RICK20, and you'll get 20% off and free shipping. So the beard shampoo and conditioner I'm now using, love it. The beard oil, and here's what I like about the beard oil. It doesn't really have any strong scent. its design is just to keep your beard from being coarse.
Scentless oil?
Yeah. My wife doesn't like when I don't keep it moisturized and it gets kind of coarse and it's rough up against her face. And
or you use WD-40.
Yeah, you could. There's a beard balm, and what that helps you do, you put that on just like you would your hair, put it on your beard, and you can kind of shape it the way you want so it doesn't look crazy, which mine does too many times. So this really, really helps. You're going to love all these new beard products. So the Pro Beard Kit has 3 free gifts, too. You get the beard brush, which I love, a beard comb, and scissors when you can get in there and work on areas that you're afraid to use the hedger. So get 20% off and free shipping with the code RICK20. Ladies, also a great gift idea if your husband or the men in your life have a birthday or something coming up. Father's Day is coming up in June. Manscaped.com, 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com if you use our code RICK20.
Like the curtain closes or they somehow cover us, and then when it opens up, we're still there. That's what it looks like.
But you're not.
But we're not.
Right.
And so when they close it, they tap you on the, hey, come on, let's go. And they got runners that help you, direct around to the back. Well, then it opens up and you're there, but are you really? And all of a sudden the spotlight shows in the back of the auditorium and we're all sitting back there and it freaks everybody out.
All right, so here's the thing, because I remember my dad.
So you ain't going to be able to have nothing anymore.
You can't have anything. You can't even take people and put them in a trick without them suing you.
Yeah. I know it.
How about this?
And that's when the guy in the transportation to the back is how he got hurt. He fell.
But my dad was always intrigued with illusions and how they work.
Yeah, it's great showmanship how they do it.
And I remember him saying, and now you're confirming, because he understood, he didn't know how they did it, but he understood the concept. Do you remember this, Greg? He would say to me, these people are already gone, or that tiger's already gone.
Yeah.
And I would like, what are you talking about? He goes, I know you think you see it, but it's already gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
it was very like
it's an optical illusion.
And they do an optical illusion with mirrors or whatever the case may be. You don't really know that
I don't know because I was covered up, and I can't remember if I was blindfolded or they just threw something over my head. I can't remember it because it was so long ago. But I just know I couldn't really see, and it was they were like really. Like in a bad hurry, almost like it was a fire drill or you. I mean, it was like let's go, hurry up, and so when this guy fell, he got hurt and he hadn't been able to work since.
He said he said when he was part of the trick, that he exact same thing you did. They hurried him. He said I didn't have any guidance or instruction. I had to go through a dark area, which you confirmed that is true. That was under construction with cement dust and debris, causing me to slip and fall. I was diagnosed with traumatic brain injury. I needed 2 fusion surgeries on his neck and shoulder.
Man, that's a fall.
And he said, I have in medical bills paid out more than $400,000, and he's seeking unspecified damages in this lawsuit. The MGM Grand is going to be held accountable because that's where it was held. The producer of the show, Backstage Employment and Referral, and he's going after the building firm, Construction Management, that left their stuff lying around. And then I guess Copperfield's got to come in, his lawyers, and they tried to get it done away with, but it has been allowed to go forward. And the thing that Copperfield's lawyers wanted not to be made to do is what now they're going to be made to do, and that is to reveal the secret of the trick. They don't want it revealed to the public, and they've been overruled.
I kind of wish I was told by people that were in the audience, it was like, okay, how in the world this happened? I mean, I'm sitting here looking. So it obviously worked. It kind of weirded everybody out. So I'd love to know what it looked like from the audience.
And it takes a great amount of talent to be able to give the optical illusion.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what he was saying. He was like, hey, this is what I do, and I'd appreciate it if,
Did you tell
how many people were in your group? Was it about a dozen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same trick they're talking about here, I think. Exactly. Sounds like it.
They call it Lucky 13, which means what, the 13th person is in place somehow?
I don't know, but I'm wondering if this guy actually fell and he got hurt as bad as he did he finish the illusion?
Probably not.
Or did Copperfield play it off and go, now this one here really is gone?
Yeah,
he's not back
look,
there.
I mean, you don't want
That's what I would
anybody.
have done. Well, overshot my power.
You don't want anybody to be hurt, but that list of injuries you read, Rick, sound like he was thrown off a building somewhere.
I know.
Sound like he got
He
hurt.
tripped and then fell forward and hit his head.
or something.
You know what? We know what we've discovered, don't you? David Copperfield does not know how to do magic, or he'd just make his lawsuit disappear.
Right.
It's true.
Can I ask y'all a question?
I kind of wish you'd have fell, Speedy.
We've had David Copperfield on
Not
a
to
number of
that level,
times.
but-
No,
Yeah.
but
Thanks,
don't
bud.
spring
A
it
broken
like
arm or
I
something.
hope you don't get your voice back. So we've had him on a couple of times, and
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. A Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon Central Time on the YouTube channel. We continue our walk through the Revelation. And then right now we're at the 7 letters to the churches. Smyrna is up today. And you can catch that live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, or catch it on the archive soon after when Adler gets that out to you. And he gets it out to you pretty quick. Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, and I mean it, and thank all of you for joining us.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to get into this Gavin Newsom character. Bubba, you're right. He's the new darling of the Democratic Party.
He's going to be the nominee, Rick. He's going to run. Hillary's going to run, and they're going to find a sweet way for Uncle Joe to step out of it. And but I think Gavin Newsom's going to be your man. He's the new generation. I think there's going to be a youth movement in both parties because we've seen the elderly, and it's going down.
It's hard to watch.
We've done this in the country before. I mean, this is nothing new. But Gavin Newsom, I really think, will be the Democrats' guy because he's going to tell you what he's done for California. He wants to do for the country.
Oh boy!
Just ask somebody that left there.
But if I'm a Democratic strategist, and I know that's hard to imagine, don't I know that Gavin Newsom and what the state of California that maybe a lot of most. Well, is it most
Rick,
anymore?
Gavin Newsom
who would want that? It'd be like me being hired as a coach, and you look back, and the teams I'd coached prior to this, I lose.
Yeah, well, Rick, keep in mind, you
but they see him as a win.
You think it's a normal thing. Gavin Newsom is going to tell you that California is setting the pace.
I know.
It's the way of the new America.
He's right about
that. It should be copied across the whole country. It's not a failure the way we see it.
But he's setting the stage for destruction. I'll agree with him on that.
Well, and here is typical liberal double talk. You're going to see him attacking the Second Amendment, and he is surrounded by security guards who are armed.
I know.
You know, I wouldn't have to own a gun if I had security guards around me that were armed.
I wouldn't either.
You know, we've been through this with other celebrities that were anti-gun. They're fine being anti-gun. They tell you to be anti-gun, but they have a small army defending them with guns.
We've said this 1,000 times. You're about to see it with your own eyes. And those of you that don't get to see it, we're telling you what the picture is, the image is. There's some things that you don't have to speculate on anymore, okay? If you think we exaggerate to say the progressive ultimately wants everyone out there not to be able to defend themselves and only they should be defended by people with guns. That's really what they must believe because that's how they live their life. So here's Gavin Newsom with armed security guards standing at his side making these statements. Here we go.
I mean, the Second Amendment's becoming a suicide pact, it feels like. I mean, it's just, and that's the only question the community wants. How do you get, what about our kids when they're going to school? What more can we do? And, you know, again, we look at that all the time. I mean, we did another half dozen gun safety bills last year. We'll continue to find whatever loopholes we can. We'll continue to lead the national conversation on gun safety reform. And the data bears out it works. It saves lives. California's 37% lower gun death rate than the rest of the nation. And yet with all that evidence, no one on the other side seems to give a damn. They can't get anything done in Congress.
He's walking down the street doing an interview, it looks like with a girl from CBS, and he has 4 armed guards behind him while he's talking about how good, you know, you heard what he's saying. California is the example the rest of the country ought to follow. He's already campaigning.
Yep. And I love how somehow
it was a little noisy, but I think you could get most of that.
Well, somehow the left loves to do this. They draw a line that is awkward because it really doesn't work this way. If you really, which we don't do anymore, walk it out, as we've said, critically think. Can you really draw a line from the Second Amendment to evil people that shoot up schools? See, I think the line's coming from the wrong place because really what the Second Amendment is really ensuring me is that when this crazy SOB shows up, I can shoot back.
Yes.
That's what it's really giving me. The crazy person, the reason why they're shooting everybody up is not because of the Second Amendment. It's because they're wicked and evil, and we will not look at why they're wicked and evil. That we won't look at. So that's not a line. And as you said, Bubba, if apparently there's no need for people to be able to protect themselves, which is what the Second Amendment is about, then Gavin Newsom should be able to walk the streets of California with no armed guards.
Well, he's got
now. Why does he have armed
you
guards?
can easily identify. There may be one or two in front of him too,
and we know the answer. But I'm just making the point. Why does he have armed guards? Why?
Because there might be people out that would want to do him harm.
Right. Right. There's people out that might want to do all of us harm.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't want us to be able to protect ourselves. And he's saying that the Second Amendment is a suicide pact.
Well, here's a
basically,
broader
if you don't want to get
point.
rid of it, you're committing suicide.
Yeah. Well, here's a broader point. That is a right that is given to us in the Constitution, and we really don't care what Gavin Newsom thinks about it.
No.
I don't care what his numbers are. I don't care what his stats are. You can't change it.
Right, because remember, the left tries to convince you the Second Amendment is a privilege. It's not. It's a right.
It's a right.
It's a right. That's two completely different things. Driving your car is a privilege. It's not a right. Second Amendment is a right. Two completely different things.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is just him, trying to set the stage for his liberal agenda on the national scene, and you'll see more and more of this.
And he's going to tell us, you are correct.
You heard his numbers. He said by his numbers, California is safer than anywhere else.
California is utopia as you step over human dung on the streets of San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. Right, and people leaving in record numbers.
Right, and everything. If you think it costs a lot of money where you live, try California.
And they're proposing even more taxes.
Of
they're going to
course.
tax people who've even moved from there.
Oh, Bubba, they're
which
running
I
you
still
down.
don't see how you can do that.
You can't do that. That's some emotional-based progressive statement that is stupid.
Well, I tell you what, if I got a bill from California for something and I live somewhere else, I'd probably have a hard time paying that.
Right.
Might not be able to write that check.
Mm-hmm. It's just. But remember, it's always This is a ploy, and that's what it is, that is as old as we have had politics. Fear-mongering. I can get you to give up liberty and give up your freedoms by scaring you. The pandemic was a raging example of that. Yeah. If I can scare you enough, I'll get you to give up liberty. And because you probably won't give it up any other way, so I have to terrorize you.
Isn't it strange, too? It's just built into the DNA of humans that we want to be able to tell somebody else what to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that we always want to get in everybody else's business. And thank goodness that we live in a country where the forefathers said, you're going to have freedom. You're going to have some independence. And we're going to keep the government out of you, off of you as much as we can. Of course, we've let a lot of that get away.
Right. We also
it may have been why they had a Second Amendment.
Human beings in their fallen state love to make you live by rules that they don't live by.
Oh yeah,
because remember the ruling class. I mean, John Kerry's already told you that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can't count airplanes against him. He's too important. And you know,
and he still looks so sad about it.
You peasant, you're not allowed to get on an airplane because you're going to destroy the earth. But he has to go save the planet, so he gets to rise. Right. It's unbelievable. What the arrogance of these people?
Well, wait,
I mean,
if you think that's good, just wait. Gavin Newsom is going to talk down to you like you're a dog before it's over.
You're right.
You already were just told the Second Amendment was a suicide pact.
Yeah. You know what I say? If you want to talk down to me, get in line.
Yeah, that's right. You got a lot of people to wait on.
You want to check in with the folks, or you want to come back and hit some more?
Check in with the folks, Rick.
Let's check in with the folks. All right, all 10 lines are available.
I'm going to have to make the long trek. So
okay, you going to the restroom? Good luck to you, buddy.
I'm going.
All right, 866-WE-BE-BIG, all 10 lines available. Let's chat with you. Looking forward to that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They've gone good. But the last time we had him on, it didn't go real well.
Now, that was the one on the tour bus.
We had him in the studio, went real well, and then we had him on a tour bus, and he seemed a little distant.
Did Bubba do him like he did Paul Thorne?
No, I wouldn't.
More like Bill Elliott.
Oh,
wow.
David Copperfield came in this studio, and I thought when he left, we'd be invited to all the shows.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
I felt like we were tight.
I disappeared. I like went with him to the show. That's how
but
tight
our friendship
we were.
disappeared, much like the illusion.
So
trusted you.
So then they want us to,
of course, classic them, make him disappear.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And then they tried to. Then we tried to talk to him on a cell phone via the tour bus. And then
I think we had a bad connection. Didn't his manager, because didn't we call him back later and he say he couldn't hear good?
No, it wasn't a bad connection. He just wasn't in a good mood.
Wasn't he busting up with that woman he was married to?
Claudia?
Yeah, Claudia Schaefer.
Schiffer. That's Paul Schaefer.
No, Claudia Schaefer is actually the one that has that eye clinic, right?
That's right.
Yes.
But anyway,
so he gave y'all 0 on that.
Popped my neck.
Yeah, he was very. I mean, to the point that I was like, well, wow, what a jerk.
Am I wrong?
Greg,
I'm a fan of stuff like that.
When he was in the studio, though, I mean, I thought we were high school buddies.
Kidding me?
Well, that's it's almost like you were with somebody and you think, there they are. When they see me, they're going to light up like a light.
Yes, he can't wait when he realizes that.
And you start doing all that. Remember that time you was in the studio? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, man, you still got it. The tour's going well? Yeah, it's doing fine.
Oh, my God.
Alrighty. This is not going anywhere.
Personality.
I used to think 10 minutes was a short period of time. It's actually quite long.
I thought we were friends.
We'll be right back.
Remember last time?
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all here this hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us, Sergeant Pepper. Little James Gang action with Joe Walsh. Some of that from last night's tour. Got to see the North American tour with the Eagles. We've recapped that. If you missed that, you go back in your Rick and Bubba Extreme Club archives. Will be hour number 2. We talked about that entire hour. Right now, I'm over here cleaning up because I don't know what just happened to Greg in the break, but
I don't know what.
And I'm
Rick,
finding it everywhere.
I thought you had said something to Greg and got him tickled while he was drinking, because he's drinking. All of a sudden, he just spews his drink all over you and the chair and everything else.
There's been an ongoing thing from Helmsy, who is an allergy person, but so is Bubba. But as you said, it could be. We all are affected by different things.
Yeah, we may have different spectrum there.
There's things that affect me that may not affect anybody else. And Helmsy has said there's something here at the plaza that causes him to have a sort of a reaction. Greg slept here last night in his office on his couch, and his voice is gone, and it's all weird. And Helmsy says in the break, when Greg uncontrollably had some sort of swallow reaction that you said you couldn't control, right?
I don't know what happened.
And you spit Powerade all over me.
Yeah.
And all over the board. And then Helmsy, almost pleading, says, "Rick, is somebody got to die before you'll address what's wrong here at the plaza?" I mean, because it's got Greg where he can't even drink a Powerade now.
I don't know what happened.
Was that uncontrollable?
Yeah.
I thought to myself,
he may have a restricted windpipe, Rick.
I don't think I did. At 51,
well, I'm talking about, but some may be closing because of a reaction. Greg, I enjoyed talking about Billy Lindsay, but I think was that funny.
I know.
I mean, it was.
I don't know what happened.
So anyway,
so just it rejected it. You tried to.
I really thought your brother had said something to you, and you laughed and you spit it out. That's exactly what I thought.
That's what it looked like from over here.
But then when I saw Rick's reaction, I knew that's not what it was.
Let's just go with
Thanks for spitting that all over me. That was awesome.
You a little sticky now, Rick?
Well, it's everywhere.
Really? So it did go all over.
Well, just little. It's not little specks though. It's not like a big.
But you're right, Bubba. He might have that tiny throat syndrome you have.
Yeah. Yep. Tiny throat.
It was a mist.
Throat, tiny brother.
Tiny brother, tiny throat. By the way, we did have fun. Speaking of tiny fingers, tiny toes, Kevin Derryberry's golf tournament was yesterday.
That was a lot of fun.
I had a great time, and we got to see some. You know, the thing about this celebrity golf tournament, and those of you that may be new to the program, Kevin Derryberry has been part of the show for as long as it's been in existence.
Yeah,
has been a friend and a great singer and songwriter, musician, and has a ministry that we. Support and give airtime to, and look forward to seeing him. And he does his golf tournament every year to raise money. It's kind of one of the big fundraisers for the ministry, and we've been going over there in some way, shape, and form for 13 years. So it was good to see those of you that were there in town for that. Went by, and when you get there, and I know that we have a bit of a reputation about this.
Mm-hmm.
21 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today. Phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and they are aplenty. We'll start with Daryl out of Sweet Home, Alabama, sitting up there on line number 1, and he'll get us started. So, Daryl, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
So I just wanted to call in and remind people that we do not have a Second Amendment right. Our rights are bestowed to us from our Creator. And the Second Amendment is just a statement to our government saying to keep your hands off of our firearms. The right of people to keep and bear arms is a statement to the government. They get hung up on a well-regulated militia, but even CNN got that right whenever they broke down the document and told us what they were talking about, and they were talking about ready to fight a war at any moment, essentially.
Yeah, but you just said something wasn't a right, and then you used the word right in the description of it, so it is a right.
Well,
I understand what you're saying about the ultimate giver, but when we're talking about government, I know you're saying they don't have the power truly to give anyone rights, and I understand what you're saying, but it is a protected right in the Constitution because it actually has that word in the description. Mike in Tennessee. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I look so forward and hope so much that DeSantis gets in and that he winds up getting it. And I like Trump and everything, but like the debate between DeSantis and Newsom, that would be appointment freaking TV for me, like the Alabama-Tennessee game.
That's true.
Well, I think
it'd be a lot of fun.
I think you're going to see. I think everybody on both sides are going to be thinking that they need to make a generational change. You saw this when Eisenhower was in, when Kennedy went in, that our leadership was getting a little elderly.
Yep.
And usually you'll see a move to do that. You saw that even with Bill Clinton to a degree.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point watching President Biden that I think I would be nervous if he sat down at the table to eat with me.
Yeah,
it's getting to that point.
Yeah, if applesauce was on the menu, you'd have a hard time, wouldn't you?
Mark in Illinois. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. First-time caller.
Thank you.
I've been listening to you for a few years.
Thank you.
I don't know if y'all have heard the rumor or not, but the Illinois governor has been saying that he's talking about going into running for president.
I haven't heard that. No. And what's your governor's name?
J.B. Pritzker.
Have you heard that? I have not heard that, Mark.
Oh, I think there'll be a lot that'll come out early on, especially on the Republican side. There usually are. But I think polling-wise, I think DeSantis and Newsom are probably going to be pretty high. Trump will be in there. I don't know how that'll play out, but that'll
be an
see.
interesting.
Yeah.
Bubba, Omar took a break from making tents and has joined us.
Okay.
Omar,
Hey, Omar.
Omar, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey.
I moved from the People's Republic of California. I was born and raised there, and I can't stress how miserable it is to live there.
Yeah.
Especially during the pandemic, where even in 2021, 95% of people wear masks outside. There's homeless camps everywhere throughout the state. The cost of living is unbearable. And there's over 160 abortion clinics in California, and that's what California wants to bring to the rest of the country.
Yeah, I just can't look. No offense, the weather there can be quite nice, but no offense, when you look at the state of California and you who have left there, you're laying it out in great detail. I just don't find that intriguing, and I wouldn't want to live that way. So I really wouldn't want the person who was part of creating that to run the rest of the country.
No, but there's an inherent way that happens. California being such a large state, we've had several presidents from there, and both sides. So
Sure.
We'll probably have more.
JP, Florida, the free state of Florida. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. This is JP.
Yes.
Yeah. So the state of Florida has that tax for leaving the state. Just want to let you guys know that that's not new in the democratic world. In the state of New Jersey, back in 2004, they had what they called an exit tax. And if you sold your house and were moving to another state and buying another piece of property in another state, the state of New Jersey charged you an exit tax. Now that happened to me, although I was exempt because I was in the military.
Sure.
However, my in-laws were moving with us, and they were not buying property. They were moving with us, and they tried to charge us that exit tax.
Wow.
And I got up and walked away from the closing table because I told them they couldn't do that. They weren't moving, buying property somewhere. Eventually, it went a couple hours, and eventually they gave in and didn't charge us the tax.
Wow! So it's not
a new thing. So Democrat states are pulling this again here in California.
I mean, before we know it,
Wow.
California will put a wall up saying that they're trying to keep people from moving in, you know,
and moving out.
Well, it'll really be for moving out, like
You're right.
like the Russians did with Berlin.
You're right. Yeah, that's classic. I mean, it sounds like, well, you're not going to leave here and get away from our taxes. It almost sounds like that they've come up with a state version of how you get punished for going to your retirement account too early.
Well, how do they? I mean, how would they know? I mean, if I'm selling my house, I could just say, well, I'm just selling it. I'm on rent. You
Right,
know? I mean,
yeah.
how do they know?
I don't know. We continue.
That would fall under none of your bizwax.
We stay with
Did
Mark.
you like that saying? Rick?
Oh,
None of your
bizwax. Oh, I like that. And you know, another thing I like, and Sherry used this with the kids when they were little, when they would ask us a question, what are you going doing? Nunions. Nunions business. Marcus, staying in the free state of Florida. Marcus, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Two quick things. Classified documents. I had a top secret SCI when I was in the submarine force, and top secret and above, there was control numbers. Even when you go to destruct them, there's two parties reading back the control numbers to each other. I don't know how you could get away with this stuff in your hand, but apparently they found a way. The second thing is, I think you should change your morning kickoff hour to the morning circus with Happy Buckjack.
That's funny. That's funny.
Hey, I wanted to ask him a question about that.
Did he hang up?
Yeah, he.
Come on.
Oh, that was
He hit and run.
That was his stanza.
Yeah,
He was going out.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
out. He finished on a high note.
All right, let's go to Lynn in Sweet Home, Alabama. Lynn, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I was just wanting to know, y'all were talking about the document. Is anybody brave enough to go in the Clinton home, or
No.
are they afraid the investigators may come up missing?
No, yeah, sorry.
there's no telling.
Nobody wants to go in there.
There's no telling what you'll find in the folders there.
Steve in Illinois. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing this morning? Roll Tide, baby.
The road tide.
In a road tide back.
Roll Tide. No, our governor, I'm originally from Alabama. Our governor signed the bill there last week on assault rifles and capacity clips.
And this is the one that wants to run for president?
I'm sure the FB does.
I'm confused.
Well, I was afraid because it sounded he was getting angry, and I don't know where he was going with that.
Was he say he was from California?
No, he said he's from Illinois, but he came from Alabama.
Okay.
And he said this governor the guy was calling about just did something on assault rifles and clips or something like that. And then when I asked, you know, is this the one that's going to, the guy said was going to run for president, he started to, I think, give him some descriptive words.
Yeah,
and I thought, well. All right, so bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Joe Scarborough, Bubba, our old friend. When did he turn into Jimmy Neutron? We don't remember, but we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a discussion about the food, and so we were like, okay, you've got the main meeting part of the food, then you've got this tent we discovered just last year. Wasn't that first year we discovered it?
Yeah, we didn't know the
maybe
tent
the year
was out
before.
there.
Yeah, there's like a white tent for like sponsors, I guess.
Yeah, they get a little extra.
Right, and so in there is a different world of food, and but what you have here is in our business, very much like we were talking about earlier, the music business. You know, you might be in one band and then find yourself in another band. You know, all the people play at some point in the same band with each other, you know, over time.
Yeah.
You're on the road. So when you're with your radio friends, one time you worked the same station they did.
Right.
You know, now you might be in a competing station. Then you're back together again.
Right.
And
Same
then,
group, different station.
So it became, you know, to me, Kevin Derryberry's Celebrity Golf Tournament is one of those rare days where we take our logos and we put them down.
Right.
And we just become people in the biz, and we reflect on our time together.
The brotherhood, Rick.
A brotherhood, all for one cause. And so we were reminiscing with some, and I felt bad for JT.
Yeah.
Because
JT.
Oh, JT.
Undoubtedly,
Juliet Tango.
Undoubtedly, JT hasn't been to this a lot. Was this his first time?
This is his first time because
Yeah, I don't ever remember seeing him there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could tell too. It was his first time.
I can't picture JT being a big golfer.
Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't have thought that either after he played.
Right.
But anyway, he started. He started texting all of us during the show. He was so
Right.
excited.
He was
So
pumped.
excited.
because he'd been set free from the radio world on a beautiful spring day in Alabama.
How did he get loose to do that? Because every time we invite him to go eat somewhere, he can't because of all of his voice tracking.
I'm
I
glad.
mean, did he just leave that alone? Did it just go to pot yesterday or what?
It's a great question. I don't know how he did it because I'm like you.
Because we have birthday dinners and stuff, and I can't come. Got a voice track. Got 6 stations. Yeah.
I've got my voice tracking to do there, Rick and Bubba. But thanks for asking. I've got pipes. We got to be cutting for 1890 stations all across the country. I'm JT. Maybe you've heard of me. But anyway, so we're there, and for some reason, reminiscing with Justin Brown's always a blast.
Right.
Yeah, that's
right.
And who also, it's weird for when we sit around and talk about people who actually do have good voices. Then there's us.
Mm-hmm.
And but we were trying to figure out the because what you really have here at this tournament is what my mother, and I know this won't shock any of you, and we've talked about it on the show before, but in case you're new, my mother said when I was a little boy, and I could be a little portly as a little boy. That she had discovered that I was getting portly, and she thought, well, I know what he eats, but he's eating somewhere else. You know what I mean?
This is when you were eating at the neighbors.
And she discovered that I had 2 houses down that the dad was a fireman and had a different schedule.
Yeah.
And so they would eat really early, and my mom would eat it like my dad would come home from coaching, which would be more like 6:30.
The late dinner.
Yeah, or something like that. And so they would eat at 5. And so they had a red stool, and my mom couldn't find me one day. And she went down and looked in through the screen door. Everybody had their door open in the screen door.
Yeah.
And there sitting at the neighbor's dinner table,
just having at it,
was her son eating his 5 o'clock dinner. And
then you came home for the 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
dinner.
I was hitting them both. and so
you thought you'd found something.
Little Rick had moved in.
Sure.
So in this, you had the official lunch, and this is the thing, where I start thinking about us and our eating.
Mm-hmm.
You had, and we're trying to do better, you had the lunch that everybody can have.
Right.
And then there's another lunch available to sponsors. I think you're supposed to pick one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
So
not both.
But what we did is we just kind of flew cover over both of them.
Yeah.
And treated
Worked
one,
the line.
Treated one as almost the base and the other as a
the main course.
Yeah. And that was, I think that's been a glorious find.
Oh, we hit a home run yesterday.
Yeah.
We absolutely did. Because we went small plate in the main area, and then we couldn't wait to get to that tent. Couldn't wait.
Well, and I kind of lost track of it because I'm supposed to welcome everybody and do the old $1 million shot, which I had a really good. I
love those kind of things.
Well, I had a good time with it because the guy who won wasn't where he was supposed to be, and then he didn't have his clubs, and he'd already played.
No, he didn't win the shot. He just won the chance to take the shot.
Take it. But he'd already played in the morning flight, which meant he thought he was done for the day.
Right.
And then his buddies start saying things like, "There's never been a safer $1 million on the planet."
Right.
You know what I mean? And then I started claiming that I could tell by his body language he wasn't going to make it. And everybody started hacking. And then I said, if he lands in the water, he'll get a Rick and Bubba T-shirt. To which his crew screamed, "You'll be out of T-shirts," because he's been in that water all day. So it was fun. But I lost track of time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In that 10 area, and JT comes in.
Oh, here he comes.
Well, JT,
look at that hair too. Look at that. That's a little selfie that Connie Derryberry made. Yeah.
It's 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. HelixSleep.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show to get you a good night's sleeping, man. Don't you need it? Don't you need it? So much research has gone into our ability to get a good night's sleep. Really pays dividends on our overall health. And part of the reason you toss and turn, maybe you don't have a mattress good enough, or maybe it's old and it's not doing the job anymore. Could I encourage you to go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba? Go there. When you're going to see a few questions, and they're going to ask you about how you sleep, side, back, or stomach. They'll ask, do you like a firm mattress, soft? Do you like one that is somewhere in between? Also, if you're a large person, they've got some that were designed for the big and tall. So ask about that. Got very a lot of different models, 16 different ones to choose from, and then they'll customize that model to the way you sleep. Greg and Lisa Burgess, they have theirs. They've been raving about this.
Customized for us.
Customized just for them. You get 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you love it, and we're going to get you $350 off if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. You also can find that link by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, the ever-confusing, ongoing COVID-19 vaccine boosters, all this. We got a couple of audio and video clips for you. Joe Scarborough, the thing that gets me on all this, look, if you are on board and you believe that the vaccines and the boosters are the right thing for you and you and your doctor have discussed them, that is your business. But sometimes I guess we all can be guilty of clinging to something because we want it to be so, but it really just isn't. And this is the thing. Greg brought this up, I guess it's been probably over a year ago, when Billie Eilish, what's her name?
Eilish.
Yeah, 20-something years old, and she caught COVID and said that she was so thankful that the powerful, wonderful, I think that was the word, the wonderful vaccine, if she hadn't had that, she probably would have died.
Oh, they said that. Yeah, would have died.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, you're young. What are you talking about?
There was less than 1% chance you would have.
Right.
Age in your head.
No matter what age you are.
Yeah.
So, and I think the older would maybe got up to 1%. But anyway, so Joe Scarborough, who, I remember back when he had some sense, and then he kind of just drifted off the left end. Right. And then his head and his haircut slowly began to turn into Jimmy Neutron, the animated character. He just started taking on an odd look, too, to go with it.
Sure.
But now I want you all to think about this, okay? You talk about clinging to something.
Mm-hmm.
So Scarborough is about to – now, here's what you got to know about Scarborough. He's had 1, 2, 3, count them, 3 COVID shots, okay, 3 of them. And he just got a bad case of COVID. So he was sick because you know what? COVID will make you feel really bad. So will the flu.
It's a bad sickness.
Yeah,
you don't want it.
I've had people tell me.
Sorry, Bobby.
I've had people to tell me that have had both the latest flu and the latest COVID. That's crucial, and found the flu to even be worse as far as the way you feel.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking about which one's more dangerous than the other. So he said, now I want you to hear this. He's about to tell us. Now, he's had 3 COVID shots. Please don't miss this. He's had 3, still got it, and had what he's calling, I guess, a bad case of it. But listen to the justification of the ongoing, never-ending boosters. He now says, I just should have got 4.
Wouldn't have been as bad.
Wouldn't have been as bad. Now, he has no way of knowing that. But here's what we do know, that 3 didn't keep it from being bad. That we know. But 4 would have. So here comes Joe Scarborough to want us to all know that we should roll up our sleeves and just let them start boosting us on both arms. All right, here we go.
It's interesting. I had not gotten my COVID booster.
Mm-hmm. Which one? The 4th?
The 4th,
yeah.
Because, we went to London, then got COVID.
Yeah.
Got completely knocked down for a while.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Months.
Exactly. Well, I wouldn't say months.
You were knocked down for months.
Exaggeration.
Months?
Yes.
I wouldn't say months.
No, it was a long time.
So anyway, weeks. Let's TJ just weeks.
It
was weeks. I was fatigued for a long time.
It took 3 months.
I'll say it's very interesting though, because we're learning a lot more about what your resistance to COVID may be.
Yeah.
What was that? Back in September, just got my checkup. And the antibodies are like at 100% right now.
Interesting.
So it kind of works out. But again, we found out the boosters, the vaccines, they don't stop the disease, but they certainly do make a big impact. Instead of me being down for a month with fatigue, if I'd taken the booster, I would have probably sneezed and said, what was that? And kept going.
Exactly.
That's the difference. And so I love when people go, oh, I'm not going to accuse the difference. So you still get COVID if you get that. No, that's not the purpose of it. That's never been the purpose of the flu shot. It's so it builds up your resistance, just like actually getting COVID builds up your resistance.
Exactly.
So
keep you from going to the
listen,
hospital.
so do yourself a favor, right? And get off the websites that Chinese religious cults are putting as a front so they can get a stronghold in America and in your mind, and get yourself a booster shot.
It's important.
You'll be glad you did.
Chinese Christian
I
site.
think you see what's influencing this situation here, don't you?
Oh, yes, I
the
do.
one that told Joe how
Yes,
long
I
he was
do.
sick and would not back down.
Do you realize how obvious it is?
Years.
Is it a wife? Are they married?
Yeah, oh yeah,
they are.
Yes.
Do you realize?
Rick, that's when he started.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you realize?
I understand.
Do you realize how clearly she's embellishing? You were down for months. I would say months. Months. I wasn't down months. Months. It was months. He wanted to say a couple of weeks, and then he finally said, "I better say at least a month, or I got to go home." So what we just heard is I took everything they told me to take. I still got COVID, and I was down. We don't know how much time because they were embellishing.
If he was
say
down for months, wouldn't we have had a story on it?
Yeah.
Joe Scarborough
Yeah.
missing off MSNBC for months.
So he was probably down for a week or so.
Yeah,
okay,
which it
that's
does
kind of
that.
what I'm hearing. If you get
And you probably don't feel good for a month or two. I got that.
Yeah.
I got it. It can run long.
But he's saying, and I love the fantasy of this, if I'd only taken the fourth one.
Mm-hmm.
If I'd taken the fourth one, I would have just sneezed.
And kept going.
Now, how he knows this.
How do you say that?
Now, I'm gonna wonder, I think I know the answer. Back before he took booster 1, I bet he said, see, if I take this booster, if I get it, it'll be just nothing.
I'll just sneeze and keep
and then
going.
and then he goes, now I've taken booster 2. See, now if I take booster 2, it would just no. Now booster 3, I'm just going to. And then after all these boosters, he still gets it. He still feels terrible for some length of time. Okay, that is up in the air. Yeah. And he's now saying, if I'd only taken the 4th, it'd just been a sneeze. Now I just want all of you to realize, do what this is between you and your doctor. It's your own business. But y'all can deduce, can't you, that there's no way that Joe Scarborough can make that statement. And I think we all have a hard time thinking he's right based on what? The fact that he's already had all the other ones before this. I mean, this isn't overly complicated.
Also, can we talk about the fact that he said that Chinese religious cults are responsible for the websites that people see that are against vaccinating? Is that what he's saying?
He did say that.
And so the vaccine is going to save America from China getting a stronghold in what is he
in our
talking
mind.
about?
He also said, don't miss this, that the vaccine was never designed to keep you from getting it.
That's not true.
What happened to get vaccinated for your friends? You're not getting vaccinated. I mean,
it actually was. It actually was.
Yeah.
And then he said, just like the flu shot. No, when you take the flu shot, they hope they got the right strand and you won't get it. That's what they're hoping.
Yeah.
And if it is the right strand, it will keep you from getting it. So that is the biggest garbage pail of gobbledygook, and he just rolled it out.
If you've been all in on the vaccination bus without question, okay, and then you get it all, and you still get very sick from it, which apparently he did, according to his wife. How do you save face? What else can you say? I mean, you're all in. There's no backing up at that point. Yeah. And I mean, what else is he going to say?
What is he? But is he Fonzie? I mean, is he not capable to say? Look, I don't have a problem. I don't know whatever happened to this. I mean, we all can be prideful people. I totally understand that, but it's not some horrible thing or indictment on you if you tried something in the beginning that you were told something about. And then as time went on, you said, now that we have a bigger sample of how this works, I think what I thought in the beginning just wasn't correct. What's wrong with that? How many times have I've had to come back and say, well, I thought that, but now that I look at the evidence, I think I was wrong.
Well, he's not allowed to think.
That's the bigger point. We had some others.
Check with the boss there.
Yeah, the next one's really good.
We have some others. We have, they've tried to keep Elon Musk from saying what he's saying about the boosters, but he won't cave. And Bill Gates is even trashing the current COVID shots. But he said, don't worry, I've got something else coming up. So
let me buy your farmland.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
So
there's Justin Brown and JT.
See, JT, because JT is if you never met JT, he is the quintessential.
If you've ever been down to any beach community,
right?
JT is that guy,
Or a pawn shop.
Yeah,
He's that guy.
He's that guy that's walking,
or a disco.
He's got his button just one more button down from Bubba, and he's got
comfortable shoes on.
He's got comfortable shoes on.
Because he thinks they look good.
He's got his shirt is incredibly comfortable. It's barely even. You can almost see through it. It's so light.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, he's tanned
with a beach scene on it.
He's got his gray hair, chest hair, and he's got a chain swinging right in the middle.
He's
of
got
it.
gold. Now he accessorizes.
Yeah.
I mean, he really accessorizes.
He's got his white hair, but it's flowing. It's still got flow to
Oh
it.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got his perfect sunglasses on, and he's gonna have a little tan on his legs.
Oh yeah.
And he's thinking, and he's got him a mimosa to start the day.
Yes,
he does.
You know,
Cigar.
and he's got a cigar ready to go.
Got it like he likes it.
And that's the life he was wanting to live yesterday. And I'm like, guys, JT, the rest of us, we're not done for the day. I mean, I got eagles waiting on me and all that. He's like, let's just stay out here for hours and laugh till we cry. And I'm like, that was his quote.
He was so desperate. Stewart asked me to play.
Oh, yeah. He got into that. But at one point, he realized that Justin Brown was actually going to play. Was that it? Or
No,
Rod
Justin
Drive?
was there doing what we were doing. He was just there to have lunch and hang out and fellowship and
He found
meet
out.
and greet.
He found out Justin Brown had cigars, and then we didn't have to foot with JT.
Yeah.
He found his
He
draft.
started talking about what's that thing you keep them in?
Oh, the
humidor
and all that.
And once
if he lights that up,
Well, he used to have a radio show about cigars.
I know.
You do realize that.
Once they
Golf and cigars.
Once they start talking cigars, I vaporized into thin air.
Yeah, we handed him off to Justin, and
Right.
we got out of there.
Yeah. Appreciate y'all listening to you and Greg.
Oh
The
yeah.
sermon, yeah.
Y'all, you just, that means abandoned me.
I was
They
there.
had a pipe going in there, and then all of a sudden they shut
and
it
then
off.
it went away, and then we got pulled in.
Too tough just to stand there with me.
Well, Rick, this bald head in that sun, I had to be careful.
Yeah, well, it was 5 minutes.
This bald head can get fried in 5
I
minutes.
recognize you on the mic. Y'all wouldn't know where to be found.
I was waving from inside.
I recognize Bubba out there by the pond. Nine minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us again today as we unpack the story. So we've been working on the latest COVID-19, Joe Scarborough, ridiculous. We also have a story today that is saying, just hang on. You hear Joe and all the talking heads preparing you for this. And there's no hiding this. This is actually in the story today. Just as you will be guilted into trying to get a flu shot every year in the ever-going annual flu shot, again, that's between you and your doctor. It's your personal decision. But now you're going to see the COVID shot is going to become annual as well. And you see us heading that way. So we know that Elon Musk said that he'd had a bad reaction to the latest booster, and then he said his cousin was having issues with his heart. This did not go well, and so we have the guy that we keep playing that's with Pfizer that has the thick Greek accent.
Yeah.
I don't know his name, but we keep yeah, whatever. So this video we're about to play for you, and this is the beauty of Elon Musk taking over Twitter. It's been banned on Facebook. It's been banned on Instagram. It's been banned on YouTube, but it is available on Twitter. Because Elon Musk will not let it be taken down. Mm-hmm. So here he is being asked if he wanted to. What was it? I don't want to apologize for the misinformation he's been rolling out.
Yes, exactly.
All right, here we go.
Ask you, when did you know that the vaccines didn't stop transmission? How long did you know that without saying it publicly?
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Answer that question. I mean, we now know that the vaccines didn't stop transmission. But why did you keep it secret? You said it was 100% effective, then 90%, then 80%, then 70%. But we now know that the vaccines do not stop transmission. Why did you keep that secret?
Have a nice day.
I won't have a nice day until I know the answer. Why did you keep it a secret that your vaccine did not stop transmission?
Is it time to apologise to the world, sir? To give refunds back to the countries that poured all their money into your vaccine that doesn't work, your ineffective vaccine?
Yeah, you have a little bit around.
Are you not ashamed of what you've done in the last couple of years?
Do you have any apologies to the public, sir?
And it goes on and
Boy,
on.
he wants this to
Wow.
end.
Oh, it goes on
where's
for-
his handler at?
She's holding his arm.
she's there.
There it is. So everybody, think about, should it concern any of you that journalists around the world are simply doing their job? And Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube says you're not allowed to see that. We don't like these hard questions to this man.
Twitter is the only place you can get that clip now. Thank you, Elon.
Right. And, of course, our archive will not be seen today.
We'll see what happens if that
That's a good point.
All right. Even young. How about this? Even Billy Gates is saying the current COVID vaccines are not doing the job. But of course, he's going to have an answer for us. But even Bill Gates,
I thought he was working on cows.
now even Bill Gates is saying, "When I'm not working on cow burping, I got to get on this." You know what? I think he wants to have some sort of credibility. Instead of keep saying that these vaccines do things that they don't do, and so now he's going to admit they don't, but he says there's more options coming. So here we go.
Anyway, so antibodies, antivirals. We think we can also have very early in an epidemic a thing you can inhale that will mean that you can't be infected. A blocker, an inhaled blocker. We also need to fix the three problems with vaccines. The current vaccines are not infection blocking. They're not broad, so when new variants come up, you lose protection. And they have very short duration.
So he's admitting that. And don't forget, and I don't forget, it was not the guy who worked on the mRNA, but it was the other doctor that everybody wouldn't allow to talk, who had all kinds of accolades. Was it Thompson?
No, it was. You mean the one we talked about?
No. Mm-hmm. That's the one who came out.
Robert.
The one that did the mRNA. He was the one saying I wouldn't give them to children.
Right.
And all this. But there was another doctor early on that the minute the variant came out, the second variant, he said this vaccine is now obsolete. And he was the one that said that vaccine was designed to go after the alpha COVID-19 virus. Now that we have, was Delta next? That's before we started changing it.
There was something in there between them.
Went through Omicron.
Yeah, whatever the next one was, he said at this point, the vaccine is now obsolete because it will not keep you from getting the variant.
Right.
It won't do it. And, of course, we were not allowed to hear that, but Bill Gates just said what this guy was saying 3 years ago.
Right.
And he said, so you got to come up with some way to overcome that, or, the mistake I think that we made, I was talking with someone, and let's see, we have one, two, my sister's a teacher, Greg's daughter's a teacher, Adler's wife is a teacher,
my son,
your
my
son.
son-in-law.
And I was talking with a teacher that said, look, when I first started teaching small children, I got sick all the time. But then my immune system said, okay, thank you for exposing us to all this. And then I started being a person who never got sick.
Yeah, it started making a resume, didn't it?
So where we made our terrible mistake, and China is suffering over it now, is we locked people away and let their immune systems get weakened and not have any idea what was out there, and then said, try to go back outside again. Oh, no, they're getting sick. And then we'd run back inside again. And the immune system that you have been given by whoever you believe or whatever you believe created you, your body is designed to go, show me what I need to fight. Let me learn it. Let me figure this out. We have an immune system that if it's kept strong and it's allowed to do its job, it may be the best protection that is available to you if your immune system is healthy.
Right.
Now, I'm not talking about people that because of cancer treatments and
or just have a problem.
Whatever,
they fail like everything else. Yeah.
Whatever has your immune system weak or compromised, that's different. But those that have healthy immune systems, taking all these jabs and hiding yourself away was and is a mistake.
Well, Rick, you can look at it this way too. There's certainly a happy medium in some of that, but we always say to stay healthy, you need to eat right, get plenty of sleep, and what? Exercise. You have to exercise your immune system, and that's the way you do it.
Right.
Locking it away is not the way to exercise it.
Yeah. And that's why these nurses were screaming, our immune system is working. Don't remove us from here because we won't take that jab. We're the people you need on the front lines. Our body is familiar with all this. We're treating sick patients all the time. And we're bouncing back and we're ready to go. And firing them was a huge mistake. A lot of mistakes were made in the pandemic.
It was a mistake to force them to get the jab when they didn't need it, when they already had antibodies.
And I had this weird concept that when you realize something was a mistake, don't do it again.
Right. Don't just stay with it for the sake of saying or not having to say you made a mistake. It's okay to adjust as more information becomes available.
And treatments are certainly part of that. But we can't put our eggs in the vaccine treatment basket, especially when we know that some of the treatments, we're not real sure about the side effects yet because we rushed them to market for a reason that I understand. But it still is a fact. Top of the hour. If you're staying with us, a historic contest that played a role in starting this show is coming your way in the next hour. Stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Troubling animal update. Bubba, this is a sad story out of South China. Undoubtedly, some people not understanding animal behavior very well. Let me tell you this. If the Chinese people come to your southeastern zoo there in southeastern China, they want to see the kangaroo hop. They were very, very serious.
It's a kangaroo. How come he's not hopping?
Rick, a sad
hey,
story.
He's hoppy. Everybody say kangaroo, but we say he's a hop. Kangaroos hop, hop, hop. How come he not hopping?
When the spectators there do not see the kangaroo hop, they throw things at it.
Not good.
Oh boy!
Somebody give me throw some. See if he hop.
Basically,
see if
Rick,
he bounce up. Throw it near him. See if he hop. I want to see kangaroo hop. I want to see monkey swing. I want headline roar. I want to see kangaroo hop.
Apparently, they threw so many rocks and bricks to try to get it to move that they killed the kangaroo.
Sadly, yes.
Yeah.
What a sad
it's
story.
kind of a Chinese stoning, I guess.
That's not good.
Not happy about this. The Chinese government said they will install cameras at the exhibit for future kangaroo incidents. They also said they're going to stuff the 12-year-old female and keep her on display at the zoo.
He's not going to hop now.
No, it is not.
Now never hop.
They report that China has very few regulations for zoos and wildlife parks.
It sounds like it.
And pointed to an incident in June where a donkey was dropped into a tiger pit due to an unhappy
Yeah, it is. We did that
business
story.
investor.
Is this the same bunch? Yeah. You better hop. We do you like we did donkey. We won't see someone hopping. Throw a rock. Hide your hand. Throw a rock. Hide your hand.
Rick, how brutal. The crowd basically just stoned the kangaroo.
Well, I mean, he'd be okay if he just hop. We want to see kangaroo hop.
I would think after the first brick came in there, he'd get to hopping away.
We want to see him hop. We want to see something in pouch. He's a kangaroo. Hop.
So, it went bad.
Can you name another marsupial?
Possum.
Possum, no hop. Kangaroo, you expect to see a hop. What if you see possum and never go possum? Lay down, play dead, you possum. We throw rock at you.
Guys, you realize that
no, they do that all over the road.
We touched on this story a little bit during the kickoff hour. Where are they getting the bricks from?
Who has bricks lying around a zoo?
They have concrete chunks, and I can understand that, the breaking. But I mean, are we just pulling bricks off of
walls around there? I mean,
what are we doing
is the
here?
tiger cage missing a few bricks?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were wondering where are they getting the bricks from?
Well, we gonna build a new snake exhibit. We have bricks piled up ready to go. Soon as government let us, we gonna build one. Didn't know they thought that the kangaroo, he not hop.
He lives in the Bronx, huh?
Sure, he not hop now.
They are a strange looking animal.
Oh, that's a weird.
You know all those videos of them grabbing dogs and stuff? Remember we've had?
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely.
That's strange stuff.
I want to box him. Let me in.
So,
would they kick back on that tail and give you that old double kick?
No, they're dangerous.
All right, Greg announced that he wished he had 3 kangaroos as pets.
No,
I heard that.
I don't want anything to do with that.
And
what was he going to name them? One of them, Bobby, and Frank? Wasn't that it?
Yeah, Frank was the main one.
Yeah.
You better not name this one Hops anything. Name him Drag. You can name him Cigarette, take him for a drag. Because he no hop.
All right, so we also have an update.
It's a Rick and
We have an
Bubba
update
news
here.
update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Bubba, do you remember the Fresno State
I had that
professor
yesterday.
that told us that she was glad Barbara Bush was dead?
Oh, yeah, called her a racist and was glad she was gone and said she gave birth to a war criminal and all that stuff.
Well, now, remember her telling us when people said, you're going to get in trouble for that? She said, no, not me. I make $100K a year. I'm tenured. Ain't nobody going to touch me. I'll say whatever I want to. Everybody loves me here.
Yeah, everybody wants to hear what I got to say.
Well, we have an update. Apparently not. Didn't know our audience very well. They're having all kinds of fallout now of donors who want to stop donating to Fresno State because of her, what they're calling very cruel words about the former First Lady who died at 92. Not an overly controversial political candidate, Barbara Bush. So that's, I think, maybe where she didn't really.
Well, and timing too. I mean, you know, after she's gone, she'll belong to history, and you can have your own thoughts about it. But this is just a little soon and a little much, I think.
So they're trying to. Remember she said she wasn't going to get any trouble, but she is going to. She is now.
Well,
in trouble.
the president's not happy of the university. One of their largest donors, who made a sizable financial contribution recently, said he will await the outcome of the controversy before deciding whether to close his checkbook to Fresno State. He says, I have a lot of friends that I've been talking to, and these people donate. And they're talking about holding back, and some are even questioning if they need to send their kids to Fresno State.
He's
6 minutes past the hour. Let's go. So our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Archived after for our podcast archives, if you want the audio only, or a video archive. On our YouTube channel, we continue our walk through the Revelation today. Somebody say, Bubba, it was back before 1994 because this was your introduction to the audience. At that time, the show was called The Morning Extravaganza with yours truly. And a young man named Bill Bubba Bussey, the engineer, began to appear on the program. That moment when we knew we had something was a little something called Good Old Boy Theater.
That was something that first time.
You and I dreamed that up over lunch one day.
Yeah.
And then made the executive decision that if we were going to do something called Good Old Boy Theater, you participating in the way that you have been participating now for a long time.
Right.
Really, if you think about this contest, it's over 30 years old.
Oh, yeah.
It goes way back.
30 plus.
So a lot of you may not know this, but Bubba is a connoisseur of the works of William Shakespeare. And from time to time, he'll just quote from one of his favorite, Shakespearean works. And when we play Good Old Boy Theater, what you need to do is to identify what Shakespearean work that Bubba, just from sheer memory, will throw out to you. And if they do that, Bubba, they can win right now from the Rick and Bubba store anything they want.
Now,
one gift.
Yeah, the most challenging part of this contest is we don't know if we remember how to do it.
We're not sure we do.
We may have to try Bubba, 2 or 3 times.
Bubba, I think I came into your office, or I was standing outside your office, and these words were uttered on this very day. Hey, Rick, you remember how to do Good Old Boy Theater? And
I have to ask an uncomfortable question.
Okay.
I thought there was a costume involved.
Well, that is part of the
move.
tragedy here.
The move.
I put it in a special place so I would be able to easily find it after the move, and I can't find it.
It must be special. Bubba and I have two things. I lost a box that I don't know where in the world it is in the move. Never found it, and Bubba's never found his Shakespearean costume.
Yeah, it'll turn up. At some inconvenient moment, I'm sure. But we'll bring it back as soon as we find it.
Well, Bubba, at this point, even though we don't have the costume, at this point, I think people understand what we're doing, but they just don't know why.
Well, Rick, hardly a day goes by that somebody doesn't come up and tap me on the shoulder and say, "Sir, is that classified document?"
Right.
And I will say, no, but they appear to be popping up like mushrooms everywhere.
Yes.
And then they will usually recognize me, and they'll say, hey, you're Bubba, that culture guy.
Yeah, that's you.
But let me ask you this, Bubba. Why do you continue this barrage of culture?
That's what it is.
And I say, friends, we're living in a cultured area.
Oh, yes.
And if you don't believe me, you just need to check out the UAB men's assistant coach, Michael Ham. And you realize immediately that we live in a cultured area.
Yes, we do.
And when you have that much culture, Rick, you can't leave it lying around in a pile.
No.
You got to get rid of it.
Right.
You got to
feed the beast, feed the beast, feed the beast.
Because anybody in corporate America knows the beast must be fed.
What Shakespearean work is William Bubba Bussey quoting from in today's edition of Good Old Boy Theater?
I do desire that we may be better strangers.
Very good, Bubba. Bring it again.
I do desire that we may be better strangers.
Bubba, can I have it a third time with a susurr?
I do desire.
Oh.
We may be better.
Bubba, now pausing for effect. This is a classic in theater circles.
Strangers.
Oh, in a whisper.
Bubba, any hints at all today?
It ain't Hamlet.
All right, if you think you know it, 866-WE-BE-BIG. First one with the right answer. You pick anything out of the Rick and Bubba store. If it's in stock, you got it. And remember, never, under any circumstance, no matter how much the children may beg, should you ever play Good Old Boy Theater at home, because we are professionals. Here we go to the phones. We remembered most of it, bud.
I did. How about that? Came right back.
It did. Muscle memory.
866 We Be Big. Kyle, what Shakespearean work you think that Bubba's quoting from there?
Hamlet.
Hamlet is not right.
It's
Bubba even told
not
you. Even
Hamlet.
He even told you in the hint it wasn't Hamlet.
It's a great sandwich, but it is not Hamlet.
I know it. Chris in Sweet Home, Alabama. Chris, do you know what Shakespearean work Bubba's quoting from?
About As You Like It.
As You Like It.
That's the way. We like it.
And
You're correct.
You are correct. Well done. You got any idea what you want out of the Rick and Bubba store?
I do not. I can look quickly there.
Yeah, pull that up. Take a look at it. The correct answer is As You Like It.
As you like it.
You didn't mean to do that? I didn't even know that was even in there, did you? So pick whatever you want out of the store, and we'll ship that right to you. Okay, Chris?
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Well, the culture has been set.
It has. Do you feel better that we kind of got through that relatively smooth?
Yeah.
What is he saying? Does he want to know what line? What?
I don't think he's listening.
Oh, we lost him. Okay.
Oh goodness.
All right. Well,
well.
Call back, sir.
Yeah. It fell out, Speedy.
Email us.
I think the phone thing did that.
Email
thing like 12
Greg
working days.
at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah.
He's the one that's going to get it to you.
Yeah. So anyway, he's out of Alabama. His name was Chris, and we'll get him back in. And this gives him time to look at the store. So, and this is where
I go to another caller.
This is where we go to the honor system, which in our audience, honestly, it seems to work.
Yeah.
Now,
Somebody's going to call in and go, this is Chris.
Hey, this is Chris. I just won. Give me a this is Chris.
Hey, Chris, honestly, if you will right now,
I guessed it.
Chris, if you'll just email me.
It's me, Chris.
Now you got every Chris on the planet emailing you.
Or just try to call us back. But we'll get with you, Chris.
Or just write it off as a loss.
That was fun.
Yeah, Chris, it was good. And Bubba, I honestly feel like if you and I were like going to see our doctor that's talking about our memories, I think today he or she would say, guys, you really seem to have grasped what you were doing.
Yeah, it felt normal.
Right. Yeah, we were both gravely concerned that we wouldn't remember.
I really didn't even remember how it started.
I'm not trying to say that we got every bit of it perfect, but I think we did.
I felt like it
was there any fall off on that at all?
I was impressed. I was nervous wreck. I'll be honest.
Yeah. I didn't sense any fall off at all. Did you?
No,
yeah.
It's funny doing it without a cape, though.
Yeah.
I was even expecting you to be reading something over there, like making sure, and you weren't.
Right.
You were dialed in.
I probably need to read it to be absolutely correct nowadays.
Well, and then there came a big concern. We had it lined up for 10 minutes before last hour, and then we went over on these videos on the COVID update. So then we moved it to start this hour, which we were both pleased with, and then Edgar's, who brings us our breakfast every day, thank them, it showed up.
Right.
And I thought,
distraction.
Now breakfast is here.
Yeah.
And he is preparing to do this, but now breakfast has arrived.
That's and there's still some here that's distracting.
Yeah.
I got
Edgar's
half
has
of
got
it
it.
together
Yeah,
there.
well, you know what you did, and I thought this worked. You did get some of it down before we started,
Right.
So it's not like it was sitting over there, and you because I don't know about the rest of you. I was so hungry out today, I just could have run through that door.
Can I tell you what I did the other day after my CAT scan? Did I tell you what I did?
I know that you set off to have lunch, and then we didn't know what happened.
And we did. And I told Betty, I said we were actually having lunch very close to Edgar's, and we would have gone to Edgar's. I just didn't make it that far.
Right.
We stopped at a place before that.
Plaza,
right. I stopped before because I was hungry.
Yeah.
And I told Betty, I said I don't do this a lot, but I said I want like 4 cookies, 3 or 4 cookies.
Oh, they got them.
Cookies.
And I said, it's been a CAT scan day. I think I deserve a treat.
Yeah.
And I went down to Edgar's and
Did you go nuts?
Well, I started looking at all of them in there. And you know how I like to look at food while I'm eating?
Sure you do, yeah.
You remember when I used to eat ice cream?
I
I'd
sure
love to
do.
look at the ice cream cakes.
Yeah.
And you tried it. You said it
That's
just make it
fantastic.
taste better.
Yeah, it's
doesn't it?
fantastic. It's like a winter wonderland.
I looked, and there was some of those, I think they call them thumbnail cookies. I don't know why, but they're like a sugar cookie with a little bit of cream in the middle. You know what I'm talking about? And they have chocolate, and then they have other flavor.
I understood.
And all they had was some chocolate, and I said, I want like 3 or 4 of those cookies.
3 or 4?
Yeah.
And they have to decide?
And I just point at them.
They made the call.
3 or 4 of those. Because I don't know why they call them thumbnail cookies, because they don't look like a thumbnail to me.
Did you get 3 or 4?
Well, I ended up with 4.
I bet.
And
Quattro.
And the nice gentleman that was working there, he said, do you want the cream or do you want chocolate? And I said, whatever you got. He said, well, what would you prefer?
Oh,
and
you're
I
making
said,
it hard on him.
I said, cream, probably.
Probably.
And he said, well, we're out of cream, but I'll make you some right quick.
Oh, fresh.
And I mean,
You got 'em fresh?
He spun around there and put the little topping
Show
on
me how
top
to do
of
it.
Squeeze that
my
stuff out.
goodness. Yeah.
And I thought, how much for that thing you're squeezing?
Well,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? I thought if I could just have that.
You'd be like Goat Boy on that bottle.
I'd be tearing it up. And you know, they were just very pleasant to have.
Oh, they're great. Yeah.
Yeah.
What time you had a big cookie day because you had those Moultrie cookies too.
Yeah,
No,
about
that was the
10
day
of them,
after.
didn't you?
That was the day after. That was yesterday.
Oh,
Oh, I thought you didn't do it every day.
Well, that was an exception.
I knew you'd walk right into
Well. We got one in the snare. Come over here and look at him. Yeah. You got him.
Get his leg off. Get his leg off.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
In another statement, Bubba, he said the donors are outraged. I'm outraged as well. This is behavior that is unacceptable as a university that models the development of leaders. We just cannot tolerate it.
Yeah, that's the president.
So
Joseph Castro.
So let me be clear. I thought she was going. I thought everybody loved her. I thought she wasn't going to get in trouble when she's tenured and she makes $100K. For some reason, she wants to know what she made, but I don't know why that mattered. I mean, what was that? What did she? It sounded like she said that. Like someone would go, "We're very upset with this professor." Well, you can't touch her. You know, she makes $100K. Well, who cares? I mean,
Right.
you can still get in trouble if you said something that nobody wants.
In California, that's probably not a lot of money.
No. Well, well, you're right. Isn't that cost of living there? She got out there and said, I want to say what I want to say. I'm a tenured professor and I make $100K. But she conveniently forgot this part that seems to be forgotten by many people. Well, then once you say something with your freedom of expression, then everyone has a right to express whether they want to support the institution that you work for that allowed you to say it, because they know that the institution could say, we don't say things like that if you're going to be a professor here.
Well,
and that doesn't violate anybody's First Amendment.
It always brings up this tenure issue, and you know, I know some teachers like it, but it hurts the good ones because you can't get rid of the bad ones.
Yeah, I'm not for a program that protects bad teachers.
No,
but I certainly understand. You know, if you can get it, take it. But I mean,
well, it's not a common workplace thing you have.
It limits growth for those that are
Yes, it
excellent.
does. Yes, it
those that are excellent can't really move forward because you got a bunch of people clogging up the waterway that are average or below average, and they're tenured, and they get treated just like all of you who are excellent. I don't like the plan like that.
No.
I like excellent to be treated excellent, and people that aren't excellent not be treated like they're excellent.
Get booted.
Yeah. Because somewhere in the middle of this, I think we would like to look out for the benefit of those being educated somewhere in there.
Well, you'd think, Rick, somewhere in this discussion, we could get them in the top 5.
I got news for you. The teaching profession needs to be about students, not about teachers. Because don't we want the best people educating and doing a good job and cranking out good students? Yep. If you leave us, have a big day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back. Rick and Bubba. 22 minutes now past the hour, and so congratulations to the bold programmers and consultants all over the country that actually put the show on. I know it makes no sense. Just let us work. You'll eventually sleep at night when ratings and revenue come in. It's all right. And then you can take credit that you came up with it, even though deep down you were against it. As we work our way back, an update on this bizarre Damar Hamlin thing. So now I really couldn't believe that this was really happening, that we now don't believe that Damar Hamlin actually went to the Bills game and we sent a body double, and there's some conspiracy that some are going as far as that they don't want us to know that Damar Hamlin has actually passed.
Which I think is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know what this is all about. But anyway.
But they are acting weird, I will say that.
Yeah, and now, and do you have to edit this one out a little bit? Are we okay? All right, so Josh Allen is now going to be asked about the conspiracies related to the Damar Hamlin
Can you believe that?
Body double thing. Well, nowadays, Bubba, anything can get legs. Anything. And in this case, skinny legs. All right, so here is the interaction.
So Newsweek, New York Post, and other outlets are running stories about a Damar Hamlin conspiracy theory in which people are suggesting that he was not at the game on Sunday and that it was some sort of body double conspiracy cover-up. That it goes on and on and on into the tinfoil hat territory. Would you like to debunk that conspiracy theory or maybe confirm it?
Yeah, that's stupid. That you said there's mainstream media outlets pushing this?
There's mainstream media outlets. There's people with really legitimate heavy followings who are saying the fix is in. That was not Damar. His face was covered. He had sunglasses. He had a hat. When they went to him on CBS, you couldn't see him. And that there's this next level conspiracy that was actually not Damar Hamlin at the game. They're saying it.
One, that's Damar's swag. That's what he liked. He likes wearing that. Two, he was in the locker room with us pregame. So yes, that was Damar. There's absolutely zero chance. There's absolutely zero chance. That's the Damar Hamlin. That's our guy. That's our brother. He was with us pregame, postgame. He was up in the suite with his family, his little brother, 100%. So people need to stop. I got it.
Okay.
So there you go.
Or was he?
Or was he?
You know what that
Allen
means, what
has
he just
spoken?
said?
Yeah.
It's fake.
Here's the thing that I find a little bit hard to believe in all
hiding
that
his identity.
is that Josh Allen didn't know these conspiracies were out there.
Yeah.
He hadn't seen he hadn't seen any of that. He didn't have any idea.
Oh, hadn't heard it?
Why wouldn't Damar just come on live
Greg,
and go, hey guys, I don't know what y'all are
Greg,
talking about.
come on now.
I mean, he could do that and put all this to rest, right?
Yes.
Also keeping his powder dry.
Just saying.
Look, that hurt my conspiracy theory that he said he was in the locker room with us. But then there's the whole the oxygen thing. Isn't Damar supposed to be still on oxygen, but that person that we saw at the game was not on oxygen?
No, we don't know that.
No,
Well,
I
who
don't-
told
haven't
you he's
heard
supposed to be
that.
on oxygen?
That's
Where
what
did
I
you get
heard.
that?
That's what I heard.
That's something y'all talking about over in the neighborhood.
But again, couldn't he just
Infowars.com.
come out without his hood on and go,
Did you say Infowars?
yeah. That's good. I would get on TV and go, you bunch of idiots. Look, it's me. You know, but that ain't happening. Just saying.
Well, Greg, you just nearly died on the field. You're recovering.
You can talk.
Not in a well. He didn't.
He could talk and come out and put these rumors to rest.
Well, he may. Yeah, you're right. And I think at some point, I sure hope he does that.
I'm just telling you.
Y'all, nowadays, it is the most. There's a conspiracy around every corner.
You can't. Nothing is
nothing's real.
Well, but and what I've noticed is, it's like we love conspiracies. I mean, they can be fun, but when you get to the point, this is the part I don't like, and this is the society that we're living in. No matter how much evidence you produce to debunk some narrative, people just stay with it, and that's the part I don't get. I've had things that I thought might be possible, and then all of a sudden, oh well, I guess not.
Yeah.
Or yeah, I guess so. Right, because
Rick, there's a fine line between critical thinking. Okay, and we've talked about this.
Yeah.
But there's also a point where the evidence is in and overwhelming, and I think you can close the book and move on.
Yeah, I think the odds, and again, we're really not very good at. Now, let me tell you why they're doing it.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
Matter of fact, zero reason they're usually doing it.
Yeah, I still don't understand how anybody wins on.
I know.
We're pretending Damar Hamlin came to a game that he didn't come to.
Well, and if he's no longer with us, how are you going to maintain this? Eventually.
Into what game?
You can't. Yeah, it is weird.
Car accident after the Super Bowl.
It's a little weird.
What?
Oh, I got you.
They're waiting for the Super Bowl.
And it's fun to have fun with. But I don't see a motive.
When you have a conspiracy like that, I always think about the movie Dave and how he became the president and they had to figure out a way to get him out of there. Do you remember that?
Nah, I remember the movie.
That was
I
good.
don't think I ever saw it.
That's a great movie, by the way.
It really is a good movie.
Rick.
No, it is. It's really good. I'm going to go back to this. Here's where I stand on this.
No stroke race.
Here's where I stand on this, which is, I think, the way we should handle most of this. If Damar Hamlin never, ever does an interview and never says, "It is me, look, I'm alive," and then after the Super Bowl, suddenly he has some kind of either his health goes downhill and he goes on into glory, then I'll go, wow, that conspiracy theory may have had some legs. But that if that doesn't happen and I see him, I mean, we're at a time now. If he does an interview, it still won't be the end of it. Yeah. People will still go, well.
The people who are pushing this conspiracy, once he does come out, once he does an interview, once he makes a movie or whatever he's going to do and cashes in, which is fine, I don't care.
Yeah, he should.
They will never come back and go, we were wrong. It's like we were talking about a minute ago, because they'll continually push it or just won't talk about it. They never go back and go, we were totally wrong.
Oh, no.
I will say I am joking around with the whole, whole conspiracy theory. It's a fun thing to do.
It is.
I will say that it was incredibly weird the way that everybody behaved when he was at the game with the security and all that.
I agree.
That part weirded me out.
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. What do you want to talk about? Huh? We'll chat with you. And all 10 lines are opened up, so if you move right now, you should get in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So glad you're here. Much still to do on the program. We're not done. We'll get some of your phone calls again here. Trump update.
I'm very proud of myself.
You can't always get what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing.
Don't be stupid. But if you try something, you might find.
Deal or no deal?
You get what you need.
I don't wear it to play. It's my hair.
All right, Trump update. First of all, this bizarre Comey thing. The headline reads from DailyMail.com: No collusion, no obstruction. Trump claims Comey's memo now clears him of wrongdoing and questions if the witch hunt should and will continue. And I think that's a legitimate question at this point that anyone should ask. It shouldn't just be, well, yeah, no, Trump wants it to end. Shouldn't we all want it to end? I mean, what else do we need to know, and how much more does this need to be investigated? That I think we have investigated, which I think we should. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, and what it is, Rick, it was 15 pages of notes that Comey had made when they met, and he was taking down facts and all this, and it basically shows that even Comey is making notes about what happened and how the information came to him, and the fact that there's really nothing to this.
Right. And that's the job that Comey was, supposed to be doing. That's the job the investigators are supposed to be doing. And I'm sorry now that Comey, got his feelings hurt by Trump, and Trump was mean to him, and now he's reacting like an angry, spoiled child. It's time to move on. I mean, it's if anything was there, we should be concerned. It doesn't look like there is any proof. We've seen some things that were fake, some things that were paid for. There's certainly other things that we should look at and continue to look at in any of our government leaders anytime, regardless of party. But I think it appears we've exhausted this particular effort. Right?
Well, and today, I don't know if you saw the headlines, Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City, has now joined the Trump team as a legal, consultant or something, and he's saying he wants to negotiate an end to this. It's gone on long enough. Nothing. They haven't found anything. It's just, they're out there looking for anything going on with anybody around Trump now. But as far as Trump, it needs to end because there's just no evidence. You can't just keep hoping evidence will pop up. I mean, really, in our due process, you're supposed to have evidence and then you go after somebody. and there's just nothing there other than political gotcha.
Doesn't appear to, and unless there's some bombshell that's going to be produced here pretty soon, it just doesn't.
And who knows how much this witch hunt has cost? I mean, it's gone on now for what, a year and a half or something. I mean, if you've got evidence, let's get on with it. If not, let's close shop and move on to something else.
Well, here's the part I think as a taxpayer, y'all might agree. Let's just take our political parties and let's remove them for a minute. In this particular case, here's what I really don't have any problem with us wanting to make sure that we hold the government to the highest of standards.
Absolutely.
And if we think there's something going on that the American people should be concerned about, there's nothing wrong with trying to get to the bottom of it. But when we have to get to the point of going, just like we do and should in any war, what's the exit strategy? When do we declare we've exhausted the effort?
When have we accomplished what we started to do and hang it up? We can't just have an open-ended. I mean, you can't do that in a math problem. You got to have a parenthesis to close it all,
Well, here's the other thing I want to say. Here's what gets me a little disgruntled as a taxpayer. All right, tax money's gone to this, and it has revealed some things that should concern us about what the government has done. I mean, it has. The dossier should have been incredibly concerning. So we pay money to find stuff. We find stuff, and we don't do anything about it. So I don't understand what the point of it all is if we don't do anything about what we do find.
Well,
but we didn't find what we wanted to find. Well, you did find something though.
I think the whole thing is hurting the credibility of our FBI and some of our other, top investigative agencies. I really don't think what's happening is good for them. I don't think it's good for morale for the people there. Look, if you got evidence, get on with it. If not, close it up. Let's move on to something else.
Robert De Niro has weighed in on President Trump, and I know we're all waiting to know what Robert De Niro has to say about the president, because his credibility is he pretends to be people he's not. And he's very good at it, but I don't know that really gives him the credentials we're looking for to assess the current president or any past president. But he says to the press, he had a chance to speak to them, the country's had a bad year, and you, the press, have taken a lot of hits. Of course, those are self-inflicted, Mr. De Niro. I believe a lot of what they got into they caused because 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, 10 lines available. We got about half of them available for you now, so make the move, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, this will be a phone troll. Phone troll a little different than a normal phone segment. We go to 30 seconds a call. The buzzer wraps that call off so we can get more of them. There's no meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, baby predictions. None of those things should come into the troll because they are an instant buzzer. And that's just to keep people moving through the line. And a lot of you, over the years, we created this because you were calling up and you were saying, hey, I can't ever get in. And people go on and on and on.
So-and-so's tying up the line.
Let's be honest. We've all heard people that try to do what we do for a living, and they let the callers go on and on and on. That's not always. We got to protect the much larger audience, and that's the audience that's actually listening or watching and never calls. So as you are moving, one of our new favorite products, everywhere I go, this is the conversation. Now, I talked to him about Field of Greens. So I was the first to go all in. Helmsy went in. Speedy has gone in. And let me tell you something. And how about this? I was talking yesterday to someone who is a personal trainer. This is what they do for a living. They're on fire for this product. Said, I've gone all in. I've checked it. And one of the things that he brought up that I didn't know, I know this may shock you, that I'm not all that well-versed on the health food industry.
Not exactly what we call an expert.
Yeah, don't
Rick.
know much about it. So some of you were talking about, hey, the price on it. And I asked him about that yesterday. He goes, have you ever gone into one of the nutritional stores and price products that try to compete with Field of Greens? They said, this is not expensive. This is normal.
I needed to hear that.
Yeah, I didn't, because I asked him about that. But anyway, here's the key. It works.
It does that.
It works. And the results that we are getting, we're just so excited. But it's really simple. This should not replace you trying to eat well and exercise. We're not talking about that. But it enhances it. And what I mean by that is, I want to try to eat the real foods that provide what my body needs, but sometimes that's hard to do. What this does is it comes in as a supplement and says, we'll check it. We get them all. We get them all. And, man, I've seen the difference. I have really, really seen the difference. And a lot of you are echoing this. A lot of you ask me which one I use. I use the green one. I know they have other products, but we use the green one. That's kind of the standard. So it's science-backed formula. It works. You'll love it. Get yours now at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. That'll get you 15% off. I went ahead and set mine up because I'm all in, where it comes to me on a regular basis without me having to go back and reorder, but you don't have to do it that way. First order 15% off if you use the promo code Bubba at fieldofgreens.com. All right, to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Stephanie gets us started. Stephanie, you got 30 seconds on the troll. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
I was just going to clarify something for Bubba. He kept saying he didn't understand why they were called thumbnail cookies.
Yeah.
But they're not. They're called thumbprint cookies.
Yeah.
Because before the frosting added, I don't know if anyone else has clarified that for you, but they put their thumb
about
on the
150
thumbprint and then they put icing.
Yeah.
Okay.
About 150 emails.
But you got the thumb part right.
Well, it didn't make sense. See, and how about thumbprint? Really doesn't make sense either.
Well, I guess that's in the middle there.
Look, how many things?
I get it.
Listen, how many things do we say on the show? It's just completely,
Thumbnail.
it's almost right. We just can't quite. I got 1,000 of them. I got 1,000 of them.
Give me about 3 or 4 of them thumbnails.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that people would be drawn to a food that's called thumbnail.
That is kind of gross.
You'd rather have a thumbprint?
Yeah, I think so. You ever seen no nasty nail?
Well,
but anyway, so
same thumbs making a hole.
Well, that's true. You're right. Let's go to Mike in Georgia. Mike, go ahead.
I just call them delicious.
Hey, good morning. How's everybody doing today?
We're good.
Good. Hey, what do you guys think conspiracy theories of Mr. Hamlin hiding out in Arkansas with Elvis?
Yeah, that makes about as much sense. Let's go to John in Tennessee. John, welcome to the program.
Hey, y'all were talking about pandemic stuff a little bit ago, and if I'm lying, I'm not crying. I haven't shed a tear yet. I saw a lady yesterday. I was swimming for exercise, and I looked up, and she is swimming laps in a mask.
No, you're making that up. Ain't no need to exaggerate.
That's dangerous.
I'm not making that up. It was real. It was a pink mask.
No.
Now you were inside, I hope, right?
Oh yeah. No.
Heated pool.
No. That's not true. Nobody's swimming in a mask.
You think it was something else? It was, and
I
just took it.
I'm still seeing a lot of masks.
Yeah,
especially where I go every day.
And that's their own business. But swimming in one,
that's a hassle.
Look, it's
That ain't
fine if you
recommended.
want to wear one. Just don't make me wear one.
Right. And how about this? Now, the chin strap doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't get
the
that.
chin strap people, I'm telling you, I didn't come up with this. I heard somebody say that was talking about this. Said the chin strap people, that mask has become a security blanket to them.
They just want it.
It's a kind. It just feels good to have it around. They don't use it correctly because your life with them would be miserable, but they don't quite want to give it up. They're hanging on to it like a little false sense of security. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Mention if y'all have ever heard of the research by DARPA in 2002 on SARS-2 COVID. They did it from 2002 to 2015, and they found that hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin were the two medicines to help with any future pandemics for SARS-2 COVID. Just figured I'd ask and see if you guys have heard of that. And they gave that to the CDC, and the CDC did nothing with it.
I don't know that I saw that study. Now he's talking about DARPA. That's the secret group that works out on the fringe for the government with various high tech projects before they become mainstream.
Yep.
And that's an interesting group, by the way.
Yeah, they are. But I heard something like that, but I don't recall the details. But it's probably exactly what you were saying. AJ in Alabama. AJ, go ahead.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
What are the chances that Damar Hamlin is camped out with Willie and Wanda?
Boy, I hope not.
Yeah, I just don't see that group going together.
He'll do that interview Greg's waiting on, I'll tell you that.
Yep.
Daniel, who's traveling. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hey, I was want to talk about Damar Hamlin. You know, they said since he has not released much about what's going on, there may be a body double. I was thinking, you know, Bubba hasn't told us much about his gallbladder and everything. Maybe he's a body double.
I don't know. We had a pretty extensive update from Bubba.
I feel like we've covered that pretty well.
It was Bubba. You know, he understood the HIPAA, but Bubba made his own choice to fill us in. Kind of like see Damar do that. But I mean, let's go.
Just take the hoodie off and wave right and see your face.
Drake, go ahead.
That's all I ask.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good, Drake.
Good.
Bring it in.
Listen, I want to talk to y'all about something. These gas prices have been going up and down like me on a roller coaster at Six Flags when I was 6. What's with that?
Well, the way gas prices operate, we've explained that extensively several times.
Yeah, it's open market. Oil is
right.
is bought and sold, and supply and demand has a lot to do with the cost.
Yep. You know, when supply is up, the price goes down. When supply is down, the price goes up. And the price per barrel, you know, that affects the world market, who's buying it, who's not.
Yep.
Of course, one way to stay on top of it is to drill your own, like we were doing under Trump, and to become, you know,
Energy efficient.
energy independent.
Independent, yeah.
And we drop kicked that, so now we're back in the world market answering to a bunch of other people.
Yep.
But thank goodness we're going to save the world. Let's go to Anonymous. Anonymous, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How y'all doing?
We are good.
We are good.
All right. Well, I went to school with Rick and Bubba, but I got a quick trivia question for you.
Okay.
Whose picture is on the Oakland Raiders helmet? Whose face is that?
I didn't see that transition coming from I went to school with Rick and Bubba and then transitioned
Now,
to...
which one of us did he go to school with?
He said Rick and Bubba.
I know,
which is not possible.
Well, it could
in
have
college,
been at Jack State
in
for a while,
college,
maybe, yeah.
And then that transition to whose face that is on the helmet, the Raiders logo.
I think it's Ben Davis.
Yeah.
I think it's Jim Otto.
I think it's Damar Hamlin.
Their longtime center.
I think it's Al Davis.
Yeah, we don't know because the buzzer got him, but
we'll look that up.
Easy Google.
Well, and
Google that, Greg.
Yeah. See what you can come up with. Let's go to is it Sheena or Sheena? Is that right?
Sheena.
Yeah. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
You were talking about a thumbnail weird food names. Have you had a frog eye?
I have not. No.
A frog
it's
eye.
Ham, cream cheese, and pickled.
Okay. I've had frog legs.
Yeah.
But I've never had a frog eye. I have not. No. Well, you learn a lot on this program.
Yeah, you do, Rick. You're talking about it's full of knowledge.
No, you learn a lot here. Did anybody find the answer to
who's the Oakland Raider guy?
They had a special helmet for Madden. I don't know.
This guy Randall Scott is who's on it still now.
Really?
He's got the square jaw and all.
That ain't who it is.
The regular old Oakland logo is from him.
What was he?
Yeah, why him, Adam?
I think they liked his look. His square jaw. He was a cartoon winner.
Rick and Bubba.
Revealed what they were doing, but America is being run by a madman who wouldn't recognize the truth if it came inside a bucket of his beloved Colonel Sanders fried chicken. When he doesn't like what he hears, he dismisses it by saying it's un-American and damns it as fake news. But we know the truth. All thinking people do. Do you? Well, I think we've discovered that some of the reports that are out there today, a lot have been proven to be fake and false. But anyway. Your job is difficult enough without being attacked by our lowlife in chief. The press has done a great job this year to be admired. We're looking at journalists as our saviors in the same way we used to look to our political leaders.
Oh, boy.
Okay, Rob. Not sure about that. So
he needs to go back and act, and we all enjoy that part.
He's a great actor.
Yeah.
Let me ask Roberto this. So does this apply to Fox News as well? Does this apply to Mark Levin, CRTV? Does this apply, or does this only apply to the press that says the things you agree with? Because that's what we've gotten down to. You can take one story and different journalists, and I use that term journalists extremely loosely, will give you two different versions of it. So
which one does Robert want us to admire? Because there was a time, whether they had personal political views or not, they didn't let it interfere with their job of getting to the truth.
Right.
Now that day is long gone. I mean, it's long gone, and you can figure out who to blame for that, who not to blame, but it's long gone. And I think a lot of times this frustration, which usually happens with the left, is when we got to a place where there was an alternative point of view that would say, well, let me tell you what on this story, let me give you these facts they're conveniently leaving out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that makes them mad. They get angry about that. And then if they have a president that says, you know, I'm not going to sit here like the rest of them and just say, may I have another, please? Now, are there things about the president that I don't find all that wonderful? Yes. But some of the things I don't like about the president would probably be the very same things I wouldn't like about Robert De Niro.
Right.
Because they all kind of come from that world of, you know, I love me some me. You know what I mean? So, so anyway, I bet you they probably have more in common.
Give me that line again.
I love me some me.
Terrell Owens.
I'm great. If you don't believe it, just ask me. You know what I mean? And and everything I do is fantastic, wonderful, and over the top. It's best ever. You know, I saw a special on Trump the other night on Netflix where they go through his. He's been talking like that forever.
Oh yeah. Look, this is not new. No,
it's just like. But
he's out there.
I was just going. It's fabulous, incredible,
Most
the greatest,
incredible ever.
the greatest building that is ever.
The greatest ever.
I mean, this is a piece of property that is the number one piece of property in the entire world.
Mm-hmm. You know, when the guy, I hate to say it, I mean, when the guy, his apartment burned up in the Trump Tower the other week, Trump tweeted out how solid the building was. He did.
Well, you know why? Because a bunch of them were on him going, "Oh, the thing's not built right," and you know.
Well, you didn't have sprinklers, but you didn't have to have sprinklers when it was built.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't required.
But back to this. But back to the original thought for Roberto and everybody else. Regardless how you feel about the president, I think there's been an exhaustive investigation to try to say that they were in collusion with the Russians who obstructed an election, and the only thing we've uncovered on this is a ploy to try to destroy a political candidate by another political party
who was in power.
Who was in power. Now that we did find,
and they thought it would never come out because their candidate would win.
So if let's say we're going to keep chasing things we can't find, are we going to deal with what we have found? And I can't get an answer on that.
No.
Crickets. And Chris. Minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. Coming up this weekend from themanchurch.com, a couple of opportunities out there for you. On the 28th, there's two of them. Jordy Henson at First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. If you want to join him, he'll be teaching the next high challenge message when the men gather for their next man church. Then you can plug into the small group curriculum they are doing. We have 3 of those. We got a brand new 40-week curriculum coming out this year in February. We'll talk about that at the conference. Also, another resource coming out I'm excited about. We'll tell you more about it as we get closer there, too. I'll be in Jackson, Alabama, First Baptist Church Jackson for their man church kickoff as they start the strategy. I'll be there via video. And then on February the 5th, next Sunday, I'll be at the next man church in Tuscaloosa at First Baptist Church there if you want to join us. So make a note of those things. You can find them all because there's many others for the rest of the year by going to themanchurch.com. Now, Bubba, this, we've been talking about cows a lot and them burping and doing the other. You have pointed to a video that Adler has today The cow is a mini flamethrower.
Yeah, we have
Somebody
a couple
help me
of
with this.
we have a couple of interesting videos today. Apparently, this is does the video have audio with it explaining it, or do we need
It
to set
doesn't,
up?
but you can
Okay.
hear what's going on.
Okay, this is a way they treat bloated cows. Bloat is a digestive disorder that results from a buildup of excessive
I've
gas.
had this before.
Which can ultimately lead to death. This method of
Yeah.
treatment helps the cow by releasing methane, and the flames help the vet gauge the remaining gas left in the cow.
Wait a minute, they're lighting a cow fart? That's what we're doing?
There's a little syringe. They stick it in the bloated part of the cow. The gas starts coming out, and y'all,
they light.
Look at that.
It's a flamethrower.
I bet that cow feels so much better letting that come out.
Yeah.
It's like a gas stove.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Matter of fact, they said that.
Y'all, I'll be honest. I have never in my life seen that. Have you?
That?
No, I have
Never.
not,
Now, have I seen a human being's wind be lit? I have seen that.
You've seen that?
Greg has seen it. Greg has seen it.
I've seen it too.
I've
We
seen
had
it
video.
too.
It didn't like blow across the room.
It doesn't do that.
No.
Oh wow!
I think we have video on the show one time of Don Juan doing that.
No.
Yeah.
No, I think you may be
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
you're
No,
right.
I think you're
What?
right.
Yeah. That's not true.
Yeah.
Rock
Jim
Steady
Carrey-
and Don Juan did that.
Yeah.
That and Jim Carrey
It can
on
be
Dumb and
done.
Dumber.
It just kind of runs over your pants with a little methane flame. It doesn't.
It goes out quick.
Yeah, I've never seen it like
Look at
project like that right there. I've never seen anything like that.
It's like a little mini blowtorch.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you could wail with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
How
maybe.
crazy is that?
This is the venting. I don't know if y'all want to see this, but
Not
this
really.
is the venting procedure.
Wait a minute. Do we want to
without
see
a flame?
Whoa! What are we doing?
Here's a bloated cow.
I don't know that I want to see this.
So you can see where they're all bloated up.
Yeah,
And then,
yeah.
Thanks, Adler.
Let me find that.
We've
Hold on.
seen them. You know, you can tell when a cow's bloated. You know, their stomach goes way out to the left and right. It's almost very bizarre looking.
All right, so the doc is putting the vent in right now.
I don't
and
want to
it's-
see
It's
that.
a little bit rough, but you can,
Why are you?
you can
Why are
hear
you
it.
doing this
He's
to
about
us?
to pull the plug.
So we put a device in called a trocar, in which you can see he punched in. The
Look at the-
skin was, of
he's
course,
deflating
blocked,
a
and the
cow.
steer didn't feel
Wow.
a thing. Letting all the gas out, and the steer's going to feel a lot better.
Wow. So this other guy lights it to know when it's all out, right? That's why he's doing it.
I guess
I bet you
so.
if that cow could talk, it'd be like, oh, thank you.
That feels good.
And see the
More chicken. I'll be back next week.
Yeah. But what's problematic is, see, Bill Gates doesn't want them to release. He wants them, I guess, just to be gas trapped forever. I mean, he doesn't want them to be able to burp. He doesn't want them to be able to break large. He doesn't want us to whatever this is called. I mean,
Rick, I'll be honest. I've never seen this. I mean,
I knew nothing about this.
It's escaped my farm world.
What if we did that once a week on the rug with us?
Oh, that'd be great.
How did
I
you not
need
know
it.
about this? You've hung out with Lenore's when they had cows.
Yeah, I know. We
They
never
don't
did
ever do
that
that?
though. We fed them, and
Well, we
he would
all
point,
fed cows.
He would point.
Y'all-
He'd point out crazy eyes, like, "Hey, watch that one right there."
That looks like
it's
you've
not
got a
right.
propane bottle that you've lit to do some kind of
Well, yeah, it
cutting
does.
or welding.
It sure does.
Raising.
See that flame?
It's wild.
Cow power.
Speaking of Bill Gates, do you guys want to hear him kind of about his carbon footprint?
Yeah, I thought this was a
thought he was
great
gonna
video
like one.
today. Bill Gates has been on twice. Now he's going to be like we keep saying. These save the world people don't seem to live it out.
Can I ask y'all a question? Every time I hear Bill Gates, I see a blue screen. Is it just
That's
me?
funny.
Yep.
Golly, don't ever stop saying that.
See
one.
that story today you got?
All right, here we go.
You're creating a lot of greenhouse gases yourself.
Yeah, I'd probably have one of the highest greenhouse gas footprints of anyone on the planet. You know, my
kind of ironic.
personal flying alone is gigantic. Now, I'm spending quite a bit to buy aviation fuel that was made with plants. You know, I switched to an electric car. I've used solar panels. I'm paying a company that actually, at a very high price, can pull a bit of carbon out of the air and stick it underground. And so I'm offsetting my personal
you
emission.
I mean,
What
They're ripping you off.
Is he eating the fries and a
Yeah.
burger?
What in the
Yeah, and needed to swallow.
Yeah, he's right in the middle of a fry.
Does Bill Gates think we are?
First of all, he's either making it up or people are charging him for all this stuff, and it does absolutely.
Where's this plant-based jet fuel?
I hadn't heard of it.
I've never heard of
Where, what?
Also,
pilots, can y'all help us? Is there plant-based jet fuel?
a device that takes carbon out of the air. You mean like plants and trees?
Right, yeah.
You mean
No,
those?
he needs somebody to give him a pipe. And he's going to run it into the ground as he's using it. It's okay. Why do we listen to these people for 30 seconds? They're the biggest hypocrites, and they don't believe what they're hawking.
Nope.
If they did, their lives would look drastically different. He almost got to the John Kerry thing where he was almost ready to tell Anderson, "You don't understand how important
At
I
least
am."
Anderson, I'll give this. At least he asked him about it.
I give him credit. He did ask him.
I think that Bill Gates probably needs to lay off the soy products, if you know what I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wow.
Well, he's not the healthiest looking guy.
No, he's eating cheese and meat and everything.
Talking about man boobs?
Yeah,
Greg.
a little high on estrogen, I think.
Greg, all he needs is the man. He just needs the man's ear.
Yeah, he get the man's ear, help him out. Tremendous.
Is that a funny episode?
Golly, the man's ear.
The bro.
That was a great one. That show.
Adler, do you, while we're looking at some catching up on our videos, do you have the reverse waterfall handy?
Yes.
I thought that was really cool. This is in, I guess it's a Grand Canyon. When they get high winds in there, and the waterfall will actually go the opposite direction. Instead of running down the mountain, it blows it up in the air. And that's kind of wild.
There's no lighting gas.
So it's just the wind.
Nowhere close. It's nowhere close.
That cow thing, you ain't gonna beat it today.
No, I'm not even. It's not even in the same category. I just thought this was interesting.
I'm waiting for an ad to run through.
Yeah,
Bob, I'm sorry.
It's
Right
okay.
there on the break.
15 seconds.
We're so close.
It wasn't long.
It's a cool visual.
You're right.
I just really need this.
And apparently we'll see it when we come back.
Right. 10 seconds.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
Hey, there it is.
There it is.
Oh, Bubba.
So we got a waterfall that's going over the side of a mountain, rather large, but it's blowing right back up and over the top of the mountain. Isn't that cool?
Holy moly.
Greg, don't give him charity.
Actually, if you back out, this is actually a cow. This is coming out of the side of it. Yeah. All right, top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day.
Sorry, Bubba.
If you have more,
it was cool,
it is cool.
It was. It wasn't real.
Wind blowing water. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mitchell, also here in the golden ticket seats. They all get a Rick and Bubba double CD. And we've had plenty of pound cake and all kinds of little cakes for the birthday today. If you want to join us on the Rick and Bubba show, go to rickandbubba.com, click on Contact. Ticket Biscuit has the tickets. They must be reserved, but they are free. And maybe we'll be talking to you on an upcoming Rick and Bubba show.
Rick, before you go there, can I make an announcement?
Yeah, absolutely.
For those of you thinking we're talking about Mindhunter, that's not what we're talking about. There is a manhunt called Unabomber.
Thank you.
Not Mindhunter. It's completely separate, and Mindhunter has several seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So
good, too.
I'm sure they're both well and good, but we're talking about Manhunt.
Which one are we talking about?
Unabomber.
The season 1 Unabomb. Of course, I just searched Unabomb and found it. But
One more time, Mindhunt.
Thanks, Bubba.
No. Manhunt. To the phones we go. Larry is standing by. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Hello, Larry. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, guys, a couple of things. This whole collusion investigation is a waste of time because we got tons of evidence on Hillary, and she's still stumbling around, coughing, looking for a lozenge, and dropping metal out of her pants.
Yeah, that was kind of my point. If we're not going to act on the things we've found in prior or even current investigations, then why are we spending money on them?
Yeah, let's just fold the tents up and go back, call it even, and start over.
Jake, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Great.
Look, about a year and a half ago or so, you guys played Blackberry Smoke on the radio, and I had never heard them before. And I went to my first show a couple of weeks ago, and, man, it was awesome. I really appreciate you guys turning me on to them.
Well, they got a new album, as you know. You saw them, so I guess that's the tour of their own. New album is out, dropped, I guess, 2 weeks ago today or about a week ago. Mm-hmm. And I've been listening to it. It's really good. So I'm glad you enjoyed them. They're great. They really are. Good, man. Good songs. And I've never heard them live except on, in here.
Yeah, they did a great job in here.
Yeah, so I hadn't heard the full production, but they were great in here. Lynn, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
if you had seen the Fox News report with the students about the new textbooks that are coming out. Pearson just started a new textbook.
Okay.
And in the textbook, it has concerns about Donald Trump's mental status, and it states that all the people that voted for Donald Trump were suburban white people. It made the reference like that we were racist, and that the reason we didn't vote for Hillary was.
Yeah,
that's in a textbook.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of PR about some of the new textbooks and how they're describing Trump and the Trump presidency, and clearly written by a bunch of pointed head liberals. I mean, no doubt about it.
Sounds like it was written by CNN.
Yeah. Well, it is.
I mean, so they're now making it history, not an opinion.
Right.
It's now going to be history that this was the movement that got him in, and the people who supported Trump were negative people. And it was the negative part of society.
It was idiots. It was idiots and racists.
That's basically what Hillary was saying too.
Right, but I mean that's an opinion. That's not history.
I know.
I mean,
that's the history is the number of electoral votes, and the polls showed him 8 points behind as late as the day of the election. That's the history.
Greg in the great state of Mississippi. Greg, go right ahead. How are you?
Hey, good. I know Greg is going to watch that Manhunter this weekend, but you left out, the guy that was doing the profiling had just totally wrecked his life. He was so involved in this, lost a marriage, even got to where he started believing Tim's life, and because he was sitting at a red light one time. You missed all that, Rick.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to tell the whole thing, but you're correct.
Well, I'm done. I'm not even watching.
Yeah, you're correct.
Between you and Powell.
Do you think he hooks up with that other girl right there at the end? It's kind of gray on what happens there. What do you think that name is right there?
Where?
Sloat.
Oh boy.
Slow at.
Speedy, I'm gonna give you my timeout.
All right, Sloat, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's not Float, it's Float. What's up, fellas?
Hey, Float, what's up, Float?
What's Sync
Float,
doing?
Float on, talking to me now. All right, Float, go ahead.
Hey, man, I was just going to turn y'all on to a band. I was wondering if y'all heard of Greta Van Fleet.
Oh, yeah. Speedy plays them all the time.
Speedy would adopt them if he could.
Yeah. If Speedy could right now leave the show for them, he would.
Oh, man, that's what I'm talking about. I just now recently got turned on to them, and those guys rock.
Well, enjoy it.
Didn't they have a show on Fox News right after Hannity?
That was Greta Van Susteren.
Oh,
where is she now, by the way?
She's
Weird Mouth.
She's out.
She's out. Wrote a
Greg,
book.
you can't say that.
What was that?
You just said "old weird mouth."
Yeah, a weird look.
That's your name for a weird man?
You know what I'm talking about?
Rick, she's from the O.J. Simpson.
No, Greg, I know. I just don't say
He didn't take his pill today.
Yeah, most people that are on TV don't have weird mouths.
She didn't sue him. I was just making that up.
Joe, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey guys, Monkey Grass Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, just want to let you know I just celebrated my 4-year anniversary as a BuzzBox subscriber.
Oh,
Loving
thanks.
it.
Thank you. What's your favorite flavor?
I'm one of they keep rotating the flavors around, so they're so good. I don't know which one I like the best.
Yeah, I always tell people to start with a little Papua New Guinea, but then after that you got to start trying some of the others.
It's great. I love contributing to your Son in Heaven's Memorial Fund.
Oh, it's. I thank you for that too. It's made a big difference in the impact you've had just by drinking that coffee. What a great plan to get great coffee and actually be doing something good, and you're getting to enjoy great coffee. It all kind of works together. So love the program, and thanks to all of you that are part of it. And if you're not, you can always get your first pound for free by going to rickandbubba.com, click on BuzzBox. We'll send it to you. Then if you like it and love it, 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour is rolling now from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, ready for another hour. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do in our 30th year. Thank you so much.
All right, so Bubba, you were telling us about a show that you have.
This is probably not interesting to y'all, but I thought it was interesting.
Okay.
And it was, I catch a show on the NASA channel every now and then. And
okay, now, first of all, you got to be careful.
Do you even know where that is?
No, you have to be careful when starting things. Remember, the key is to get people interested.
Well, no, I'm just giving you the disclaimer
Right,
and lowering expectations.
You should have very general said, "Now I saw this cool show." Didn't let us know where it was. So we lost Greg right there on you
it
saying
was
NASA.
called. But we talk about this all the time. Do we ever go back and examine our failures and go, this is what happened, let's not let it happen again?
Okay, apparently, historically, when we're talking about the history of our country, the answer to that is no.
Right,
All right.
right.
But you're talking about
NASA has a program called Lessons Learned.
Right.
And it's the Lessons Learned project, subtitle Apollo, Challenger, and Columbia, and they go and look at disasters.
Horrible things.
And they look at what happened. Why there was a breakdown, what checks and balances were in place, and why it didn't work. And then they document that, and going forward, they let people know that so they don't make the same mistakes. Because they were even talking about when Columbia was destroyed on reentry, half the people that work at NASA was not there when that happened. So it's a whole new, generation of workers. And I thought, that's really a good idea, because how many times do we do that, at our business? Do we do that in our personal life? Do we do that at home? Do we do that, in hobbies we have or sports or whatever, where you go back and say, look, this is what was supposed to happen. It didn't happen, and this is why. I messed up. We did this. We did that. That shouldn't have happened. And let's make a note of it and not let it happen again.
Yes.
I think that's a very wise thing to have. And they come up with a term, and I don't have it exactly how they had it, but I'm going to give you my version of it. It's called normalizing deviation. And we have that in our society now, where things get off, and we just accept it as normal.
That's so true.
And before long, we're a long way from where we started.
Yes, absolutely.
And the guy doing the show gave this example of this with the Challenger. He said, when we had the space shuttle and it started out, and we had solid rocket boosters that we put together with these O-rings, first time we'd ever had that. Well, we didn't expect there to be burn through on the O-rings. We knew there would be some damage. Well, they said after the first few flights, there was more damage than they thought. And, some people were kind of tilting their head about it, but they said, well, the flight went off. It was fine. So that's probably not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So then they just started expecting to see burn through on the O-rings to a certain degree, obviously. And that was expected. As a matter of fact, when it didn't burn through, they went, hey, what went wrong? When all along, originally, there wasn't supposed to be burned through on the O-rings, but it became the normal to let it happen.
That's a great point.
Because the missions were successful.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to hang on to that example because that'll preach.
Yeah. Normalizing deviation. And we do that in our lives. We do that in our marriages. We do that at work.
Yep.
We get off of the main page of what we're supposed to be doing, how we're supposed to be doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And because we're successful or it doesn't fail, we just allow it to become normal procedure.
Yep.
And I thought that was a great lesson, though. It really went beyond space travel to me to just life.
No question, because the point there, because that one I can easily follow, O-rings weren't supposed to burn at all. And then at first that should have been, well, we don't need these things to burn. Let's make sure they don't burn.
It was going to be minimal.
Then it was kind of like, well,
then they started having a little burn through, and then
really?
And then before you know it, you try to launch one with
Sure.
freezing temperatures, and you have one that smokes all the way through. Then you got trouble.
Right.
So if you'd have gone back to the original standard, and I think that's the key in having an original standard that you keep going back to, because we all are going to deviate over the road. I mean, but you got to get back to the line that you started on.
Right. Well, and you're seeing this happen in every aspect of life. We talked about some of it's happening with theology and doctrine.
Yeah.
We're starting to normalize deviation. God, he's evolved. These clobbering verses.
Saw that yesterday.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, much worse than I thought.
Me too. But anyway, so that
was why we need clobbering verses to get back to where we're supposed to be, not to normalize getting off the page.
Well, you go back to this. You're right. There's a reason.
Did you say that'll preach?
That'll preach. I've already written it down. It may find its way in today's Bible study. Listen, when you look.
Say William Bussey.
I've gone back to this thing.
Please quote the original
right.
that it came from NASA.
Back to what you said about clobbering verses or the analogy O-rings.
Right.
Okay. when they say that Peter at Pentecost finally got it right, he finally gets the Holy Spirit. So he's a completely the standard after that goes way up because of the power of the Holy Spirit, not because of a more commitment to keeping the rules.
Right.
It's the Holy Spirit radically changed these men, and they'd seen the resurrection, and that was a game changer. It says that the reason why people were justified that day when they heard Peter and the brothers speak, it says their hearts were pierced.
Mm-hmm.
Some English translations say cut, all the same thing.
Right.
So why were their hearts pierced? Because they got clobbered by the conviction of what Peter was saying about their need for redemption.
I need to be clobbered.
Right, yeah.
A lot.
And so that's loving for God to say, I want to bring you under conviction so you will know you need to repent. And then Jesus has been telling us as soon as he came on the scene, you can see it in Luke 13, repent or perish. Well, why do I need to repent? Well, at some point, a standard has to be presented to me to make me go, wow, I need to repent. And so this...
And actually, sin, in its proper definition, is a deviation of the normal.
That's right.
Yeah.
100%.
To a degree.
Yeah. And it goes back to this thing that, we're seeing that that certain sins are being treated as special, meaning they don't... Look, they shouldn't be treated either way, that this sin is special and requires additional repentance. But we also can't take sin and treat it special and say, well, now this one requires no repentance. Both of those are wrong. It's like, now we saw in this thing we're talking about, where now it's considered to be courageous for people to come to church and have something in their life that Scripture preaches against. But it's only courageous for certain sin. The fornicators and the adulterers and the liars and the thieves and whatever sin we all have, if you continue to come to church while people are preaching things that are convicting you of your sin, well, you just have to get over it. That's what should be happening. But now there's certain sins that if you preach against it, it's mean. Not all of them, certain ones. Well, that to me is the most unloving, because what you're saying is, I hope people over here with these sins that are being preached against, I hope they repent, but let's protect some people who are in sin. But you know what you're saying? So they may not repent. I'd be real careful with that. That is normalizing deviation. Bubba, you have given me a pearl today, my friend.
There you go.
Thank you for that.
You thought it might be a dud.
You know what?
Yep. I did too.
You know what?
That's why I told you to break.
Not 20. Hey, Bubba, not 2023, Rick. Have you noticed 2023, Rick, is paying attention at a much higher level?
I like 2023.
Yeah. So, I've got a second win. High energy, baby. All right, we'll be back 15 minutes past. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Are you familiar with the Doomsday Clock?
Yes. It started back during Reagan's time, didn't it?
Yeah. I didn't know about
the
this.
liberals did it.
Yeah.
To tell us the end of the world was close.
All right, we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll take your phone calls. Might get a shot for you to win some cool stuff on the program today. So we'll have some fun with it. And we got a number of things to cover. The kickoff hour kind of laid out some of the basics. I'm really. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, it is.
Charlie in the gang.
Group. Charlie Star.
Boys, Bubba is away. The thing I was thinking about, and I don't know, it may work out fine. I was looking at it. You guys were talking about in the kickoff hour how we had a rain out in the Indy series. I noticed we did have somebody wet themselves. I saw that interview where one of the drivers, the way they do the delay where they can't get out of the car.
I mean, what do you do?
And he kept saying, man, can I just get out just a few seconds? And they were interviewing him. I saw this on the way home yesterday on a road trip. And he was talking to the reporter. He goes, by the way, you're talking to a man who just beat himself. he said, I sat in that car and I needed to go and nobody let me out. And he said, fine, you have to go. Okay.
That's it.
I'm going to go.
He goes,
you got to go.
And it was really, really bad rain, and I know they're allowing people to come out today, but I looked, the forecast not great today.
It's not. I think they could actually race in it. It got so bad that the drivers couldn't see with all the
Yeah, they put the rain
water
tires
coming
on,
back
but
on, and then they just couldn't stay on.
Too much water.
Yeah,
Well,
they couldn't stay up.
I can speak to that because I actually had a ball game yesterday, and I got to stand in the pouring rain.
How about that, Ray? How was that?
Well, if you can combine that,
Did you wet yourself?
Well, it would have been
Might
fine.
as well.
Well, now one of these things, it's kind of like everything in life. You remember we've talked about on the show the old 5 Ps. Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Sure.
The thing I loved about where we live yesterday is the forecast was so bad and so no hope.
Yeah.
That if you didn't prepare yourself to stand in the rain, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
It didn't sneak up.
Yeah, when it says 100% of heavy rain, it's almost like if a person was able to talk, you weren't looking at, they were just talking to you. Hey, how you doing, weather person? I'm doing good, Rick. Let me just tell you something. Where you're going tomorrow, you're going to stand in pouring rain for 2.5 hours.
Rick, I guarantee.
I guarantee you're going to stand in rain. So whatever you have to do,
I'm not guessing here.
So what I did is I went old shoes that I didn't care about.
Sure.
That's a good
Okay.
move.
I actually have some Frog Tog rain pants.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Only decision I had about this: do they go over the pants that I have on the drive, or do I just take those off in the dressing room and just put on the rain pants for comfort?
Get a little hot.
I went to rain pants because double pants. I didn't think I just
was it too hot
Shorts
for that?
I could deal with.
No, it was too hot. It was too hot for double pants.
Okay,
You'd
that's
have a
what
pair
I'm
of
saying.
shorts under, maybe.
Yeah, but so anyway,
That's what I did. I went over shorts.
Yeah, and then we have some jackets that we think we're sharp in.
Sure.
And so I put that jacket on, and it
Don't get to wear them a lot, so you have a good opportunity.
Yeah, put that jacket on, and it's Gore-Tex, so that's rain friendly as well.
Yep.
And now I couldn't make my hood work the way I wanted to, so my hat got real wet.
You're really hoping that hood works.
How about when you get that soaking wet?
Yeah, I had a hood idea, but it just didn't work.
How about when you don't have the hood on and you realize, hey, I got a hood, and you put it on and it's full of water?
Yeah,
that's good.
It's a little late.
What I found, you know what I
I
discovered about the hood though? The hood works only if your team plays well. If your team's not playing well, that hood doesn't work. You know what I mean? Because now that you're when
we ain't playing good, my hood ain't working.
If we'd played well, that hood would have stayed right there.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
why?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I'd have been just kind of casual.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
Dang hood.
but you know what? It was actually cool because in this sport that I'm coaching, you don't meet a lot of really positive people. I mean, it's usually most
So it's not a joyful bunch.
no, most of the
They're
people
not happy?
Most of the people you encounter are not pleasant. I mean, it's
Okay.
and
right.
so what was nice is yesterday probably some of the kindest. We actually traveled to Auburn, Alabama, and when you go on the road, there's people that are hospitable, then there's people that
are not.
They could not have been. I mean, the staff,
Wow,
all of-
refreshing.
Their players, all first class. The facilities, first class. I'm gonna tell you what. Down in Auburn, that Auburn High School football stadium, and they just turfed it this year. What a cool setup that is! Really, really, really good. So
You talking about the campus?
Well, no.
I'm just saying that the new high school.
I
is
didn't see that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you weren't there.
I was at it's called Duck Samford Stadium.
Okay.
And it's really, you know how sometimes there's certain stadiums are just set up real cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The place that they had to build, I'm sure when they saw it, they didn't think it. When you look at it, because it's kind of on a hill, but they set the stadium like down in a hole, and you've got a
Okay.
natural kind of amphitheater around, and then the stadium is set up like a horseshoe. Which a
Okay.
lot of times in high school it's just two sides. They had end zone seats too, and the turf, and just. I bet you when they get a big game in there, I bet it's really loud.
Oh yeah.
Because it's got that really cool seats about 9,000, perfect little. I mean, it was really nice stadium and great people, and of course a lot of them listened to the show. Appreciate that too, and they took care of us, got us a dressing room because they knew we were going to be on the road and be wet. Yep.
20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study back today. We walked through the Revelation, and it's live on our YouTube channel at noon, 1 o'clock Eastern, archived soon after to our YouTube and podcast archive channel. All right, so the Doomsday Clock. You said the libs came, because the libs, they love to terrify. They're just... They seem to be afraid of everything but God, and I mean, and they just have to just work us into a scared frenzy, and they love to just terrify people. Back when we had the guy call about somebody swimming in a mask, we got emails from people saying they're seeing this and watching teachers saying the way children are so terrified, and the mask is like a security blanket to them, and what we're doing to children. They just want to terrify us. So only the left could come up with something called the Doomsday Clock, and then go as far as to think that they know how close we are to Doomsday.
Right.
That's the part that gets me. But apparently, the story we have today, courtesy of NPR, the home of terror, that the Doomsday Clock has been moved 90 seconds closer to Doomsday.
And now it actually sits at 90 seconds to midnight. Now, Rick, I remember when this thing came about and they started talking about it. But when did it? Was it during the Reagan years they came up with it? Because they had to scare everybody, and they thought Reagan was going to end the world because you forgot he was playing a pretty high stakes poker game with the Russians.
They're showing it like in the 60s.
And he
the 1947.
What? We've been Doomsday Clocking since 47?
Go back to that, Adler.
Well,
go back to that.
was.
That's really good, by the way.
Maybe I didn't hear it until
Late 40s.
the Reagans. But this is put together by a group of atomic scientists, and they are fearing the end of mankind as we know it,
total calamity
of nuclear weapons, and they're saying they moved it up due to the dangers of the war in Ukraine.
Okay, so that's what got us moved.
Yeah.
So they think. I know it's not literally 90 seconds. They mean in time.
Well, they're just saying
we are knocking on Doomsday's door.
Yeah, at midnight it's all over. It's all over. By the way, a great movie coming out, Oppenheimer. Have you seen the trailers for this?
Yeah, I have.
I'm going to be all over that. I love atomic bomb documentaries
That's good
and
right there.
docudramas.
Aren't clocks supposed to go in like one direction? This seems like it's going forwards and backwards a little
Well,
bit.
they'll move you away from Doomsday if things are going the way they see the world.
So are we at threat level midnight right now? What's going on?
90 seconds to midnight.
Threat level what? Midnight.
I do find it odd, which that's so funny. I do find it odd that the all fearful, terrified left, willing to give up anything for everything to be okay, they're really on board for Ukraine fighting back, when really probably the way that we get to peace quicker if Ukraine would just go down to the negotiating table and give Russia a way to save face and give them some of the land they're after, just not all of it. But on that end, they're all about Ukraine fight. But fight could actually panic Russia into a place to save face that would bring us to Doomsday. Are they a little inconsistent on where they should be? I'm talking about leftists. I'm not talking about others. Doesn't that seem a little? I thought they're all about compromise and just to have peace and give up things and quit being war hawks. And
it's weird that the people on the left now are the ones calling for war. Yes, it's very weird.
Okay, I just wondered, and then now we're going threat level
midnight.
Yeah.
So here's a couple of things that they cite. Okay, they're saying the last remaining nuclear weapons treaty between Russia and the United States, the New START, stands in jeopardy unless the two parties resume negotiations to find a basis for further reductions. The treaty will expire in 2026. They're also citing China's considerable expansion of its nuclear capabilities. They're citing North Korea stepping up its intermediate and long-range missile testing. They're citing Iran continues to increase its uranium enrichment capacity. They're saying India continues to modernize its nuclear arsenal with 160 warheads and new delivery systems now under development. And the United States, Russia, and China are now pursuing a full-fledged nuclear weapons modernization program, setting the table for a dangerous new third nuclear age of competition.
Was it at 100 seconds in 2022? So did it act?
Yes.
It did? It was? Okay.
Yeah, it was at 100. They've gone a little too close, and now they're having to cut it into smaller little increments here. You know, they're like, it was 3 minutes, now it's 100 seconds. Now it's 90 seconds. It was 100.
Yeah. So
next will be 89 seconds.
I'm just trying to picture. I just want to picture what this must look like to God Almighty. Do you think that, like, how silly this must look to the beginning and the end, and all things are being held together by Him? Everything. Keep in mind, every single one of us, He needs to show grace to allow us to take our next breath, including them. And He looks down, and they are all standing around their little clock, saying they know when doomsday is coming and when all human calamity and everything's going to end. And they're the ones that have looked at all the seasons, and they have figured out, and they're going to decide just how close to this we are. How silly must that look? So, and every one of them can't even take a breath unless he allows it. And they're going to sit here and tell us when all mankind and calamities coming to all humankind, they know, and they want to warn all of us. No, I will tell you, if it's down to 90 seconds, I don't know why they're not talking about Ukraine compromising. Because, now, if you're somebody who believes that true peace only comes after all-out victory, you kind of pull in for one of these two to defeat the other, and you're kind of over in the Ukraine camp. At least you're consistent with your worldview. But if you're a compromise, no war, end all things, you would just say to Russia, to the Ukrainians, why don't y'all just give them a little bit of land so they can save face so we won't continue this horrible war?
Let me ask you this. How do you think that's going to end? Seriously, because we're funding the Ukrainians with equipment. We've got Patriot missiles headed that way. We got tanks going that way. Germany's sending tanks. We can't fund them to the tune of billions of dollars indefinitely.
Well, apparently we can. Are we thinking?
So how does this end? What do you think?
I think it ends just like I said. It's not going to end unless Vladimir Putin dies and the people who take over say, "Look, this was a mistake. We're backing out of here. Sorry about that." Or if he stays in power or someone like him, you're going to have to come to the negotiating table and give them some way to save face. They're never going to take defeat. And you're going to have to say, look, we want to stay sovereign. What about we give you all this little piece right here? Does that help y'all save face? Now, y'all going back home, but we're still a sovereign nation, and we're keeping what we want. The thing of Ukraine's going to keep fighting till they actually can declare all-out victory, remove Russia from their land. I think that you kind of like the sound of that, but I mean, I just don't know that what you don't want. I mean, especially if you see it from the world from the left, I don't think you want to take a maniacal nation with maniacal leaders and say they're going to have to save face any way they can. That could lead to a real dangerous situation.
Well, think about this, too.
Unless you're going to go all in with them and try to do an all-out victory thing.
How did Afghanistan defeat Russia, and how did they outlast us? They outlasted us. They just –
yeah.
And, it may take 10 or 15 years, but if the Ukraine just continues, does Russia get tired and go home?
Maybe, and they can declare victory, which they will do.
Or just say it ain't worth it.
Yeah, we did everything we were supposed to do here. We're out. I don't know.
That's going to cost a lot of money.
It is.
To do it that long.
Yeah, it is. And more lives, too. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Pleasant, Rick.
Yeah, guys. No, they really were. I mean,
you just declared there's not many pleasant people.
No. Let me
you're pleasant.
Let me be clear. They were classy. They wanted to win. They played hard and all that. In this particular sport, I've noticed class is difficult to find. I mean, you don't
say that's not required.
You don't find yourself in a lot of classy situations, and you don't encounter a lot of classy people. I mean, it's
just something about
right. I'm talking about players. I mean, it's just
have you like what? I'm an adult.
Yeah, fans can be real bad. A lot of.
Have you started to study on it?
Yeah.
I mean,
oh well, you remember what I think a lot of it. I think anytime you've got a sport that doesn't, there's certainly exceptions, but you get outside the big three, people get kind of weird. This is where you run into your soccers, your lacrosse, that we're not part of the big three. And there's a certain I think attitude that comes with that. And like I've always said, instead of them just I think tennis, you find it some too. But what I'm saying is, instead of just promoting your sport and saying we want our sport to be popular on its own merit, they always go too far and begin to be negative toward the big three.
Like it's going to replace them.
Yeah, and that's always a mistake. Just have your own world. Every sport can stand in its own environment. You don't have to. Well, I like this better than I like football. Well, you don't have to say that. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's football and lacrosse don't compete with each other. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, baseball's so boring. That's why I play lacrosse. Well, just say you like lacrosse. You don't have to dog baseball. I mean, and then you start thinking that this is instead of this just being another option, it's now the preferred option.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, and then that
and if you don't feel that way, you're not as enlightened.
right,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
people start pressing a little bit. You know how you just let it feel on its own merit. It's fine. Brody has loved it. I've enjoyed it. It is a good sport. I like it.
Yeah.
But we always go too far with it. and then it's one of those things like, it's one of those sports where you sit around and you have a conversation about whether or not your kid's going to boarding school or not to finish out high school. So that's a conversation I'll never have.
Yeah.
I mean that's not something that I'm sitting here considering. We're sending ours up to the Northeast to a boarding school, and they got a great lacrosse program up there. Yeah, it's just hard for me. It's just kind of hard for me to fit into that.
You go, all right, then.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So does that help
Yeah,
you?
I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah, and so in that world, you encounter a lot of bratty kids.
Sure.
Yeah.
A lot of
And
bratty.
you've been inserted into that world.
Bratty teenagers.
I'll talk to adults like they're my equal.
Yeah, most everybody you talk to won't know where everybody's going to get a drink on the way home.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so here's the interview. Speedy's got it. I'm not sure the driver's name.
It's James Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
And he, in the interview, is talking about a driver in Toronto in 2014, Carlos, who said, hey, guys, he's talking to, I can't hold it anymore.
Yeah.
And so finally he said, I'm sorry. But then 30 seconds later, they came over the radio and said, all right, drivers can get out of the car. He said, I knew that was going to happen to me, and boy, did it. And here's kind of how it took place yesterday during an interview on NBC.
The seat or the suit?
Go left.
What's going on today?
Well, let me tell you something, Kev. I always maintained that I knew at some point in my career it would happen. And there's a great story from Toronto in 2014 when poor Carlos Munoz was sitting in the car begging to be let out. We were under red flag conditions, same kind of deal. And he finally said, guys, I'm sorry, I can't hold it. And they said, you can't get out. He pees in the seat. Not 30 seconds later, race control comes over the radio and says, all right, driver's out, we're done. Well, I was sitting there during that first red, and I was begging to get just 3 minutes. That's all you need. 3 minutes, wheel off to wheel on. And when we got going again, my legs were shaking. I had to go so bad. I'm like, I can't drive a race car like this. So under caution, it took me a full lap. It was one of the least comfortable experiences of my entire life. But I can officially say I've joined the likes of Will Power and Dario Franchitti and other greats that have peed themselves in their suit. So you're talking to a man that just wet himself.
So
I love the honesty.
He mentioned the Toronto thing, but then he listed that Will Power's done it and Franchitti's
I've
done
had
it.
a lot of drivers deal with that.
Well,
My
yeah,
goodness.
because that's a long time
It
to
is.
be in a vehicle.
It
and, that's the question that I know drivers get tired of being asked, what do y'all do if you have to go to the bathroom? Well, I think they've answered it. If it gets too bad, there's nothing we can do.
go.
No.
Well, you know what's so interesting?
And you hope it's not the other.
You know what's
don't even talk about
well, yeah, that's a whole different animal there. But
I'm getting out then.
yeah, but how about this?
You got to find me.
You talk about how weird sometimes topics come up, and you're like, all of a sudden you look and they're everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was doing or how it happened or whether I bumped it, because a lot of times I do. It can be actually, if it's the right show. There's a station called Volume on satellite radio.
Oh, yeah.
And it does a bunch of interviews.
I listen to it all the time.
It's interview shows. There's no music on that channel. It's just interview shows about music. So undoubtedly, I don't know what I was listening to or what caught my attention, but when I got in my truck today, I turned 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Have you ever sat back, relaxed? Maybe you're a business and you got products and you're like, you know what, we're just not where we need to be. And you hear us talking about products here and you're like, I tell you what, I would like to team up with the old Rick and Bubba Show. I'd like to have access to all their platforms and put together a marketing plan with them. Well, you know what? If you'll go to rickandbubba.com under contact, you'll see how to contact our team about that. Or you can email directly rickanbubba@syndicatedsolutions.com. Now, if you want to do something local and you're not looking at something to be national, contact us about that too, and we can pass you along to your local market. So right now, a great opportunity. There's deals to be had
And maybe, when you thought before, I don't know that I could afford that, there might be some opportunities for you to team up with us. Anytime the economy takes a turn, opportunities present themselves. So it is make a move and team up with us, and let's see if we can't get that phone ringing for you too, or to get your website rocking. All right, Bubba, as we come back, you were telling me about Shifty Shift.
Shifty Shift?
Yeah. Adam, is there anybody on the planet right now, let's just say in our country, that's better. Let's take it in.
Okay.
In our country, anyone that you can think of that's more undesirable than Adam Schiff is, he's like a dastardly little villain in a movie. I mean, he just I can't stand this guy.
Well, and we talk about this in politics all the time. When one side will pull a new move that nobody's tried before, and they think they're really sharp in doing it, and we always say, guys, that's great. Mm-hmm. But when the other guy gets in, the other side, they're going to do the same thing because you've now made it normal that you're doing this.
Well, that's our thing today.
It really is. So,
normalizing deviation, I tell you what.
And, it started with executive orders and all of this, and now it's become commonplace. And, we're doing a lot of legislating without the legislative branch and one thing and another. Well, you may remember that when the demos had the House, they picked out a few Republicans that they didn't like, and they forbid them from being on certain committees.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of them that they had prevented from being on a committee because they thought she was unreliable and unstable, and she was a threat to democracy. We hear that all the time. If they disagree with you.
Oh, yeah.
And look, she may not be your favorite congressperson, but she's still elected. She should be in the process, right?
Right.
So now that, and I knew when they started that, you're gonna have this. You're gonna have a back at you.
Oh yeah.
Kevin McCarthy has now blocked Adam Shifty Shift and Eric Swalwell from the House Intelligence Committee. He says, and by the way, the Speaker has sole authority to do this committee. He says that integrity matters, and they have failed in that place. Now, Adam Shifty Schiff, remember, was on there, and he was on the Intelligence Committee, and he couldn't be on enough TV shows saying, hey,
he loved being on.
We've got the evidence. He said, I've seen the evidence.
Yeah.
We've got the evidence. Trump is guilty of colluding with the Russians. He's going to prison. We're going to impeach him. We're going to remove him. And
your little dog too.
They showed clips yesterday on the news, Rick, of him at least on 5 shows talking about how I've seen the evidence. We've got him. Okay. He didn't see the evidence because it didn't exist, and they didn't get him.
Right.
There was no collusion with Russia.
Correct.
Still not proven.
No.
Okay.
Except for the FBI guy that was in charge. You see that yesterday?
Yeah, now he has been charged with collusion. The guy who was investigating Trump.
New York,
Right.
yeah.
So, and we didn't even get into that story today. But so Adam Shifty Schiff lied about that. There's no other way you can say that. There's no nice way to say it.
No.
He lied. He
No.
misled everybody.
Right.
Because he was trying to drum up public support to get rid of Trump.
Yep.
And they thought once their buddies in the media start writing stories about it, then they can refer to the stories as evidence of what they're saying.
Correct.
So, we've seen that happen before. And you may remember Eric Swalwell. He was on the Intelligence Committee, and he also was betting a Chinese spy. You remember Fang Fang?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. A little honeypot there from China who was probably relieving him of a lot of his secrets. Fang Fang.
And stress.
Yes. And now he
all right.
Eric Swalwell, I don't even see how he's still in Congress.
Right.
But and he's mad because he's not on the Intel Committee.
Come on.
When he was dating a Chinese spy that was working in his office.
Can I tell you,
get you left off.
You're not on the Intel Committee for what Bubba just said. Do you do realize on your resume is Chinese spy fooled me? So you can't be on the Intel
Don't
Committee.
believe us. Look up Fang Fang.
Right. Fang Fang.
Check it out.
Right.
So anyway, it's back at you in Congress, and I know the next time that the Democrats get in, they will do the same thing, but it's become the norm now.
It has.
You take a few from the other side you don't like that got a little nasty with you, and you punish them by saying they don't belong on a committee, and especially one they want to be on. Now, Adam Schiff may, because he doesn't have a really anybody to be mad at other than himself.
Right.
So he'll probably use this as a straw man argument to run for re-election. You know,
I've
they're
noted-
trying to hold me down.
I've noticed you like straw man.
He does.
It's true.
I know. But
Paper
I mean,
tiger. We used to say paper tiger. Straw man is kind of replaced.
Yeah, it has. We all have these. I've had them. I've got them. I love them. I just cling to. I know straw man's in.
Well, it's been a big topic.
It
lately.
has. There's been a lot
when
of straw
you
men.
create an invisible foe that you're fighting against.
Right. So Schiff lied to us, and the other cat, what was his name?
Swalwell.
He was compromised by the Chinese, and
Can I tell you
they think
something?
they should be on the Intel committee.
Yeah, they do. Can I tell you something funny about Eric Swalwell? His office is next door to Gary Palmer.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Can you
right
imagine
next
what his
door.
life is like?
It was in the last Congress. I don't know if they moved offices now or not, but
yeah,
I thought that was funny. I walked out and there was Swalwell.
How about that?
Yep.
So there you go. Bubba, you also, I can't believe have let this story go today. Millions suffer Microsoft meltdown as Outlook and Teams, whatever that is, that one of their programs.
That's like Zoom.
Yeah, crashes for millions around the world.
Well,
How do you ever miss a Microsoft product crashing story?
I don't know.
I didn't have to
look at it.
I didn't have to bring it up because I knew that somebody else would.
Well, you said blue screen earlier today, and that's the first thing I thought
Yeah.
of.
Yeah,
I was like, bless him, he hadn't seen it.
I know. Yeah,
it's like a little birthday present for you.
Yeah, down she goes. So that's a story.
Well,
And,
when you're still based off DOS, you're gonna have
there
problems.
it is. That's what I was after, and we got it done.
I don't think it is it?
You
You keep saying
still
that,
underlying.
but I don't think it is.
Yeah, but it's such a great one-liner. Let's not
It
ever
is.
lose it.
It is.
Okay. Also, and I know you know how sometimes we'll do stories involving men, and there's certain stories that make every man in the room cross their legs.
Oh yeah.
This is going to be for the women out there. Woman gives birth to a 16-pound baby in Brazil. Quote,
That's a man.
I did not expect this surprise. This is her 6th child, and it is a boy.
That explains how she pulled it off.
And Greg, thank you. I just like I knew Bubba.
She had no problem.
Well, it was, I'm sure, not a lot of fun. 16-pound baby boy.
one.
Now that usually is a sign that maybe they'll probably have to let him go to the what is it called where they put the babies that because sometimes because sometimes when they're this big they got a little sugar problem when they get here and oxygen and they have to kind of let them look at that son of a gun.
Good night.
But that's a big old boy right there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but sometimes the really really big babies sometimes they have to go and let them get stabilized. But that is unbelievable. 16 pounds.
Y'all, Aaron at our last appointment.
No boy.
The reading said around 7 pounds.
Okay.
So she's just walking around with a 7-pounder right now, and it's.
How does it get you? Because those of you that may not know, the Adlers will welcome their baby boy coming up early February. We have a scheduled C-section, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so it's getting really close, buddy. We're excited for you and Aaron. This is going to be a great thing. How is Ruby doing with the? She's got her own clock. I understand that's counting down.
She's got threat level midnight is right.
Right. Is she excited about baby brother? Kind of in between. Every day's a little different.
She is, but we have been kind of educating her about how when baby brother comes around, he's not going to be able to do anything. Like he's going
not
to
be able to play with you
sleep.
immediately.
He's not going to. He doesn't know how to talk. He doesn't know how to walk, and that is amazing to her. She's like, well, he can't do anything. You know? He can't do anything. No, he can sleep, and that's pretty much it. But.
Right.
She has been acting like a baby a lot, like doing the pretend baby thing.
Okay.
So she knows something's coming. She knows something happened.
Well, and I'm no help to her because if she came to me to say, Rick, is there anything I should be concerned about? See, I know what it's like for Greg to come into the world.
Yeah.
So she probably doesn't want to talk to me.
Yeah.
Because my life made a major change when that happened, and not all of it's been positive.
Well,
yeah. Luckily, she won't remember when it was just her. She,
that's true.
She really won't.
It'll
be
remember.
like he was always around.
I still do remember.
You remember?
I got 2 years to
Special
myself.
situation.
I got nearly 2. I got 2 years to myself.
Before Greg stole Mama.
Yeah, before Greg come in and stole Mama from me.
There I was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything before like.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, you don't really
no,
remember.
what my mother does tell me, though, and you need to watch for this, I did harass him quite a bit.
Okay.
Stealing his pacifier from him.
Right.
That kind of stuff. And she said I had nothing to do with her. Prepare Aaron for this. I had nothing to do with her for a couple of days.
Yes.
I shut down and said, you've betrayed me.
Right.
I can't imagine you taking Greg's pacifier.
I still do when I can. Yeah. Still do.
But we're excited. We appreciate everybody's prayers and everything.
Yeah, we're excited.
We're excited for you, man.
Big celebration. Phone calls. All 10 lines are available. So many things you could comment on, ask a question about, bring information to the table. We'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It on, and I was driving to work, and you know how sometimes whatever was on last is there.
Mm-hmm.
And I kid you not, you talk about this topic being everywhere, which makes me nervous. They're talking to, of all people, Chuck D from Public Enemy, and he said, and I was just about to change it.
Chuck D from Public
Well, listen,
Enemy.
I was just about to change it.
He's on there a lot, by the way.
And go to the kickoff hour like everyone should. And as I was about to go over to the boys, he goes, "Well, no, I want to explain that. I mean, people have said that I had like a look on my face when we were getting inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which don't get me started on that." And undoubtedly, Flav got into like a 15-minute speech.
Yeah.
And he said, and everybody thought I was mad about how long you talked. And you know what? He goes, I had to go to the bathroom. And he said, he said,
concentrate.
He said, I was just about to get up from my table, go to the bathroom. So before we got called up and they started hollering Public Enemy, get backstage. And I thought there'd be a bathroom backstage, and I couldn't find one. There wasn't one back there, which kind of surprised me.
Yeah.
And then he said, so we get on stage. He said, I did 2 minutes. Thank y'all very much. This means the world to me. Thinking I could go to the bathroom before we had to perform. And he goes, and then Flav goes into this long speech, and he goes, so the look that's on my face is I'm about to wet my pants, and I need to go to the bathroom so bad. And I thought, what is all this I keep hearing? And because I just heard this interview the day before, yesterday, and I'm
running
like,
theme.
What is this running theme about people? You know, I mean, it's a terrible, terrible feeling.
Oh, sure it is.
All right, let me ask you guys this: have you ever been in this situation? Because I kind of had this happen over the weekend. So the weekend, and this was all, you have the weekend where you have things you're being pulled to that involve work, and you love doing work, whatever. You can say, hey, I had to do this, I had to do that. Then there's things that's just your life and family, and they're actually good things and they're fun things.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's a grueling schedule, but it's fine. It's in a good way. So this is the schedule last week for me. So Wednesday night, we had a ball game that drug on, that was a late game. So we get home late from the ball game Wednesday night. Talking, staying up, trying to reflect on the game. So I go to bed that night, for us, which would be late, like 11-ish, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So the next day, active day at work, then take mom and dad to see the Eagles on Thursday night. That's in bed at midnight, okay, and had a great day. So it's all fun stuff. Then the next day, had some things we had to do on Friday, and then had dinner reservations that evening with Brad Ryan, who'd been on the show, and his wife, who we had not done anything with in years. But that was 8 o'clock reservation. So that was another go to bed, get home late. So then the next day, we were going to Atlanta to go see our oldest son. He got a great part in a play, and of course, as we mentioned, there's Atlanta. And then there's where this place really is. This theater.
They say Atlanta.
Yeah. This one, Sherry at one point asked me, and I laughed my head off. She said, is Blake in a play in South Carolina? You know what I mean? And I said, my gosh, where is this place? And so it was every bit of 3 hours from where we live to get to the theater. And, of course, Atlanta never has any drama.
No.
I love that. Have you ever noticed, like, the GPS is so frustrated with Atlanta, she doesn't even give you hope.
No.
Yeah.
There's an accident on I-85, but you're still on the fastest route. It's kind of like, what the? I mean,
and that's not very fast.
Yeah, hey, I just want you to know you're about to stop and sit a minute. I'm looking at options here in Atlanta. I got nowhere to take.
Yeah.
That's just what about when they tell you you're delayed, but you're still there's nowhere
else to send
you.
There's too many people.
Yeah, how about this? And boy, that's a lot of folks.
Rick, I'm gonna tell you,
that's the
most miserable place to drive.
That's a lot of folks.
A lot of people.
A lot of folks.
If you come up to any place where two interstates merge,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're trying to get on, and you're trying.
Yeah.
Always construction.
Nearly got in a bind on the way home. Thought I was going to be in a crash and have a crash story.
Oh,
but
wow.
anyway, so that, and then as I said, so then you're up again,
and then it's down to 2 hours on a bus to go play a lacrosse game, and then back last night. So it's been a very active run.
Yeah.
So when I'm in Atlanta, and this always happens. So you're trying to get back, and so if you know how Atlanta works, there's the bypass, but the bypass is not always the right thing to do.
No, a lot of times it's not.
285, and so the GPS had told me on the way home, and I noticed. Look, if you're driving in Atlanta or any big city, wherever you're going, you're so elated to get to where you're going. Sometimes you don't care what's waiting on you when it's over. But you better be looking on the other side.
True.
And say, well, that's me on the way home over there. And that doesn't look good.
No.
And I looked over there on the bypass, and there was all kinds of construction, some kind of bridge situation. And I said, all right, note to self, that's bad over there. That's bad. And in Atlanta, you say, well, Rick, it's a Saturday night. You've just seen a great play and all that kind of stuff. By the time you leave out of there, it doesn't matter in Atlanta. It can be.
What time
I was rolling out there at 11 o'clock at night Atlanta time. It don't matter. Let's go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls. There are lines available for you, and you can join us right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsy, Happy Helms, is on the phones and ready to take your phone calls, and he will line you up and get you ready to go, and there's room for you. Let's go to Brent out of T-Town, Tuscaloosa. I'll be there February the 5th for the next Man Church, and I'm jacked. Brent, go ahead. How are you?
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
I'm going to give you a theory that y'all probably going to debunk because I'm a big one like y'all, and I know what's produced. But these cows producing methane, now you can feed them protein, but they eat mostly grass and hay and stuff like that. Shouldn't these people be worried about the methane producing chickens?
Yeah, I was thinking that too, because most of them want to be vegetarians, and they want all of us to be vegetarians. So if we do that, won't we be producing more methane gas?
I think we would. We'd all look like cows, right? It's all cows eat. Lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us. Rod's out of Oxford, Alabama, about to host the Man Church Conference coming up at the end of February. Rod, go ahead.
How y'all guys doing?
Fired up, Rod. It's all we know.
Well, I heard on social media this morning that the Earth's core is turning in rotation backwards, so it might be the doomsday.
Yeah, Bubba, we talked about that yesterday. Bubba's been talking about this for years on the show, and Elon Musk has gone there again. I don't know. The Doomsday Clock is a bunch of leftists that love to fearmonger and terrify everybody.
I don't know how we know the Earth's core is slowed down.
I don't know who's
Matter of fact, it was that was a sci-fi movie about the Earth's core. I can't remember the name of it, where they were going to go and set off some nuclear bombs and get it spinning again to save the planet. You remember that?
Yes, I forgot about that. 866-WE-BE-BIG to Stevenson we go. Tim standing by. Tim, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Tim.
Just back in 1999, March of 99, my father died. April of 99, my grandfather died. May of 99, my son died. And 2001, my best friend's son died. Through that death, God put me together with a woman who got me back in church.
Amen.
We had another child.
Amen.
So God blessed me through all that. But I was just wondering, every time somebody has a child died, a lot of people will come to me and, can you go talk to them?
I understand that.
Like I tell them, I wish through that I had come up with some magic formula to help, but I've never come up with anything. And I was just wondering if you had written anything or knew of anything from a man's perspective, because we had a couple in church that lost a child just a few months ago, and the wife came to me the other day about talking to her husband, and he had made the comment, he said, well, women's got all kinds of people, to help them, but the man's got nobody.
Well,
and I kind of understand what he's talking about.
Well, probably the book that we have used, Sherry and I, are in the same situation. And the book that we have used that has delivered time and time and time again
is the book that my wife wrote. That book's not for women or men. It's a book for anyone in this situation.
Okay.
And it's called Bronner, which is our son's name, Bronner, A Journey to Understand. I keep them in my office and hand them out all the time. Others have used them to hand out. It came out in 2016. It's in audio, too. If you have someone who says, well, I struggle reading books, there's an audio version of that as well on Audible or wherever you get audio books. And from the feedback I've gotten over the last 7 years of what this book God has produced through this book and through her 5 years she spent on it, I don't know of any resource outside of Scripture, which the book points to all the Scriptures, so it really is just a liaison to the Scriptures, that has answered more of these parents' questions than that book. So it's available wherever you get them. If you are struggling and you want me to send you one, I can do that too if you email me. But it's available wherever books are.
Okay, I thought that was written through just her eyes. So good. Okay.
Yeah. Now there's actually chapter 4 is actually she wrote that of watching what I was called to respond. So it's about the husband and the wife and everybody involved, but mainly and most important, men or women, it's about God, and so that's the most important part. So yeah, that's a great resource to you, and it's available anywhere.
Yeah, I wasn't walking with God when I lost mine.
Understood.
But I'm with Him now.
Great. Praise God. Praise God for
That's
that.
good.
And that's a great legacy for your child. All right, so let's go to George in Leesburg. George, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Good. The other day, you all were talking about the president of Pfizer, Albert Bourla, and y'all were mentioning that he was probably Greek, and he is. And he also, a very interesting fact is that he was a veterinarian. So you have a veterinarian in charge of one of the largest pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, I saw that.
An interesting fact, I would say.
I saw that underneath the video we watched of him the other day. I'm like, am I seeing that right? Do we really have a veterinarian that's in charge of the pharmaceutical company that produced one of the more popular vaccines for humans?
Nothing against veterinarians.
Well, if I was an animal, I'd want one.
Yeah, and but it just, I don't know. It just seems a little strange to have him in charge of Pfizer. But I guess the board, that's their guy who they wanted. Now I don't know what attributes he had. I think not scaring the public to death. They didn't check that box.
No.
I mean,
that one got bombed.
Yeah.
And also, he's not big on answering questions
No,
about.
not real forthcoming.
Not real forthcoming when he's asked directly, do you want to apologize for telling us this would keep everybody from getting the virus and passing it? He really did not want to take that on. I don't know why you can't just take that on and go, well, all pharmaceuticals, when they go into the human population, there's a certain cone of silence where we're not quite sure how it's going to act because there's only so much testing we can do on humans, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So this time it came back that we thought it would keep people from getting it and passing it, and we were incorrect, but we still think it serves a role in cutting the death rate or minimizing your experience. I'm not sure that's true either, but at least, don't just
better than what he was saying.
Just don't not answer it, because that makes it look real bad.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick